Welcome to Dash 28 Live. I am your host for a really, really awesome game we got for you guys today, Trident Off. I am your host, Jeremy, and we have a game today with Ben Johnson and Ray Shields. How are you guys doing today?
Really good.
Awesome.
Really good.
Cool. And so, like I said, this is going to be the top table with double Trident Kings, double Trident Realm action. So I brought in the big guns for the awesome commentator panel for you guys. We have the Trident King himself, who only buffs the army because he plays it. Mr. Jeff Swan, how are you doing, Jeff?
Debuff the army because I play it. That's the key.
It's just too good.
I love the tears. It fills up the salty ocean for me. It's amazing.
And then also on the panel, we got Steve Forrester. How are you doing today, Steve?
Good, bud. How are you?
Awesome. I'm doing good. And then we're going to have it takes me 5 hours to play a game. Alex Coos is going to be joining us shortly, but he's also commentating on another game, which then makes that game take even longer. Mm-hmm. So he's going to be wrapping that up, and then he'll be joining us shortly. So I'm really excited for this game. Trident Realms is a really cool army. So we're going to go ahead and go through your guys' list. So let me go ahead and bring up the first one. Okay, so this is your list, Ray. Why don't you go ahead and take us through your list?
Yeah. So I created this list. I went Trident Realms because I thought they were as different from Ratkin as you could get, and I built this list to be very different from my Shock Troop Hordes Ratkin that I was playing a lot in 2nd edition. So I began with Naiad Ensnarers with Brew of Strength, suggestion by Patrick Zorallen. I went with Ripperguard Tree Leapers because to me they are a unique unit in the game that no other army really has. And as Ben and I were discussing, they have all the special rules with Crushing Strength 1, Ensnare, Fly, Nimble, and Pathfinder. And they have been doing work this tournament because it's so easy to have them lost and to forget about all the angles they can get. The Naiad Heart Piercers have been my latest addition to give me a bit of shooting. And the Piercing 1 Steady Aim has been really good because the Trident Kings here, I wish they had Pathfinder. That would be lovely, but that's the one thing I wish they had, just so when they charge out of terrain, they don't hit on 6s because they're not really good in combat. Worm Riders, carrying on with the Pathfinder and Nimble, I gave them Wine of Elvenkind, just so that they can do the corkscrew charges. The Dam Busters got Brew of Haste so that they can be Speed 8. That puts them up where they can play chicken with other cavalry types in the game. And they hit fairly hard, but not with a lot of attacks, and I think the Ensnare is going to hurt them. 2 Knuckers, because Knuckers are absolutely critical in any Trident Realm list. The Centurion with Blade of Slashing, because I had 5 points. The Envoy with Loot of Darkness and Bastion 2. And finally, Ector, because he is a good all-around character that meshes really well with the Heart Piercers with the 18-inch range on his Wind Blast.
Awesome. And then have you been playing Trident Realms pretty much the whole Call to Arms? Has it been this list? Have you done variations of this list?
I played it this entire Call to Arms. I have used this list in 4 games. Any game at 2300, I've used this list. The 2 games I had at 2000 points, I had a different list.
Okay.
Because of less points.
Cool. Well, let's go ahead and bring up Ben's list. So why don't you take us through your list, Ben?
Okay, so firstly, this is slightly different from my normal list in the sense that I normally play 2000, but it is the core of that 2000 list, which is essentially Depth Horror spam, as you can tell. So we've got, we start off with 3 troops of swarms, just great little troops for the price, lots of different usage, and give me that extra drop and the extra unit strength. Then we got the core of the army, which is 4 regiments of Depth Horrors and 3 hordes of Depth Horrors. I think they're super, but units. The Fearless, Crushing 1, Ensnare, hitting on 3s, brilliant all over. Now my addition for 2,300 is the Naiad Worm Riders. I've given them the brew of speed. For me, I think having that extra range is going to be useful in any matchup. But again, in this one, it looks pretty good just to be able to position in the shooting, out of the shooting and into the charge ahead of the opponent. I like them a lot. The regen's lovely. I think they complement the army well. So when you look next, I've got 3 Nookers, which have also got movement 9. So that's 4 units that have got movement 9. Gives me a nice lot of range. And like Joe was saying, why would you not take Nookers? They're brilliant. Everyone loves them, unless you're playing against them. And then you got the Centurion. So this is a slight change from my 2000 list. I normally have 3 Depth Horror Eternals, but I wanted to bring the Centurion in. Again, slightly longer range, slightly different style of character, but also he's got the inspiring for everything, so I can give it to my Nookers and to my Swarms, which is something I've played without for a long part of the game, which doesn't work too badly. I've been okay, but it's really great when you get a Swarm just holding something up for two turns. So I'm hoping he's going to be able to lend a bit there.
Awesome.
Then we've got the Depth Horror Eternals, 2 of those. Again, great characters, great price value. The little nuggets. And I've given one of them the Pipes of Terror, which, again, because I think that Brutal is a brilliant rule. Played a bit of Ogres in the past, and it's one of my favorite rules in the game. It's just the number of times it just turns that combat. And in this game, he's obviously going to do his normal jobs, but if he can join a combat and add the extra 1 wound or the extra combat res, I think that's a great idea. So the other element to my army, which was worth noting, is 17 drops, unit strength 29. So that in this scenario, I think that gives me a slight advantage on list. But it's not that the other elements aren't better than mine, but those extra unit strengths and the extra drops, again, hence in the deployment, I like that in a list. I like to outdrop my opponents if possible. I played a lot of games against Jeff Trish, and he taught me that. He'll drop 17, 18 at 2,000 every time.
Now, have you been playing Trident Realms for the majority of Call to Arms, or have you been going between different lists?
No. I played the first game I played was actually with Night Stalkers, because I've been playing this list for a while now, and keep trying to transition out of it, but it draws me back in into the depths of the evil elements of Nookers and Depth Horrors. So I played one with the Night Stalkers, which actually in the past, when Ray and I played, I think I actually had Night Stalkers. We had a game, a friendly, ages ago. Mm-hmm. But I Trident Realms, I just think are a great army, and the reason I'd originally taken them about a year ago is when kind of the new rules came out. People said, they're a low tier army, and I thought, no, they're not. And so you just want to prove people wrong, and I think actually, looking at our performance in the games, and just across, some of the stats, if you've been looking at some of those, I think it's fair to say they're a top tier army. Which now means that after this game, I'm going to retire them and go and play something like I don't know, Free Dwarves.
Got that hipster bug.
Yeah, find the next thing that people say is trash and take it to glory. Awesome. Well, let's go ahead and look at your guys' deployment. So we pulled up the map, and just to remind everyone, we are playing Salt the Earth in round 6 of Call to Arms, and Salt the Earth. It's like a tongue twister. Salt the Earth. Is pillage, but basically if you control an objective, you can choose to destroy it at the end of your turn. So there's going to be some strategy about, what tokens do we keep up? What tokens do we get rid of? But why don't you go ahead, Ray? I believe you're at the top of the screen. So you want to take us through your deployment real quick?
I am. I thought I have a bit more speed, maybe not necessarily the hard speed, but the nimble ability. So I wanted to stretch across as far as I could. I put my shooting in the center, and basically had a flank with a cavalry type element on each side to see how the battle will proceed. The ensnarers go into the woods to claim that objective because they can, and they have Pathfinder, and the Depth Horrors do not. So that's what I'm looking at.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so it looks like you have your heart piercers sort of here in the middle. You got ensnarers, like you said, coming up on the woods. You got your worm rider hordes here, your dam busters, and then you got your tree leapers sort of spread out through your line. Cool. I'm really curious to see. I like
with
you.
speed of nimble.
Yeah, I think those tree leapers are really cool. So I'm excited to see what they're going to do this game. So Ben, you want to give us a little just insight into your, you don't have to give away the whole farm, but just give us some frosting of your deployment ideas.
So we can see that the two swarms are in the backfield guarding those two tokens. So choose to destroy or guard. I think that they're doing okay for the time being. On the right flank there, I've kind of heavily loaded things. In fact, I've pretty much loaded both the flanks and missed the middle, which is maybe interesting in this scenario. But I think looking at the two tokens to the center right, sorry. I think that's, we're going to be playing for those. Like Ray says, he's got the big unit of ensnarers that are going to come into that wood. So that's going to be that side's going to be a key battleground.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a lot of movement on that side. So I've got the worm riders and the Nooker who can move 18, movement 9. So hopefully I can get into position and threaten him before he gets into me. I've also got quite a lot of unit strength there. So although he's got the unit strength with the horde, I've also got quite a lot of unit strength that I can start putting in there. On the left-hand side, again, got a Nooker out in the wide because that's what they do. And then a lot of unit strength. Now, it's not where you necessarily want to have it, but he's got a lot of units that I need to deal with. So we're going to look to hold those off using the hills to defend against shooting. And then maybe move into the middle center game or center of the field towards the end of game. It's his shooting, as all Trident Realms will tell you, shooting hurts us. And my last game, if you saw it against Paul, he took me off 8 unit strength in the last 2 turns, lost me the game. So I'm going to try and make sure I'm as far away from that as possible for as long as possible.
Awesome. Well, cool, guys. Again, thanks for letting us stream your game. I know we're really excited to watch you guys play. So go ahead and we'll kick you guys out. Go ahead and roll for first turn, and we'll get this game going. And then afterwards, we'll circle back. We'll have you guys back on when it's over to do a little debrief. So good luck.
Thanks. Yeah.
Good luck, guys.
Cheers, guys. Take care.
Awesome. So some interesting lists, right? A little different, some similarities, some difference. What do we, our first impression, what do we think of these lists?
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, these are basically 2 opposite ways of playing Trident Realms, which is both very viable and plays to the strengths of the army. So you've got one of them that's playing more, you got Ray stuff where he's going to go hammer anvil with stuff, where he's going to try and set up some plays and then capitalize on those. And he's going more for heavy hitters. And Ben's gone for something I would prefer in this matchup, which is where everything does bad things to you, so you can't let any of the charges go off. Mm-hmm. And also vice versa, you can lose any of these units and you really don't care. Like, it's fine. It's fine if you lose any of these units and you're going to recover from it. So lots of different plays. I like both armies. If it was me, I think Ben has the has quite an advantage in this setup. In the army list on list, Ben has, I would say, a sizable advantage list on list.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ray. I mean, Ray has just a little bit of everything, which in a tournament setting, I think is great if it's a closed list or a list that's all the way through where you have a little bit of everything. But I agree with Jeff. I think the redundancy in Ben's in Ben's army is just it will end up paying dividends, I think, because like you said, you could take off a horde of death horrors or a regiment, and then look, okay, I've got 2 more, I've got 3 more. There's never going to be one where you're just, that you feel good about taking something off, because then you're just going to punch with a bunch of other ones.
And you bring up an interesting point. And then usually when you're list designing for a tournament, you're list designing in the aggregate of 6 games or 5 games,
Right.
which is, I may face this or I may face this. So what list is going to give me the best chance to win over 6 games against the field that you're expecting? And that's a little different of an aspect of Universal Battle, in that you really are planning one game at a time and one list at a time, and you don't need to necessarily do that sort of entire event planning of a list, right?
Right. And like I said, I've like kind of Ray alluded to before, he's played Ratkin for 3 years before this, so playing something a little different, but again, it's something that was pretty much it's the same list, so and it was able to kind of deal with a little bit of everything, and it served him well. I mean, Ray's a really good player, and yeah, I if it was me, if I get going into a tournament, I would much rather have Ray's list, but I think it just in this matchup, I think Grayson is just probably off the back foot from the beginning.
So before they move too much, I just wanted to point out something. So the way they deployed their Knuckers, I think, is a little bit rookie of a Trident Realm player. I typically really don't like to see Knuckers that are deployed completely parallel like that on start. It just really limits what threats you can do off of turn 1 to force people to play in ways that they don't want to. So I just wanted to point it out for other Trident Realm players that are thinking about picking up lists and stuff. When you deploy them flat like that, parallel, what you've done is say, if I'm gonna move at the double, I'm only gonna get one pivot somewhere in here, and I'm gonna change my angle. If either of these guys, and I think it would have been very advantageous for Ben here, if he would have just deployed them so that the corner was touching the line, right, and it was going towards the center of the field, that then allows him to go forward up towards his target, and then he can pivot it back. Come back in. You can play more angles, but vice versa. You could straight up just jam that puppy down their face. And, if he takes a charge on that turn 1, now you've set up all these depth horrors like that he's moving up right there right now, that like, if you take the charge at the Knucker, go for it. You're absolutely going to lose the unit afterwards. And your other Knucker can pick up a free flank on it afterwards as well, because you've set him up, parallel to punish people. So I just think it's a little bit it's not really setting up great plays for like turn 1, but they also might just both be playing very like conservative, but I just think it's a waste of a Knucker's capabilities to deploy it parallel. You have all these other dudes to deploy parallel. Always deploy Knucker with some kind of angle, because then it also makes people think, oh, he's looking that way, he's definitely going to go at the double that direction. And you might not. You may just pivot, go 90 degrees the other way, all the way to the outside of the board, and then pivot back in. It just gives you more plays.
Sure. And one thing, as we're talking about deployment, is Ben did win the role to go first, and he took it, so he's moving. One thing I absolutely love is I love Ben's choice of putting the swarms by the bottom left objective and the swarm by the bottom right objective, in that.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's the amount of points that Ray's going to have to spend to get over there and kill that is more than that. And even if he does, Ben can just say, "Oh, well, I'm just going to burn those tokens," and you've wasted all this time. So I think Ray getting those 2 back tokens is going to be real difficult.
Well, I think one of his the other thing that I would have done if I were Ben, because that center token is going to be almost unobtainable for him, is I would have taken the gamble on getting turn 1, because he has those scout units, and I would have tried to get to that token as quick as I could to try to delete it, because I know that I'm not going to be able to hold that token.
The middle one you can't destroy.
Oh, is that not okay?
Yes,
I got you.
Yeah, the middle one.
I didn't see that was one of the ones you placed.
Yeah,
I got you.
So the middle one is the one that it stays the rest of the game, so we can't destroy that.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, I like the idea, because the title swarms are there to die, honestly. So you're wasting what they're 75 points apiece. So you're 150 points just to score 2 points. I mean, And if I were Ray, I'd be like, all right, I'm just down 2.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna have to play down 2 and we'll see how it goes.
You
And
put him in a real tough. He puts placing it there. Those tokens there. He puts Ray in a real tough position.
Well,
About
having
how
Scout
to.
like that, he can put that pressure on right away too. So
Yeah. So I'm guessing he's trying to think about whether or not he wants to put this Knucker's leader point into the woods. Okay, so, depending on what he can see the following turn.
Yeah, you
So talk a little bit
do that.
So first turn, what do you think Ben's goals are here? Is he just pushing forward to try to put pressure on Ray? What do you think he needs to achieve in this first movement phase?
Staying hidden from those heart piercers and mitigating and making him move them away from that token is clutch. He has to move them away from that token in order to make him make plays later on so that he can get up and back there. He wants to make sure that he's hidden the whole time, even if it is a covered shot. I wouldn't give a covered stealthy shot, even covered stealthy shots with that Knucker to those heart piercers like he's doing right now, even for the advantage of taking a turn 2 charge, which you don't want to do with Knuckers. The whole point of Knuckers is to go oogie boogie a little bit and just like give people, that threat.
Yeah.
You could not charge the Knucker all game long and get its points worth because it makes people play differently. I would stay out of that forest that he has that one in there right now. Knowing full well that I could, I'd keep him out of that forest and I'd have him at an angle towards the middle so that his leader point could still kind of see out that way, and then kind of feign and go completely the opposite way out and around something next turn.
So your idea would
be let Ray feel confident that he's going to be able to move out his Knucker that's way out there on the corner on the top right. Make him feel confident he can move that out with impunity, and then just slip in behind it with my Knucker afterwards and set up some points for later in the game.
Yeah, I think I like the Knucker, like what you're talking about, Jeff, which is put the Knucker like back a little bit so that he's in a position to where he can either go left and cover the middle board or go right and maybe pick up some flanks on the right side. So
because if Ray slips that Knucker down the screen right now, if he slips that down, that Worm Rider down, and he's got some kind of angle, like if he's got his, Ben's got his Knucker back 2 or 3 inches and he's got it pivoted towards the middle, then that means his right hand side would be his full 90-degree pivot, and then he can go 18 inches up to the back of Ray's board. Now all of a sudden you've got a Knucker back there that next turn is going to put threat on literally everything, and Ray has to move forward next turn. He has to, because he's got to get to those tokens, and that's going to guarantee a Knucker in your butt turn 3 guaranteed for the rest of the game. And you're not going to turn around to fight it, because if you turn around to fight it, then you're getting reared by Depth Horrors and Worm Riders and something like that. And I just think that that's one of those plays that I would go for and just let Ray feel confident early, purely with the intention of the setup.
Sure. Because at this point, if that Knucker's not in the woods, those heart piercers really have nothing to shoot. They have nothing to shoot, and they have no other target.
He's giving him shots for no real purpose. He's giving him things to shoot at when he doesn't need to do that. There's no benefit to doing it other than he's trying to say, like, I'm going to charge you. I'm going to charge those heart piercers. I'm going to do it, which, like, heart piercers might win in a combat prolonged. You know what I mean? Especially if he can flank with, heart piercers in a flank on a Knucker will still, they'll still hurt.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah. I think that Ben's kind of pushing out a bit more than he needs to, because he's going to give shots to stuff for no real purpose, which is fine. I'd probably bait out those ensnares, which he wants to have happen anyway. He's going to push those ensnares in the forest, and they're never going to leave it.
Yeah.
But if you can get something in behind, like I'm saying, that's just so clutch.
Because I'm if I was Ben, I'm almost trying to think of a way to put I guess almost concede that token in the forest, because like you said, once those naiads try to destroy it or whatever, because once those naiads get into that forest, the amount of resources you'd have to put to killing them would just be so much.
I'm also not entirely sold on why Ben is allowing the swarms right there on the north side of that hill. I don't know if he remembers those dam busters can see up over that hill, and so can the Knucker.
Oh, right
but
over on this.
those
this
dam
section.
busters don't even have to charge those guys. They'll just tongue attack them and pull them off because the auto hit on 4s.
Right.
Mhm.
I mean, you'll remove that swarm just with tongue attacks, and there's not even a point. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? There's not even a point to put in there. I understand what he's doing. He's putting them there thinking, oh, if you charge him, I'm going to get charges on you. But
Yeah.
that's not going to be the case.
Yeah. Because what's the stats on the tongue attack again?
On a horde, it has 6 shots, auto hit on 4s, like a wind blast
Okay.
does, and then they'll get a wound. They'll get a roll to wound, no piercing or anything of the sort. But I
Okay.
mean, you're talking 3 hits, and on swarms, definitely 3 wounds, unless you roll a 1 for some
So
reason.
enough that you could take that unit.
Yeah,
off.
they only break on
Okay.
11. There's a
Right.
really good chance you break them, or at least
Sure.
a reasonable chance. Especially if you throw, 2 more wounds on there from heart pierces, you decide to just throw some shots on them just in case,
So now we're moving the bottom of 2. So now it's like the cool parts of this, right? We get to be in Ben's mine for 1 turn, and then
Bottom
now
of
we're
1,
going
right.
to bottom of 1. Now we're going to be in Ray's mine. So as Ray, what do you think he's thinking? He's seeing Ben being pretty aggressive, moving up. Now, as Ray, what do you think your sort of mission is on this first turn?
Personally, all I care about is the first unit I would be moving is those ensnares, and just max moving those as quick as I can forward, and being like, all right, whatever you want to throw into them, go for it, because the depth horrors are gonna hit on. If you get to that forest, those depth horrors are only gonna hit you on, it's gonna be hindered and ensnare, so it's me -2.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll regen that off no problem. So I'm going to get to that forest as quick as I can, and I'm going to try and straddle that forest to get more
Straddle
towards
it,
the
baby.
middle. Get more towards the middle.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try and max move first, like 10 inches straight forward, and then my next turn is going to be I'm going to side shuffle towards the middle.
So you bring up an interesting point, Jeff, and I think it's something to talk about. Like when you're in a tournament, usually in UB we don't have as much, but I think it's always good to be practicing skills that are applicable in live play when you're playing UB. Is clock management, right? So will you, when you're entering into a turn, to save on clock and mental space, will you sometimes your first moves, the ones you actually physically move, are those the ones that you're sure of? Like no matter what, I know I'm doing this, so let me just get it out of the way and do it.
Because it lets you visualize the rest of the field on what you need to play around. So like the ensnarers, there's not a lot of play there. You're gonna put them where they need to go, and then what you do is you figure out your angles afterwards. It lets you see what angles you're gonna have. So the ensnarers allow you to place where you're going, and then you can say, okay, well, now do I really need to move up the heart piercers? Nah, probably, maybe not really. What am I going to do with these worm riders because of it? Okay, they're going to be a counter punch, so if something does hit these ensnares, what's my angle? Okay, if he double charges, this is going to be a flank, so I'm going to measure this out to make sure it's a double charge. If he double charges, I'm absolutely removing these units.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the whole movement for Ray's turn should be around where the ensnarers end up. So he has to decide if he's going 5 forward and taking a pivot, or if he's going, balls to the wall to get over there to the center.
Yeah.
Which is what I would force, because Ben's depth horrors, they need to be forced to take hindered charges. And those ensnares, they'll take them. They'll take those hindered they'll be able to hold two of Ben's hordes up for a very prolonged amount of time. So the other thing I did want to point out, because we were talking about lists. So I think that I like a lot about Ben's list. I just think that the +1 movement speed on Worm Riders is kind of lost in the army, because all he's going to do is support it with Knuckers, which, that's fine, but you can go lock stuff down with a Knucker and then counter punch it the next turn with the Worm Riders if it's that big of a deal. I think he would have been way better served in this instance with the Blood of Old King, because Ray doesn't have that much to punish him for shooting with where those guys are at if he locks it down.
Sure.
I think Blood of Old King on Worm Riders is almost auto-include, because if you can put him into a unit that's crushing strength 1, auto pathfindering through stuff. Okay, Ray's making a good play right there on the Knucker, still playing very defensive with it. But yeah, I think that's a big deal because when you have Crushing Strength 1 with Elite and Vicious on something that hits with 3s, that's always going to hit on 3s unless you run over a fence somehow. As long as you don't have any reprisal coming in afterwards, it's a really big deal because who cares if you take 6 wounds when you're going to get a 4+ regen on all of those if it means that you're guaranteed to kill a unit. And when you put a Knucker and Worm Riders with Blood Old King in, you're killing a unit. I don't care if it's Dracons or dead. Like so.
And like James Lawson just put in the chat, you gotta watch out for those Canadians because they're pretty crafty. And I think Ray's doing a little bit like what you were just talking about earlier, right, Jeff? Is creating those side angles with those knuckers of basically threatening everything that Ben has around that sort of middle forest. Ray is putting some pressure so that Ben's gonna have to turn that way. So yeah, we're seeing some. I agree with you. Some nice play by Ray on those two heroes.
You see how Ray's got those both angled in right now, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you understand what I was saying about if Ben would have left that Knucker outside that forest right there and had the angle towards the middle, he could have slipped right between the north side of that Worm Rider and what he's going to do with his Worm Riders. Because I guarantee you those Worm Riders are not going to go within 2 inches or 3 inches of that Worm Rider Lord. I promise you, it's not going to happen. And if you can slip into that gap right there, Ray's got nothing he can do but turn entire units around to deal with it, which you're not going to do. Right. And if he decides he's going to turn around a Worm Rider or a Knucker to deal with it, then he's got all these depth horrors that are going to run rampant on him, another Knucker, just some really good plays that you could have set yourself up for some good optimization. But it's a little bit late now because now, again, if you look, all of Ben's Knuckers on the east side of this right here, they're still parallel. Yeah. And I think that is a really big difference between people who are very veteran about playing Trident Realms and people who are good about playing Trident Realms. That's the Trident Realms is so picky to play it well that little tiny plays make a huge difference in the army.
Well, it's always been like in second edition, I think it was, and in third as well, right? It's always like a finesse army. And I think the more a finesse an army is, the more I feel that sometimes the community opinion on that army is not always in line with the reality because sometimes novice players, when they play finesse armies, are like, man, this army sucks. But maybe a lot of it just comes from, like you said, developing that muscle memory, developing the eyesight, the eye lanes of realizing how the army functions when it's played at a high level.
Right. And also, I think different people kind of have that kind of just think different that way. Right. So you could have a way where you're like, okay, I could play a finesse army, so I'm really good at playing, Trident Realms because you know, that's just how my mind thinks.
Right.
So you to go back to like what Kyle Poole says all the time is like, you got to put it in reps, and it's great. Yeah. This time's been great for people like me. I mean, I'm just now back to the office. I worked from home for 3 months and got a lot of reps in. So, it's you feel a lot more comfortable when you actually do play something that's relatively important. But I agree. It just you look at Trident Realms and like, okay, there's not a lot of high defense, but it's a very you got to know what you're doing. And I'm not smart enough to pilot them at a high level just because that's just not how my mind thinks.
It's like the idea
of making a pretty big commitment right here.
So he did move his ensnarers up like we were thinking, but it looks like he is, like you're talking about, he's turning these heart pissers towards.
Yeah. So what he's done with those ensnares, he hasn't made him touch that forest, and I'm pretty sure that's probably on purpose because that's not a max move. I'm looking at. There's no way that can be a max move. So what he's done is basically say whatever's touching the forest this turn can charge here, but that's not going to break him, and he's not worried about it at all.
Sure.
The issue with that is now if he's not far enough forward, which I would have probably pushed them in the forest because his Ben's depth horrors that are behind the Worm Riders can't see anyway because the Worm Riders are too big of a height.
So they can't multi-charge, right?
Because so they can't multi-charge anyway. So you're actually not stopping anything from happening. and you're
Yeah.
actually giving up a little bit of positioning. I think
Sure.
it is a big deal, because if Ray pushes all the way into that forest, gets within the 3 of that token, or maybe not this turn, but if he gets into that forest, it allows him to then sidestep towards the middle, which is what he needs to do to get away from Ben's east flank over there,
Yeah.
because he needs to get away from that. He needs to be able to get in there, not be charged this turn, and then slide away from it and out of charge arcs to make Ben turn towards the middle, and then Ray's got a really good outside play on him at that point. But if he can't force it to happen, which he's not setting himself up to do, it's a big deal, because early, I mean, now he's going to spend another turn getting into the forest and then slide over, or he's going to have to pivot, leaving that east side flank wide open to all of the things that Ben wants to have happen. So it's kind of risky play, but I don't know that. The one thing I don't like about UB whatsoever is it's really hard to judge like heights and stuff on things, and to really look at that play style, because those depth horrors can't see over those worm riders anyway. So I don't really see why you wouldn't want to touch the forest, because you're not worried about a double charge. And if he does charge you, you're gonna just light up anything that touched you.
Right.
So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, and and that's something to keep in mind. In streaming these guys for you, we try to give you guys the best angles and looks and it's possible. But sometimes it's for us as commentators, not being able to put rulers down and look at arcs and really fully have the functionality. Like Jeff said, it can be hard sometimes in UB to get that sense. But yeah, I mean, it should be interesting. Like you said, I think with that middle token not being able to be destroyed, having that Naiad Ensnarer Horde sort of kind of right floating in between both the token in the forest and the middle.
Mathematically, they should be able to claim both of those if Ray set those up properly, because I'm guessing that Ben has the other one set back there. So
yeah, yeah. So it should be interesting. To kind of see what charges Ben will take next turn, if he's just going to throw in the his Worm Riders into that Ensnarer Horde.
Well, because the thing is Ben really can't afford to destroy that token that's in that pond over there. He really can't afford it, because he knows he can't get that middle token and sustain it without some real heavy losses for it, and that's what Ray's pretty much set up for.
So Ray has gone into the shooting phase, so getting a bastion off.
Yeah,
and then
see, I would have punished Ben a little bit more for his placement if I were Ray. That Knucker that's on that top left corner over there, I think he should have swung that into the middle of the field and then pivoted back towards the left side of the screen, or to the fore side. Either way, honestly, and then just kept him out of the charge range of all of these depth horrors he has right there, which he can easily do. It's only 12 inches. And then that sets up place for that Knucker, because Ben moves so far forward with his Knucker in that forest right there. He's completely undefended across that middle. If he would have just turned that Knucker, if Ray would turn the Knucker and run it to the middle of the field, vice versa, like I had said, if Ben had left the Knucker out of the forest, pivoted towards the middle of the field, that's defending that position.
So now the Heart Piercers are working on that Tidal Swarm, so 4 damage from the 1st Regiment.
Yeah, like I said, he's going to pick those up. That's why I was like, I don't know why he's giving those away so early. There's not even a point. And I mean, Ray probably still in range to do the tongue attacks, because he doesn't have to get on that hill. There's no cover bonus for tongue attacks, so he's already tall enough he can see over. Doesn't have to even move to the hill to do it. It's free 3 wounds, pretty much.
Not as good damage from the 2nd unit, but still should be good probably to get those guys off. What are they? The swarms, Tidal Swarms are
-11.
Yeah, -11. See, I'm wondering if Ray remembers they have tongue attacks, because I would have just used the free tongue attacks on there and just tried to put a wound on that Knucker in the forest, just on the chance that you can boxcar waver it.
Sure. Oh, well, that was interesting. So Ray just used Ector to push
Push it out.
it
Yeah.
out.
Hmm.
Put a little damage on it, push it out.
Well, he uses that because you don't take stealth penalties
Yeah.
on Ector, so
Yeah.
it's a prime target for it.
And now he's going to roll nerve. So 7. So that's enough. Yeah.
Mhm.
They are dead. So like you said, sort of a chaff unit wasted maybe.
I just don't know that there was any benefit to doing that. It was basically giving him the unit. Because he didn't have to engage for any reason, and you're not stopping Ray from doing anything with those heart piercers because they're steady aim anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's not like you forced him to turn and next turn he'll be -1 to shoot you with something else. That's not even going to be a thing.
He's
Yeah,
giving up.
I don't. Yeah.
Giving up a unit that early could be exactly what you need to happen, right?
Mhm,
If it's allowing you to do something else in the following turn. But like you
Yeah.
said, and losing that unit and shooting, other than he shot that instead of other stuff, but he had no other
He had
stuff.
nothing else to shoot. He only
shoot
had
at
what
anyway.
he only had what Ben gave him to shoot
Right.
is the issue.
Exactly.
And he wouldn't have had anything to shoot if he just kept that Knucker out of the forest. You're basically eliminating an entire turn of Ray shooting, period. And if he hadn't put that Knucker in the forest, Ector couldn't have targeted him with the wind blast
Yeah.
and to do wounds on him. I mean, it's just. I mean, I don't want to say it's a horrible play. It just wasn't. It was just definitely there was way better way better uses of it.
And again, these are sort of like we're taking these from
Right.
our perspective. So
Right.
often players have a long-term vision of a game that's hard
Correct.
to see from the outside, right?
Right.
Okay, so we're going into turn 2. So now as Ben, what are the first thing you're thinking? Is he probably thinking about, okay, am I going to engage, with his stuff kind of around the ensnarer horde in that forest, maybe looking at, okay, what do I need to do in this section of the board?
Well, Ray's done pretty much what I like to do with the Worm Riders and just kept them back and said, "Hey, respect the threat."
Yeah.
And that's the right play with those guys. Just because they have the movement doesn't mean you have to use it. And what he's done there is basically said, you're not going to get any charges on this side of the board that aren't going to get heavily penalized. And because of the way that Ray has his Knucker and Worm Rider Centurion over there set up, he's only going to allow single charges to happen because of, you could get a double on the Worm Rider, I suppose. But it's not going to be really relevant with what he's going to put into him.
Sure.
I think if I'm Ben, I'm probably gonna look. I can't tell if that Knucker on that right side has arc on.
On Ben's Knucker.
Nope, he's out. Okay, so he got out. See, that's what I'm saying. It's just a positioning thing. If there's any way, and he can't get past. See the tree leapers. Okay, so Ray set up with that tree leapers and Worm Riders that north right corner up there.
Sure.
That is a really good defensive position. Where again, like I had said, Ben would be in a really good position if he had his Knucker slipped behind that Worm Rider right now because of he would be able to place it, go completely 18 inches that way and slip into the backfield. Sure. Now he's got nothing that ever is going to get back there because those tree leapers are covering the inside backfield. And his Knucker is completely out of capability to slip back there this turn because of Ector pushing him back.
Do you think that Ben is just going to destroy this token in this pond on the right side?
I don't think that's a good idea because he needs it mathematically if he wants to win the game.
Yeah, you can't afford to.
I think he's going to put those depth horrors in there and he's going to sit there all game because there's nothing that's going to shoot him. And he's going to let him commit and he's going to checkerboard it. So if you commit into that charge, then, it's going to be painful.
Yeah.
What's that individual he's got over there, Jeremy? The little individual by the pond. Sorry. Is that Ector or what is that? What's that?
This is the token in front of the
No, behind it.
Depth Horror Eternal.
Oh, that's an Eternal. Okay.
Eternal. He's got Eternal, Knucker, and then the 2 Depth Horror regiments.
Yeah. See, it's just a difference in playstyle. So I actually
Yeah.
like to take that Eternal, and I
Mhm.
like him to be up in the front, in front of those units, because
Sure.
he's a defense 4 now, and defense 4 and Ensnare is really a good setup in there. I get that it's gonna have Crushing 1, TC 1, and everything like that, but the flanks coming in on the units are going to be more useful than him trying to come in and checkerboard his like flanks of whatever he's going to try and charge. But
Yeah.
Ray's not going to charge that anyway. I mean,
No.
he would be insane to charge into the front of that. He's not going to do it. I think that's really dangerous though, with him having those depth horrors able to take a double charge. So what I would like to see here is that Eternal slipped in front of that one on the pond, and so that he can only force a single charge, because that Worm Rider unit and a Worm Rider Centurion coming into that pond right there is going to nuke one of those units dead for sure, and the other Nucker is going to lock down the outside unit, and they won't kill the Nucker, and then the Tree Leapers get in there. It's going to be pretty gross if Ray decides to take that. So
Yeah.
because Ray knows he can't let him stay in that pond forever, so he's just waiting to double charge into everything.
No, I think they realize, like you said, I think both players realize that that's going to be a really important token.
Yeah.
If you're looking at, Ray's got sitting on one very strongly with his heart piercers, and then Ben has those nice two back ones as like his ace in the hole defensive position. That I really think that pond, and then this one in the forest are going to be really important ones to deal with. Yeah, because it's tough, because I think if Ben tries to turn towards the middle with maybe his left flank, he gives up a lot on that left side, and then he just starts getting shot at if he tries to, it's going to be tough for Ben, I think, to get onto that middle token safely.
It's never going to happen.
Right?
You shouldn't even be trying for that. That's why I really don't understand why he's got 2 regiments and a horde of depth horrors there, when that's like, I mean, he's planning on basically leaving them there the entire game until the end of the game, and
then maybe trying to get on it like late game.
Yeah, but even then, you're out unit strength. If that Ensnarer horde does what I said and goes forward and just sidesteps, you're never killing it. I mean, it's just never going to happen. You're never going to have enough unit strength either, because you could push a heart piercer unit forward, get 2 more unit strength there, and then you're going to be subject to the dam busters as well. I mean, there's a lot of really bad center stuff, and the thing is I really do think Ben's list in this matchup is better. I just think that he's not really giving himself a lot of angles. I don't like a lot of the parallel play where it's just the checkerboard format. I don't like that. It doesn't force angles. And I like to see a lot of different angles pushed in everywhere that's the nuance of Trident Realms, is and Ray's doing it better. His angles, everything's at an angle right now. Everything.
Yeah, Ben does definitely, like you said, have a much more flat deployment and a flat movement, whereas Ray is trying to create more angles, and that's really how you punish people, right? And then I imagine too, with all this Trident Realms, like when does Ensnare go away? When you can get in on the flank of someone, right? So like forcing flanks seems even more good in this matchup if you can do it.
Right. And the thing is he's got to punish those Tree Leapers, right? So he has to make sure that the Tree Leapers are never capable of getting flanks, because in a front, the Tree Leapers are never gonna do, I mean, even any kind of feasible damage to any of Ben's units, even double charging, it won't matter.
Where's the 7th token?
He's got 2, 3, 4, 5.
1,
6.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Was the scenario? And we should have asked them this at the beginning of the game. Did the pack say? Is it 6 or 7 tokens? Or because it should be.
Top left. Yep, right there.
Left. It's supposed to be 7 tokens.
That's up there. Yep.
So we got one in the top left. We have one here. We got one in the pond. One in the forest. We got the center one. And then we got the 2 in the backfield. Right.
which Ray's just got to give up and never go for.
And with games with scenarios like this, you got to realize that you're not going to be able to do everything. And, so okay, I'm going to play down 2-0, but he's set himself up a way where
he's not 2-0 though, because he's got that one in his backfield that he knows his tree leapers can come back to later in the game and pick that up.
Yeah.
The thing is Ben needs to put pressure on it that a Knucker is going to be the one to claim it and not him. So if he can make him this is a good. Well, I don't know if he's taking it back or not, but if he pushes that Knucker out there to the side of the board, he's guaranteeing only one troop of tree leapers can hit him in the front. Plus, it'll be an ensnared charge.
Right.
Mhm.
So that's a good play on the board edge, and then he doesn't have to countercharge because he can come back. He can just disengage, turn it to the right, jump back into the middle of the field, turn it again, and get to the backfield up that way. So it's a good play if he sets his back Knucker up to the left a little bit, takes a free flank on those tree leapers, gets a free unit out of that. I mean, there's a lot of plays he has there.
Mhm.
He just has to set it up.
Now you bring up a good point for those maybe newer players who are watching, or the idea when you're playing a token based scenario that let's say there's 6 tokens. So to win, I need to have 4, right?
Mhm.
Are you in the beginning of the game already thinking okay, what are the tokens that I'm not even going to worry about? These are the
before
ones
you deploy.
Right?
Yeah.
You're thinking what are the tokens that I'm going to be challenging for, and what are the ones that I'm not even going to bother?
Well, and the other part of that is also just which ones am I going to delay? Which one am I going to make him put enough points into getting? I'm going to let him get it, but which ones am I going to make him work at getting, knowing full well I'm going to lose them?
Yeah.
Sure.
And there's the way I kind of think of it is usually when you're playing a token-based game, there's an odd number. So you're thinking, okay, I'm going to try to win 3-2, or in this case 4-3, and
Sure.
you have your kind of token defense. So the token defense. So if it's my left side, that I'm like, all right, this is what I'm going to give up, and I'm going to try to focus on the center right. My left side may have, for me playing goblins, maybe a horde and a regiment of rabble, which it's not going to do anything, but it's going to delay somebody. It's going to take a while for whomever to get it. So you got to kind of think of, this is my token defense, and what my real idea is to get this, this side over here.
So I think Ben's playing a little too defensive right now. He's got the offensive list, and he kind of needs to get in there, but stay shielded from the shots. This outside Knucker on his left wing over here, he's basically set it up just to make sure that the tree leapers can't get past his flank without being within an inch, because he kind of picked up one of those units and kind of measured it real quick. So that's kind of his intention. I think that the smarter play is to let him charge that Knucker. I push that Knucker a little further out, and then just be like, all right, these tree leapers can absolutely charge this Knucker, all you, bro. You know what I mean? And get him to commit. And then that depth horror he's got right here on the edge of the forest, make sure it's not touching, have it pivoted in to punish him afterwards, get a free unit out of it, and then kick him back out towards, the center. Because he needs to get that tree leaper unit to commit so that he can get around the backfield. He can't do that until Ray commits it. So he needs to get those tree leapers to commit. And you got to in Trident Realms, you have to give up units. It's just how the game works. And if it's a reasonable risk, I mean, I would let him double charge with both those tree leaper units in the front of that Knucker. Absolutely. No question about it. Because if you get him to commit both of those, all of a sudden he's unlocking that token in the back left corner right there to be a scoreable unit, or he's got to completely turn around these, his Knucker and stuff like that. So I think that's a play he should be making right now. I would make sure that he could get charged, and in fact, I would just be like, "Come get it, bro."
Yeah, I mean, those are 2 pieces you want to take away from Ray, right? Are those
he needs
tree
to.
leapers? He's got to get those 2 pieces off the board. So if me giving up a Knucker gets me those 2 pieces,
but he's not going to die. I mean, because it's going to be that's 20 attacks hitting on 5s.
5s, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, maybe 6 hits if you're a guru or something like that. 6 hits, 4 wounds. 6 hits, 3 wounds, something like that. That ain't gonna kill no Knucker. Boxcar waiver, So
Yeah.
I think you let him go for that, and if he doesn't, then push up a little harder or take your charge in the front of something. You could get, like I said, he could be a little bit more spicy with his Eternal right now, but he's not. So.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, right, where we've talked about it on the stream before about trying to give your opponent tough choices or make them, give them an aggressive choice maybe, and see if they'll take it.
And it's even more prominent in Trident Realms, man. I'm gonna tell you, you have to do it. You have to give them charges, and you have to make them all bad charges. That is the key play of playing Trident Realms, especially depth horror stuff.
Now, as a Trident Realms player, Jeff, you guys talk a little bit about for those players who maybe don't play against Ensnare as much as other players, how really big a deal is people misjudging how powerful Ensnare can be or overestimating units? Or, is that something you see from people who maybe don't play against Trident Realms a lot? Is this not not having
they go in overconfident because they think that, okay, I know what this unit does normally. Well, I mean, yeah, it does normally do that, but guess what? And the other big thing is all these armies pay for all this crushing strength, right? It's like, oh, cool, you got crushing 2 and TCU.
Yeah.
I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's kind of irrelevant. So really you're coming in with a points advantage unless they have shooting. Trident is the natural point advantage versus any list that doesn't have shooting. You know what I mean? So because a majority lists are always going to build in crushing 2 or crush, a Bane Chance into their list. Bane Chant is almost completely wasted against playing Trident Realms. So it's a big thing. You'll notice that some people will sometimes put in, a double charge to something they're used to just killing. Oh, it's like, okay, 18 nerf, cool, I'll put this double charge in, and their clip is forced, like, I'll be -1 to hit. And they completely forget that it has a snare, right?
Yeah.
So they're doing wrong math, and you don't correct them, because unless they're saying it out loud, then I'm not going to be like, oh, they haven't snare, don't forget, like, you should fucking know if it has a snare. If you're playing Trident Realms, you better assume.
Yeah.
So
so it looks like they're agreeing that the Centurion cannot charge the Knucker over here, I'm guessing, which that seems pretty obvious.
He's in the flank, so
I'm not quite sure why they unless just to be super clear with
the
us.
other thing he might be doing is just a 50 can't fit. It would be a front, but 50 can't fit in between. That's the intention. Can't clip it type of situation. It's one of those two.
Yeah,
it's a flank. It's a flank, and he can't get in. Yeah,
it's a flank, so it's not like he's well protected there. So
if he's doing that, though, he should be backing it off that depth horror regiment a little bit. If it's a guaranteed flank they can't get in anyway, he should be backing it off to give him more nimble access to getting around. That's another. I won't say rookie, but that's another common issue with people trying to learn to play this army. And nimble is way different than fly. Fly is way more forgiving. It allows different things to happen. But nimble, you always want to have that inch between your units, maybe 2 inches between units, to get some crafty stuff in there. It allows you to do stuff. I mean, because basically, if he's trying to say, oh, my leader point can see the flank of those ensnarers, which is kind of, I think, what he's going for. As far as like visuals go, Ray's going to move those forward next turn anyway. So it's kind of irrelevant to place your guy out that far. And now you've wasted a pivot to go turn left more so that you can go forward and then turn right. As opposed to if he would just stay 2 inches back, he doesn't have to pivot left first. He can go right past his unit without wasting a pivot. And that's just another play that you're losing by doing it that tight.
Yeah, and I've learned just from, and it's not, it's any nimble characters and nimble pieces. With ogres, all of your characters are nimble, and having them to do, it took me a long time in like in second edition, trying to get, especially like Grok, which Grok's in the backfield. I'm trying to get him around, but he's too far up and I can't do it. So it's putting the reps in and getting the angles and
It's just one of those things like Like right now, he even if he was to charge the flank of those ensnares, Ray's not gonna give a shit because that guarantees he's getting that Knucker dead. I mean, just the tree leapers and the flank have a legitimate capability to remove it.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe not guaranteed, but 20 attacks hitting on 4s, 10 hits, likely gonna do 7 wounds. Pretty reasonable chance at least to waver it.
That's a 3.6.
Yeah. I mean, pretty reasonable chance. He's not going to turn the ensnares to fight with it. One of the things I don't like about Ray's list is I really don't like Brew of Strength on ensnares. That's not their job. It's not. I mean, I don't even countercharge half the time with them. That's how much that's the thing. Realizing how clutch ensnares can be to just put them in a forest. No, I'm not going to countercharge.
Yeah.
No, -2 to hit him again. Keep regenning. I'm good.
Yeah.
And I think in giving them Brew of Strength, if you choose that play, you're wasting points. I mean, maybe
absolutely.
even at some point he doesn't, but not even having strength on them just makes it so that you never have to make that value choice.
Right.
You know what I mean? Of why not or whatever. You don't even have to worry about it.
Well, and he's got Crushing 1 everywhere else in the list.
Yeah.
Minimum Crushing 1, TC on some of the other stuff. It's just kind of redundant for no reason.
It doesn't. I almost would just run the Ensnare hordes naked.
You say naked or Dragon Shard Shield, bro, all day.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. Oh no, I'm not going to countercharge. I'm going to pop this shield because you've got 11 wounds on me. Okay, cool. I got 6 back, and I'm defense 5 next turn. You're -2 to hit me. Yeah, we're fine. We'll stay here 3 more turns. You know.
Yeah, no. But I think that the more this sort of right side develops, the more that I really, really love the Tree Leapers and the Worm Rider Horde just sitting back like this.
Yeah, just because you have the speed doesn't mean you have to use it, guys. I've been saying it forever. Threat generation is its own currency in this game. Just the fact that he's generating a possible charge off of that is valuable. Whether he never charges with them or not, it's forcing Ben to play differently. And by leaving them back there, he's already got a 16-inch charge range on those guys.
We got the Master of Cheese has arrived. Rashad is in the chat. Hello, my friend. Good morning to you. Okay, now we're going into Ray's turn. So, I mean, I think like we talked about it, right? Ben's playing the more aggressive army. So I think every turn that he's slow and moving up, I think slowly but surely that's got to be an advantage for Ray.
Has Ben touched that forest with that Knucker again?
Let's take a look. No, it looks like he is not. He's not touching the forest. He is out.
Okay.
I guess trying to.
But if you're not going to be able to charge anything anyway, my point is, if you just pivot it towards the middle, you know what I mean. You can still do the same play next turn. You can still pivot that way and then go 18.
I guess he doesn't want to get shot by Ector again. But I mean, is that really?
But by pivoting it left doesn't matter. I mean, he's not going to make him any more. He can still stay out of the forest. I'm not saying he should touch the forest. He should absolutely not touch the forest.
Facing the other direction.
Yeah. Okay. Because he doesn't need any more threat over there on the right flank right now. He's already pretty much foregone his option that he had last turn, which was to slip in behind that Worm Rider if he would have set it up a little different, so.
Yeah.
And now Ray's in this position, you're never going to get in his backfield because of that. Without 2 of those Knuckers being able, this is kind of my other question is if that Knucker was touching, he could set up a play where he's got both those Knuckers go in the front of that troop of frogs, try to pop them, and then he's got some backfield plays.
Yeah.
But now he's not touching there either, which again, I'm not saying that's the wrong play or anything like that, because but it would force him to use Ector to push him out of the forest again. Because if he doesn't, then that's a good play.
I like this pivot on the Ensnarer Horde because
now he can still slide it sideways.
Yeah, he can still slide it side, and then now it's like if you want to engage with me, it's that much more like I'm now gonna destroy you in the flank.
I don't think I'd have gone that heavy though. That heavy of an angle. Not that much.
Yeah.
because it's not necessary. You're not going to charge all the way out to that outside edge with those ensnares because you'll never get back to the middle afterwards.
So it looks
I
like
would
he
just force it to be. I mean, I think he's trying to do it just to make sure that whatever flanks he's going to get next turn is going to be a hard flank. You know.
Sure.
But if I'm Ray though, I better get that Worm Rider horde up there a little bit away from that fence because they've got nimble anyway. I think so. Get away from that fence so you don't accidentally tag it. But
no, that's a really good observation in that, you don't need to be that close right there. And like you said, you do not want to take a hindered
just
charge.
because you deployed next to it.
Yeah, just because you're half an inch too close to an obstacle. And when you're playing at a high level against high competition, sometimes those little tiny mistakes are what will decide the game. What do you think about him moving up?
I like that at all. I don't know if I like that tree leaper play.
That's what I'm saying. I'm wondering what Ray's thinking there.
Well, you also have to remember, like, all of Ben's stuff can be seen over those ensnares. So why not put him behind the ensnares if you're going to move up? So you have a 0% chance you're getting charged by anything. You have fly, you have nimble, you have range.
Because I mean, it is blocking off from certain like triple charges to the ensnare horde, but I don't know if those depth horrors behind that the could even see.
They're out of arc. Yeah, they're out of arc. They're out of arc, but
is he trying to
by moving that troop forward, I might consider putting that Knucker on the east side over there into the front of those tree leapers on the off chance I get some cheeky kill or a waiver.
Sure.
Because those tree leapers die on a 10. If that Knucker puts 2 wounds on him, it's a serious threat,
Yeah.
I don't know if you can measure it all, but the depth horrors that are right there behind the Worm Riders can see those guys. I'm guessing they're out of range to get to the troop.
Here's
right
12 inches is right here.
Okay, so he's out. Okay.
So they are they are out.
So that's the only threat then for him is that Knucker, which I probably let that Knucker charge him, but.
And then these are out of arc. The leftmost right depth horror cannot see the tree leapers.
Yeah.
And then they're not in the forest either yet. So this Knucker here cannot see them.
Yep.
Cannot see them either.
So this is what I was getting at. Ben played a little bit too conservative, and now he's letting Ray set up. And Ray's not going to engage. Ray's going to do what Ray's army does. He's going to play defensive. He's going to hammer and anvil it, let you engage, not give you good engagements. Whereas if those Worm Riders that Ben paid for all the extra movement for that he's not using, right? He paid for that movement.
Yeah.
But what is he gaining out of it? So I would have been way more pushy with them. I'd have said, "Hey, I got 2 Knuckers and I got 2 Knuckers and a Worm Rider horde. What are you going to do about it?"
Yeah. Yeah, I always I think there's different ways to view the game, and you talk to a lot of great players and they conceptualize and think about the game in different ways. But I like to think about every time I use a magic item, I let's say magic item costs 30 points and I've used it once, it's 30 points. If I've used it twice, it's now 15 points per time I used it.
Yep.
And then the more that I use it, the cheaper the item becomes. So I like those items that you're going to get consistent value throughout the game from.
Yeah, but that's my point, though. He's paying this extra movement speed that he's just not benefiting from. And he needs to either have deployed them different or, I probably would have been trying to counter his Dam Busters with them if I were him, because they'll outgrind the Dam Busters, and the Dam Busters are paying the extra for no reason. Because as long as you get the initial charge, which you will with that speed bonus, but he's not using that bonus, and he's not getting around Ray's stuff. You have to make some concessions. Let him get some charges to open up Ray's backfield, because he needs to be able to get in there and make him turn around. If you don't get anything into his side play or into his backfield, you're not going to turn his units. And if you don't turn his units, then the depth horror regiments are almost pointless because those don't do a lot unless you're getting flanks with them.
You're in a flank with them, right? Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not forcing Ray to turn,
Mm-hmm.
and he needs to. So
yeah. And I feel like you said, I think when you're facing a hammer and anvil type of army with an army that you are just all hammers, or majority of hammers, you need to try to put pressure because if you allow him to just get too entrenched, and you're just not. There's not going to be enough turns in the game left for you to chew what you have to chew through.
Oh, if Ray, I mean, not that he has any threat or anything like that. I don't know if Ray remembers that he can see over that hill without touching it with his leader point. It seems like a weird
I don't
spot.
think he does.
Oh, with the dam busters.
Yeah.
I don't think he does because there's no way he would have shot all of those heart piercers at that chaff unit when he got free 4-up tongue attacks on it, which could have likely killed the unit alone.
Well, that'll be something we'll have to ask them when they come back in at the end of the match.
Mm-hmm.
So he's moving up these center tree leapers on the other side of this hill. So keeping them out of line of sight of all the depth horrors. This is all large infantry on the other side of that hill. So
there's an interesting play from Ray though when he pivoted those ensnares over there, because what he's basically said is you're going to get fronts on all these guys, and he's not even worried because Ben's not able to put pressure on the middle flank of those ensnares. Because if he even starts going over there, he's like, all right, heart piercers, you're up. Hector, push him back afterwards. Oh, look, you're out of range. So, like, Ray knows what he's doing on that center token. He's just going to play the mitigation game, completely defend that other flank, and that's why he's pivoted it that way. So, Ray's pretty confident on that east flank, and I think Ben's pretty much conceded to allowing him to basically do what he's going to want to do there because he hasn't pushed enough to force Ray to make some concessions in his movement. He's basically let Ray move wherever Ray wants to move.
And what would concern me is when you look at like where their placement of their majority of their armies versus tokens, Ray has this amazing defensive position over these two middle tokens right here. Mm-hmm. And you look over here and there's a big chunk of Ben's army and there's no tokens on the side of the board.
Right.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. You have your
that would concern me when looking at the board as Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like you have that's a sizable chunk of his army, 30-40% of his army. That's just they're not going to be in any sort of position to do anything for until the end of the game if they do anything at all.
Yeah. Well, and that Centurion over there that he's got on the left flank, Ben's Centurion. Wormrider Centurion is his best tool to deal with those heart piercers, and he's basically got him nowhere in the vicinity or set him up whatsoever to deal with helping whatsoever. Right. I mean, because he's not even necessary over there because he's got a depth horror eternal in the middle of all that garbage in the middle, and then the depth horror is just to the west of it, and you don't care if the Nucker is inspired. So I'd be using that Centurion because he can see over the hill.
Mm-hmm.
And be like, if you want to get in range to shoot with those heart piercers, I'm going to charge you. Mm-hmm. And then you force them to shoot at the Centurion, who's going to regen anyway. You force Hector to use his wind blast on the Centurion, who's going to regen anyway. It's little stuff like that. That it really does add up because small misplays in Trident Realm are huge in the game. Because they cannot withstand any errors. If you mess up with Trident Realms, you lose.
You get punished. Right? It's an army
very big punishment
where you can get really punished by mistakes.
Yeah, so I just don't feel like he's using as much of his pressure as he could be using on Ray. Whereas those tree leapers are like they do some decent damage. Like they're still only going to charge 14 inches. And, he's got +1 more Nucker over Ray, which means he can give up a Nucker to force plays if he needed to have.
And one thing Ben said in the beginning of the game, and again, it goes back to what we were just talking about, which is he has a lot of unit strength, but with the scenario that we're playing, the majority of his unit strength is not near anything that actually will help him win the game.
Right. And so you understand where he's got that in that back left field where he's got the Horde, 2 regiments, and a Depthor Eternal right here by that hill.
Yeah.
If he would have those generating some kind of threat right now, as where like they were tilted towards the center of the field, being like oogie boogie, if you do something over here, like if he would have just pivoted them so that they were facing more towards the middle of the field, Ray wouldn't have pivoted that Ensnare Horde the way that he did, because he knows if it gets stuck for a turn and it can't pivot because something got stuck in, he knows that something's coming in that flank, and he wouldn't have made that pivot.
And now he knows that's like, if they're going to get threatened by the flank, it's like at best 3 turns from now.
Yeah.
If he just craps the bed with all his shooting.
He's fine.
Other than that, I think he's not even worrying about it.
Yep, and it's allowed Ector to push into where Ector is right there to be defensive of those heart piercers. Ray's in a really good spot right now. He's definitely commanding this board, and he's in control. Like I said, that early scout and the extra speed that Ben had needed to get into play. Those Worm Riders not touching that forest, and that Knucker not getting set up on that forest side for big plays to happen turn 2-3 is really gonna come into play in turn 4, because turn 4 Knuckers should be rocking stuff in the flanks and rears if you're playing them right.
Or threatening so bad that your opponent's having to make really bad choices, right? To reface or to move around, or
Ray's only gonna let him get in position now to get fronts with Knuckers, which they're almost pointless at. The only value they have in a front is a lockdown for a punch again.
Right.
It's their only real value, or a combo charge, which he doesn't have any combo charges set up, which I think is a problem.
What are some of the reasons that do you think that guys that are playing very aggressive armies aren't aggressive?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that they think too much about the scenario sometimes. It's good to think about the scenario, but honestly, this scenario it should only kind of delegate a little bit of your deployment. I think that this game in Ben's army, he should be looking at where he's going to play around stuff, but he should be playing this scenario on the east side as kill.
Right.
And on the west side, he should be playing it as, I'm going to slow stuff up and make him make commitments, because my east side stuff is going to kill his east side stuff. And then I'm going to get those 2 tokens on the right side. I would be using my entire left side of the field as a come and get it, and play out the right side. I'd be fighting that right side, and I'd just be anviling up on the left side. Don't even give him charges if you don't want to give him charges. Just to be like, oh, I'm going to back up 2 inches. Oh, I'm going to back up 2 inches. You could do that.
It almost seems like Ben, like you said before, Ben's has a very aggressive list. He's they're all hammers.
Right.
He's got a bag full of hammers, and the hammers aren't
not
doing anything.
Okay, Jeff, we have a very important question from Hot Dan. Is what are you drinking, and what are you drinking it out of?
I'm drinking out of my Yeti cup. Black-eyed.
Very nice.
Coconut water.
With Coke. Ooh, nice. Oh, a little tropical. Go down to Kokomo action. I dig it. See, I wonder if when you have mirror matchups, sometimes it tweaks your melon a little bit, and you start thinking about, how do I, instead of getting away from this is how the army wins, is what am I going to do to outthink the other player, or how am I going to be? And I feel like for Ben, again, there's a little bit of that, maybe overthinking, and that overthinking is causing him to be a little timid in his play.
Yeah, well, he's got good plays here too, is because granted, Ray's paying 40 points for that nimble on that Worm Rider Horde.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you put your Worm Rider Horde, who's got +1 movement, and a Knucker into there, you're probably going to kill it. You're guaranteed almost to waver it.
Yeah.
Right.
So I would have put a lot more stress on that early, and it makes Ray play different in that spot too. So I don't know. I just think that Ben's going to have an uphill struggle for the rest of this because he's not been able to make that backfield play. And like I said on turn one, like that knucker, it seems small, but that knucker placement where that forest is in the middle could have changed the face of this game. I know it sounds small, but I promise you, like it could have been like where Ray's now that Ray's bringing that knucker back in. If he's really going to bring that knucker back in there, he's shutting the door. Like he's not going to get anywhere in that backfield.
Yeah. So what do you think? What do you think Ray's thinking about with these two characters, with the Centurion and the Knucker now?
Well, it doesn't look like Ben's got a lot in that backfield to do anything. If it was me, I would probably actually go ahead and take the charge with that Wormrider Centurion and that Knucker into the face of these depth horrors down here by that rock.
Right here.
No, down here by the rock. If they're in range, down.
Here.
If they're both in range, which they should be, because the Centurion should be a 16-inch charge, and everyone should be 18. And they're both nimble.
The Centurion is in range. The Knucker is not in range.
Okay. It's just another play because I don't know. Let me see here.
Or, I mean, do you think Ray, if he's moving backwards, he's like, well, if you want to charge me, you have to.
Well, it might not be in range now. I wonder if it was in range at the start of the turn.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure as what that original Knucker position was at this point.
It was out. I'm pretty sure that.
Was it out? Okay. Yeah, because if it was in, I would probably put both those in, knowing that the depth horrors can only countercharge one, and I slip in the backfield with the other one just to force plays. Honestly, if that Knucker has the movement, I'd probably go 10 or 11 forward to slip past that stream into the middle and then pivot it in towards the outside of the board, and then try and come back towards the board edge to get around that wall he set up there. So yeah, basically if you draw the line, basically how he's moving that guy, but just to go around those depth horrors, pivot it back towards the board edge
and kind of
here. And then basically like, I'm going to go kill this chaff pack if you don't do something about it. You know?
Because I think this worst case scenario, I don't think Ben wants Ray to even try to go back there because if
he doesn't. But if Ray makes a pressure play for it, that's gonna be a thing. And if you get Ben dancing afterwards off of just doing that, it's a big deal.
If he has to blow those tokens in his backfield, that is going to be really tough for him, I think.
Oh yeah. Because he's basically like, I'm keeping these tokens.
No, he's hoping that those are 2 points that he's going to have at the end of the game.
Right, and Ray's going to have nothing to do with them and just hopefully forget them and just be.
I think he's just like, please concede them to me. Please concede them to me. Please concede them to me.
Yeah.
So come back here.
Yeah. Ben's just so out of position on the stuff that he needs to have threatening right now, and I think his Centurion is going to be almost lost in value on this game, because his value should have been dealing with the Heart Piercers, or it should have been dealing with those Dam Busters to ground them, to pound them with a Knucker in the flank afterwards. Which, like, if he was if he was in the middle of the field where the hill was, right? And he could see up and over, he could have charged, either the Dam Busters or the Heart Piercers. And if he would have slid that Knucker into that backfield, all of a sudden, like I said, you have some real serious plays. And again, not to harp on it, but that original deployment where you set up all your Knuckers parallel removes that play.
So it looks like Ray's trying to think about.
Okay. Provided he didn't touch that.
Charging with the. I think he's trying to see if it would be.
Yeah, again, it's going to be hindered. That's what I was talking about. Is like, he can stop it by using his Knucker, but that's the problem. Deploying that tight on that on that piece. Like I
I
said,
think he's probably looking at right now, right? He's trying to check what is my closest route, where,
Mhm.
how can I manipulate this charge if I need to try to get in there and not
Mhm.
be hindered.
Mhm. I don't know if I even care though, honestly. I don't know that I commit them into that. You get rid of all your range frequency for a guaranteed flank or double charge in the front.
Yeah, and it looks like the question
Yeah,
is,
that looks like that'll tag it. Yeah.
and the question is, can you draw line of sight from its leader point, which is not in the woods, to
Again, that's that whole. Did
yeah.
he stay off an inch?
Mhm.
And again, that's another one of those things where that knucker that's on that right side, if he would have just left it an inch back, he would have a play to the backfield again afterwards.
I know that we are only in the bottom of 2, but I think Ray's taking a lot of time on that right side because I think he really feels like he's close, right? He's a turn or two away of really locking up a really, really super strong position.
Yeah, and Ben's basically just allowed him to do it right there because all of his stuff is so tightly packed and he's not really opened up any flanks by having everything parallel. So if he locks it in, all you got to do is lock stuff in. That's the problem. Is now all Ray has to do is commit units in, and if he locks them down so that there's no real good counter charges for the fronts, you don't have any plays. As opposed to like if you angle some stuff in on different angles, you're always going to have some kind of counter play on the flank. That's another problem with that parallel checkerboard type play.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which is, I mean, it's a viable strategy. I don't like it in Trident Realms.
Sure. Uh-huh.
Like Todd Serpico is very good at the checkerboard style. Pat plays some good checkerboard style, right? But it's with different armies.
Mhm.
I don't think it's very conducive to
Trident Realms.
Yeah. I mean, it's all right. It's all right if you're playing water elementals, right? So that you can, you got your elementals up. You come in and box it in. You pull it back, go sideways, do your free surge, charge into the front of another unit, stuff like that. But I don't know, with depth horror spam. I mean, my whole point is these Worm Riders in Ben's list would be much better served as water elementals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The way he's playing them.
It's just like you talk about it, right? 2 of his biggest speed elements for this whole game have been stuck behind a forest.
Yep.
Which is not usually where you want.
Which is super fucking beneficial for water elementals. Oh, look, I'm outside the forest. Psych, move 7 inches through, pivot, surge. Like it, being outside the forest is irrelevant. It's not a bad thing for them.
So it looks like he's choosing to go in with this. One possible thing, he hasn't completed his.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I'd bring that guy into there. I would probably allow the Worm Riders to then go into the other one on the far side, on the inside over there. Because that means the Depth Horror Eternal isn't going to be able to slip through that tiny 40 millimeter gap he left himself when he should have left himself, 100 millimeters to be able to get around stuff. Another kind, I mean, like it's a tight play, right? He did it so that he'd be the only thing able to slip through. But honestly, that Worm Rider toe-to-toeing with that Depth Horror Eternal wins that combat if you sit there and want to grind with them. So, because Crush 2 versus, Crush 2 and Ensnare, I'll take that over Crush 1 with regen.
Sure.
Same amount of attacks. Fearless versus not fearless. Yeah, I'll take that. 115 points versus 150 points. Absolutely. But if he brings the Worm Riders into that outside edge right there, those Worm Riders will stick out enough that Eternal can't get through. Unless he does a combo front charge with the regiment. So, which again, I mean, I just don't know. Like, I think that Ray's in a good spot.
Has arrived.
Hey,
I was just paying my karma debt for my game yesterday by commentating on the new record holder.
Is it officially the game you just came from is the new record holder for time?
I think it was 4.5. Yeah, I think I was just over
Jeez.
4.
And just as you arrive, Ray says, "I was taking notes from Alex because he just had a really long turn." So So
turn 2. Always like my hour-long turn.
yeah. So we're in Ray's shooting phase.
I'll be right back. Oh.
Okay. So feel free to take a look at the board, Alex. If you have any questions to get you caught up, just let us know. So far, it's been a story
Ray's
of
on the top.
Ray's on the top, and he's been slowly setting up his hammer anvils, getting position, and then Ben has been kind of a little timid, we feel so far, and sort of pushing up.
Ben's got a bag full of hammers that haven't been
hammering,
yeah.
Unleashed, yeah.
And kind of 2 keys positioning wise, Alex, is Ben has 2 tidal swarms on 2 objectives down here. Yeah. And that's pretty much what he has right now locked up is those 2 points. But and then Ray's now
pretty standard list for Ben. Got the Worm Riders in this time though.
Yeah, he said at the beginning that the Worm Riders are just the 2,300 point addition with Brew Haste, and everything else is pretty much stock as what he usually plays.
Yeah, I remember watching his game with Paul. The Worm Rider Centurion I like that unit a lot.
Yeah,
they're large cav heroes are good.
Pretty much, I think the kind of the story of 3rd edition is
going in
50 millimeters.
So we're going to top of 3. So Ray was able to put some start putting damage on those depth horrors.
Yeah, they are susceptible to shooting, so those heart piercers are money in this matchup.
Especially with that middle token we've been talking, Alex. Just like any time that Ben commits anything to that middle, he's committing it to being shot at by Ector and 2 heart piercers.
Yeah.
So what do we think here?
Back up onto that token in the middle, or they are in 3 there. So it's
So, I mean, do we think now Ben has to take some charges now this turn? Do you think he's feeling that pressure? Feeling that pressure where he's got to get engaged?
Are we in Ben's 3 now?
Yeah, we're at top of 3.
Sorry.
So he did some damage to our Ray did a little bit of shooting damage to some depth horrors, and then now we're into
again, totally preventable if you just measure maximum distance ahead of time, All you gotta do is 5 inches plus the 18-inch shots. Just make sure that you're, out of it, or cover it up somehow. I mean, five wounds is not something you want to be taking on a horde of depth horrors when it's preventable, because now once he touches them again, they're killable.
Right.
What are the wounds? Sorry, on the regiment from?
From shooting. No, from shooting. One of
I think that the right unit of heart piercers had a line of sight for a cover shot, and then Ector did the other.
Yeah. Ector's the way to go on that one. It's almost guaranteed 3 to 4 wounds. So.
So it looks like he's finally trying to get one of this depth horror on the right out of line of sight of things. But again, he's out of line of sight of everything, but it's going to take him another turn to get
you mean his knucker over there? So you understand what I'm saying? He's got his knucker over there now, and now what turn are we on? We're top of 3. He could have been there already and into, threatening flanks with the other one from the center. Yeah. He could have accomplished the same thing by taking his one by that forest on turn 1, like I was saying, and going up that way. So, he's getting to where he was trying to go, but he's not doing it quickly,
And even here, he's there, right? But he's going to take. I mean, it's
going to take another turn to pivot back.
Because he doesn't have. He had to get there facing that other direction. So
correct. Yeah. Whereas, like I was saying, if he would have left that one back behind the depth horrors and stuff that he has right there, then it's still facing forward. He can still charge with that one if anything turns to try and go after the Knucker that he slipped back there from the middle.
Mm-hmm.
So little stuff like that adds up, especially when you get to turn 4. That's when you can see all the action happen. Trident Realms is a turn 4 army unless you give a bunch of advantageous charges. Trident Realms is a turn 4 engagement army, so it's gonna get, if it doesn't happen this turn, which I don't see this happening in Ben's favor this turn, but Ray's gonna have some charges this turn. It's just if he takes them, and then shit's gonna hit the fan in 4. Period. You're gonna have combats everywhere. So
Yeah,
Well,
and
especially
then
there will definitely be combo counter charges because with all the ensnare, nothing. It's going to be hard to break anything initially.
again, so we're at this point where Ben's put himself in a really hairy position right here, right? Is where he's got these Worm Riders who can only charge a unit that they don't want to charge.
you think about that, right? And sometimes in the beginning of the game, right? Which is, I have this unit that's really important to me. What's the worst unit in the game that it can possibly charge? Let's not have it anywhere near that unit.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is kind of like where he's like has the charge on everything, but it's the worst possible thing.
You want it on the other side of the field for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, because you want them hitting those dam busters, you want them hitting the Knucker, you want them like all of those units. They can straight up punch it in the face and come out okay. So, but again, he's just set himself up to where since he's not touching that forest, literally the only thing touching the forest is the ensnares. So guess what? You have ensnares or you have nothing, because you've also only given yourself the 1 inch off that forest right there that you're barely not touching. If he's an inch, if he's 2 more inches back, his leader point sees more stuff. He has more options. He has plenty of movement. He could charge half that damn field if he wanted to, but he's pushed him directly up on top of there, and again, not benefiting from that +1 movement. So it's, again, just little stuff, it's little stuff that really just gets amplified in the army, and that's just why you don't see new players playing them, or I wouldn't recommend new players play them in unless they just really like the aesthetic. So
you mean the Trident Realms themselves as like a first army to Kings of War? I know what first army I would tell someone to play when they come play Kings of War. And you see him smiling down there.
I know what you're going to
say. So, I mean, as Ben, what are you thinking now? I mean, I think anyone who's won as many games and has competed in this tournament is a good player. So, in Ben's mind, I mean, he's got to be thinking, man, I got to start figuring something out here because things are not looking good.
I would not do that with that Knucker. That is not a good idea. So the number one thing that you never do with Knuckers ever is put them anywhere close to an individual that can charge them. It's the number one thing that will fuck your Knuckers up. Is individuals are the number one thing you don't want to mess with, because they can charge 360. You always want to be away from them because you never want to get hindered up. You never want to get snagged up or anything like that, unless you're allowing units to charge you in the front, knowing you're going to survive or knowing you're trade piece. But Ector's even worse because he's got ensnare and phalanx, so he's going to get rid of your nimble away. Period. Yeah. So that's probably the worst play he could possibly make right now, is to basically he's going to trade a Knucker for nothing.
Do you think this is just the pressure of the game that he's feeling like? I gotta just do something crazy because I'm so behind at this point.
But again, so he's had plenty of good options he could have done with that Knucker this game, and he's gone for this one, which is I just don't see it. Like that left Knucker he's got over here, he could have made a sacrifice play for that last turn. Like I said, push him out more towards the board edge, let the frogs double charge him in the front if he wants to. There's way better sacrifice plays than this, and I just think that he's doing that, being like, oh, look, I'm going to come threaten this flank over here and hit all your stuff if you don't move it forward, right?
Yeah.
But he's not, because Ector is 100% gonna charge him because he's better in combat than he is when blasting anyway.
Right.
He's gonna strip that all the TC off because he's gonna do a wound. He's gonna strip the nimble.
Now, do you think? I wonder if, and I know I'm curious.
Even in a flank, he's not gonna do anything.
UB, sometimes I found characters, you don't forget that they're there.
Hard to see.
They're hard to see, and you
don't miss Ector though. He knows exactly where Ector is.
He's got a nice red border.
Yeah,
right there.
You know exactly where Ector is all the time, like
because he is such a boss,
bro. Yeah. I mean, that's just a straight sacrifice. And now he's moved up this regiment of depth horrors on that hill, which he's basically just going to give away for free. And Ray doesn't have to engage him; he can just shoot him.
Yeah, I just feel like, you see that, wait back as an aggressive army, and I just feel like maybe he's just like, okay, I've been too timid. I got to be aggressive now, and it's just maybe being overly aggressive, or I don't know. I think maybe Ben just feels like, okay, I got to make something happen.
I mean, he's definitely gonna be on the back foot because if you're looking at all the things you don't want to do in a turn, this is it. Because I'm sorry, but like heart piercers are gonna get again. We're going back to the giving away free kills to heart piercers for no advantageous reason, right? Ector's 100% going to do bad things to that Knucker. It's a bad setup for that. His Depth Horror Eternal that he set down there, he's not going to kill anything at all by himself. His bonus is that he's going to try and take him in those heart piercers and start making them not shoot. But at that point, they've already gotten their points worth because they did a couple, they pulled off a chaff unit. They're definitely going to pull off that other Depth Horror Eternal regiment right now. He's still, that Depth Horror Horde that's got those wounds on it over there is in definite threat range from being shot off next turn. He just needs a lot more pressure from all his extra speed that he just hasn't used this game, and it's painful because I like his list better, right? So it's really painful for me.
I feel like he doesn't really have a concentration of force anywhere, or an avenue to concentrate.
This is a panic. Force. So everything he's doing right now, he's scattering himself all over the field. He's like, shit, I've made bad plays. I'm going to use this regiment to shield my horde, knowing the regiment's going to die. I'm going to set up a play for the Depth Horror Eternal. I'm going to, he's basically just said the left side of his field, he's giving up on him. Yeah. Because Ray's turned in over there. He has so many threats, and he hasn't given them any. And the scary part about that is now Ray can legitimately wipe one of those units and then get to that backfield token because he's going to get to overrun and get a leader point in there. That chaff unit's not going to be able to hold it up. Yeah. So if I'm Ben and Ray takes a charge next turn at anything, even if he doesn't break it, I'm going to blow up that back left token because he's 100% going to get into
Ray
that.
Commits. There's no way.
Yep.
And maybe that's something that Ben's just decided, like, look, okay, I'm just going to give up that side of the board. I'm going to blow the token, and then now I'm going to try to fight for the middle/forest token.
Yeah.
It's like an analogy in like American football where, your game plan, you're running your game plan, and then all of a sudden you're down 10-14 points, and I want to throw my game plan out the window, and you're just you're chucking the rock.
Can you tell me if that Depth Horror horde that's on the bottom right corner, if that's in range to charge the ensnares?
Okay, let's take a look.
Be 12.
So they are just out of 12.
Just out. Okay.
It is not. Yeah.
So
just out.
Yep. I mean, this is gonna be a rough turn for Ben on this next one. Ray is gonna be picking up units, and it's gonna be really difficult to come back from.
Yeah, because I think Ray's just like his first kind of like the prologue, first couple chapters of the story for him in this game has been setting up his defensive positions, doing some chip damage, trying to put Ben on the back foot so that he would make
Oh,
decision.
interesting. He's pulling those depth horrors back into that forest on the bottom left over there, knowing full well they can be shot off this turn. That's a smart play. I like that because now he's basically said, I'm going to go basically maybe we'll see.
Maybe not.
I would leave
He
those
heard
back
you. He's
there.
like, "Oh,
That's a
no."
good idea because basically he needs to start slow playing that side.
Right? He just needs
He
to
really
delay.
does.
He just
Yeah.
needs to delay that.
He
He needs
hasn't
to
made the commitment.
draw Ray in.
Mhm.
Yeah, he needs to draw Ray in.
He hasn't
and
made the
then
commitment,
he
and now it's
self-destructs.
too late. It's too late for him to make the commitment on that
Yeah.
side without losing more stuff than he needs to lose. I still would push that Knucker up into the left towards the board edge and try and be like, combo charge me. Because look, even if you put it in range of being charged by any of those frogs and his Knucker, he can only fit one unit in if you get it next to the board edge. So it's irrelevant how many things can charge him. You just give all of the charges to him, and then he has to select which one he's going to put in.
Sure.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then you capitalize on the placement afterwards.
Yeah.
Like again, that's what I would have done last turn. I think.
So the board, you're using the board edge as a way to kind
as
of
an impassable.
As an impassable.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. No, that's
That's
a
how you
good
do it.
thing for people who have not thought about that. You know, often you want to give up charges but deny triple charges or multi charges, and the board edge, just like a building, can be a tool to achieve that.
Yep.
Right.
Absolutely. And that's the way to go in this circumstance right here, because he needs Ray to make bad commitments. And if you're Ray right now, you're probably feeling pretty confident on that side, and maybe you take it because Ray is going to dominate that side. And right now, Ben just needs to slow play it. So I think slow play is a really good idea to be like, okay, yeah, you want flanks? Go for it. You know?
Yeah, anything that can just slow up or keep Ray on his side of the board or towards the middle of the board on that right side, you know.
All right, yeah. So looks like Ben's going to go the direction of just start slow playing as much as he can because he knows he's lost that side.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to lose that back left token for as long as he can.
Yeah. Because you never know. With dice, maybe he can find a way to slow that side of the board down enough that he doesn't have to burn that token.
Yep.
But
he just needs to be careful that those depth horrors that are in that forest are 19 inches away from those dam busters.
So 18. So they look like they are, because they have haste, right? So
do they have haste? So they're
Yeah,
going to be 20 inches away then.
well, hold on. Let me look and
He's
see.
only just under 19.
They came from below. So dam busters. Oh no, I need to look at Ray's army.
Yeah. Ray,
Damn.
you do have haste.
Yeah, so he needs to be 20 inches away. Because if he's not, the dam busters can go. They're 8
Well,
inches.
They're speed 8 with haste because they're speed 7, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's 8 plus. Yeah, so it's 12-inch range. So he'll be able to shoot those. He'll be able to shoot those depth horrors with tongue attacks, which everybody forgets. They are actually pretty valuable. They don't take cover, so it's 3 hits, and 3 hits that you start putting in on depth horrors that already have 5 wounds.
Yeah.
And also, it brings it's an
Draws you
enthrall.
forward.
Enthralls. It pulls
Draws
them
them forward,
forward, so it
so
won't be a hindered charge,
Or
and it'll either force Ben to back up again, or it'll force him to charge. You know.
Or
So
if he pulls them far enough forward, then the ensnarers can maybe take an uncover shot at him.
yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah. The
That's
heart
thing, is
piercers.
that The heart
Exactly.
piercers take a
Mhm.
fresh shot at them.
Correct.
I just did want to point out that our buddy Rashad did make a very pertinent question: is which captain has more semen on his poop deck?
Which is, a very
It's an astute question.
it's a cognizant
I feel like
of
only the-
events, very important.
Only the winner will be able to tell us. The truth.
Right. Oh man, this is so painful. He's having to back up this whole turn is just backup stuff, and it sucks because he had first turn, could have played more aggressive, and he's realizing right now that
This is like your spaghetti-o moment.
this whole turn is him being like fuck shit fuck.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
I've made a grave error.
Yeah, basically.
This is not going the way that I'd hoped it had gone.
Yeah,
We can
he can't
probably
make that
say
pivot. Yeah.
we could probably say that his plans are floundering.
Oh.
Fish out of water.
Floundering. Oh my god.
I'm surprised that was the first
Wow.
first fish pun
I
that
ha-
we've had. It's
They say
we both
I was
almost
preparing
did it.
fish puns, but I think the previous game like wiped them out of my brain.
revenge is a dish best served cold, and it's
Is
very
that a
cold.
wipeout joke?
Yeah, but it's
Oh, this is
That's
just
okay.
painful because, like, he really, like, Ben, like, I know, like, he could have absolutely gotten to that back left token right now, and Ray could be in such worse positioning than he's in, and just Ray has got positioning on positioning on positioning right now.
yeah.
You look at Ray's like staggered like sawtooth line. It's really
Yeah.
That's what I've been saying. Is like that's what you need. Oh no, Ben, no, no.
And that's the thing, I think when you come from a background, and I'm curious as to your thoughts on this, Alex. Ray's used to playing like Ratkin, where
Yep.
you must be precise in where every unit goes. It have to, because otherwise, those hordes and stuff, you are on top of each other or whatever. So in looking at Ray's battle line,
it's way more free flow. That's why you play how you play Trident Realms. It should be free flow, lots of different angles.
But everything is supporting each other. Like, it's like rats. You can't. It looks like it has to be like a solid block, but everything supports each other.
yes,
And you can't just like nothing works on its own, and that you can see that in Ray's line right now. Like, nothing's doing anything on its own. Everything's supporting each other.
It's like a chessboard where you have one piece attacking this square that's being attacked by this other piece.
There's layers.
Exactly. There's layers and connectivity between the placements.
It looks like a mostly straight line, but there are so many layers right there.
Yeah.
All right, so that Worm Rider horde didn't learn its lesson and has decided to sidestep to still not be able to see anything or touch the forest. So it's not going to be able to charge anything that Ray says it doesn't want to get charged.
No, he's taking it back.
He heard you. He heard you.
Maybe.
That is about the worst place that they could have possibly gone. So I really hope that he doesn't do that. Like, that's his speed unit, man. Yes, there you go. Do something like that. Like, just literally anything else, anything you can see with. Because if you put him out over there, that right side, at least they can combo charge with something into the front, right?
Yeah.
You slide him over to the left, you're just like, okay, cool. I just won't put anything else in the forest, so you can't see anything. Ta-da! You get nothing.
He slides to the right though. He boxes that depth horror unit in.
No, yeah, but then the depth horror unit can pivot at an angle left, and it can get into the forest, or it can pivot and open up other options because its right side is completely defended. So it's a way better play than sliding those Worm Riders.
Yes.
I really hope he doesn't do that.
I think he's just at this point, like he said, I think there's probably just he just not sure what to do with them. Basically,
too many ideas.
It's like analysis paralysis, where you're trying to think outside the box to such a degree where maybe your best choice is to be in the box and do just like a basic thing, but you've just got yourself twirled in so many circles.
Yeah, his plan is dissolved, so now he's like,
for sure,
cohesive idea, maybe.
But at least he's got an idea again. I think that left side, basically, you're not going to see him advance unless Alex decides to take some of the bait charges on the left, which I'm thinking Ray is going to shoot.
Not all Canadians are the same person.
I know, right? I think Ray is going to do the smart play, move up the dam busters. He'll shoot the depth horrors that already got wounds on them, pull them a little bit out of the forest, do the extra wounds, put some heart piercer shots on them again. Highly likely to remove them, and then you start engaging next turn. The problem is it a turn too late to get all the way through and then get that back left token? It's not an if, it's just like, can he do it quick enough? Because now, basically, that back left token on Ray's field, he's gonna take one of those. He's gonna take one of those tree leapers and just go throw it on top of that and leave it there for the rest of the game.
Mhm.
and he's going to try and make the play for that back left token on Ben's, because he's already given up that back right token isn't going to happen, because the way that his play for that was last turn. He had to do that last turn.
Yeah.
And he didn't do that. So now that part of the game is done for him. So now it's, can he get to that back left one in time? And I think if he pops that horde, he absolutely can, because he can lock down the Worm Rider and the Knucker, and then get back to that unit that will almost certainly burn that token. If he pops that Depth Horror unit, next turn we're shooting, it's going to be a really big deal. Like a really big deal.
Yeah. And that's probably why, again, like, you know, we look at this points. I think if Ben is maybe thinking, if I have any chance in this game, it's going to be based on my decisions right now. So, I mean, that's my guess why he's taking a little extra time on this turn. Is there anything that he can pull out? You know,
Ben's in full recovery mode. Absolutely.
To try to put me back in this game.
Yeah, I like those depth. I mean, like, if he's going to do what he's doing right there with the Worm Riders, it's paramount that he gets that depth horror unit.
Raise third turn.
Oh shit! Really? He's gonna leave those back there.
So he did end up leaving.
Oh, don't. So one of the things he could have done is this back right depth horror unit next to the hill or whatever impassable piece of terrain that is. If he would have moved those forward to encroach on that forest right there, basically what it does is whatever charges the front of them is now in the forest, right? So then his Worm Riders can now see everything that it elects to charge those depth horrors, right? So in his depth horror eternal might have angle on it. I would have set that eternal that's on that right flank over there to where it could have flanked in on whatever came into the horde. And then you just give him the Worm Riders to come in there, and you probably give him the Worm Rider Centurion, and then you let him slide over, and then you punish him for it.
If you pivot this depth horror even to your left, so you have its flank basically going parallel.
That's what I'm saying. Yep.
Yeah.
It's not looking at the right part of the field.
Yeah. It's a sight line that would actually start developing some angles.
Correct. Yeah. So all he had to do is move that depth horror unit forward, and if he moves it forward just enough to where whatever charges it touches the forest over there, then all of a sudden his Worm Riders are now a relevant unit again. By leaving them all the way back there, he's basically said he's not doing anything with his Worm Riders next turn because they're only going to be able to charge the ensnares. It looks like the ensnares, if they want to, could charge the Worm Riders, which I 1000% would probably do if I can cover all my angles, because it also allows them to slide towards the middle of the field a slight bit. And provided all that stuff on the right flank can't get into its flank, which it doesn't look like it can because the Eternal isn't pivoted towards the middle. Now Ben's got no pressure on the outside flank to come in to flank those ensnares either. So I don't know, man. It's going to be... I just don't know what he's thinking with that Worm Rider unit with +1 movement, man. I just feel like they've been so wasted this game.
And I
not
imagine
even threat range, right? Just not even creating threat because they can't see anything because they're leader point, you know?
And I bet you that will be one thing that we'll, ask him, and I would think is that feels just like a misdeploy from the very beginning of the game, And sometimes you'll deploy something, and by the second or third turn, you just are like, oh man, I deployed this unit so poorly. And then
I think those Worm Riders with a Centurion and a Knucker all by themselves out on like that left side in that forest that's where I would have wanted to deploy them. In that left forest, and then take a unit of depth horrors in behind the Worm Riders to cover them from shots so you can take the regen on the Worm Riders, and then you basically bring the horde of depth horrors in as a support unit for second line if you lose them, or to defend a flank from the middle,
Felix has a good point where he says, in fact, that all Canadians are not the same person. He says
lie
because they all are all the same person. So Felix, hashtag truth.
Yeah, all Canadians are at least 30% Tim Hortons.
20% maple syrup. And
20% maple syrup, 30% Tim Hortons.
I think my ratio is a little bit the opposite, but that's fair.
Okay.
A little more maple syrup.
Yeah. 15% hockey.
I'm curious to see what Ray's doing right now because it doesn't look like he's doing a lot of anything.
I wonder if he's just trying to.
Oh, okay, there we
did-
go.
he did
As
try.
soon as I say something, right?
Mhm.
And I think this is smart. I think you start attacking this position a little bit now.
Yep, and that's the spot to put it in because then if you can lock down the other one, which he's going to do with probably the Worm Rider, or sorry, the Worm Riders,
Yeah.
then basically he gets a free reform with that Centurion if he just backs up and does a free flank charge, provided that those Worm Riders don't kill the Depth Horrors, which they absolutely should. And yeah, so that's going to be game on that side right there because he's going to smash that Depth Horror unit for sure. Oh, I don't know what
Is
he's
he
Saw
doing.
thinking
something he
maybe
didn't
he-
like.
I like that play just fine because
Yeah.
basically he's gonna unload
Yeah.
into being able to get a free pivot towards the middle, which was essentially what he didn't want to have happen.
I'm thinking maybe he's just thinking about if he wants to double charge or not double charge. Maybe.
Oh, he's trying to charge the
Yeah.
right one with the Worm Riders. Yeah. He wants the Centurion or the Knucker on the inside of the Worm Riders.
Yeah. So the Worm Riders can be behind when they go when they.
Yeah. And then farther from the Depth Horrors. They'll be 12 inches from the Depth Horrors.
Well, I think he has to still
they'll-
align over.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm
I
not
think
sure
he's trying to see if he has enough room to.
I don't think you
double
do
charge.
that. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe you put the Knucker in on the other unit because then that way the Depth Horrors, if they charge, are ensnared and hindered. So it's
I think
just
he's looking to
-2.
see if there's enough room left over to have a unit right here,
Yeah.
a hero.
He wants to
Mhm.
put the Centurion in the on the
Yeah,
ring as well.
like it's hitting by 5mm.
Yeah.
But he doesn't need the
Yeah.
Centurion because he has Pathfinder. He's going to hit on 4s. They break on a 14. So I mean, 18
nine
attacks.
hits,
That's 9 hits.
8
Wounding
wounds.
on 2s. 9 hits. Yeah. It's 8 wounds. They're going to break on I think a 14 for the regiments. So
But the horror there is Depth Eternal is inspiring.
yeah.
So 6 twice I don't love, but
Yeah, but even on a counter charge, they're not going to kill the Worm Riders, and they're going to regen all that back up. 9 attacks against Worm Riders
Yeah.
is not going to do.
no, I just think
anything.
if he had charged the right Depth Horrors, then
Yeah.
the Depth Horror horde in the middle there would be in range. So it'd be slightly safer.
See, I think these tree leapers he has right there next to the forest, he should have brought
Or
those
the
into
Depth
the
Horrors. Yeah.
into the depth horrors on the left flank of them, and brought the Worm Riders on the inside. And then that way, when he wins, he can reposition the tree leapers, pivot them in, defend the Worm Riders.
He can bring the Tree Leapers directly into the Depth Horrors right now. They have speed 7. So.
Right. I'm talking
I
about the
think-
ones in the pond.
Oh, in the
But I
pond.
think-
Yeah, okay.
These tree leapers are probably. Do you think he just charges those depth horrors just to block? them?
No, nope.
I don't think so.
I mean, if he's trying to just hold them up, maybe. But, I mean, those depth horrors will just straight up light him up. So I don't know that I do that. I would maybe let the Worm Riders just kill those guys, pivot, and then
Yeah.
let the depth horrors take a hindered charge.
I'm always so paranoid about UB double ones.
I don't know if
Oh yeah.
I don't know if but the Worm Riders and the Knucker into the Depth Horror regiment. Like that's not a for sure thing. So
Oh, yeah. The Worm Rider Horde and the Knucker into the Regiment of Depth Horrors? Oh, that's
Isn't
for
that
sure.
15?
Oh, no, that unit's toast. Yeah, man, you're gonna with the Knucker in there on top of it. Absolutely,
8.
it's gonna do.
You're gonna do
3 limps
11.
in the
Yeah,
Knucker.
you're gonna do 11.
Yeah,
So that's
Yeah.
twice.
yeah.
Yeah, you should be able to do that.
I
The
mean,
tree leapers into those just feel like I'm in such a good position.
Just in case.
yeah,
I don't want to get screwed by
Right.
dice, so
Yeah,
I'm
so
going to be extra
it's-
safe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's hedging his bets.
Yeah.
It's an insurance policy.
Yeah.
Mhm. So if he drops the ball on that side of the board, he's still in a really strong position.
Yeah,
Right.
so
Because hitting on
And I-
4s, like you could very easily get like,
Yeah.
5 hits or 6 hits.
yeah. But I mean, he knows he's losing that Tree Leaper unit. It doesn't matter. It's 105
No,
points.
I think he's more than happy just to use that as a
Yep.
safety.
I see. Okay. He's not going to take the charge because he wants to make sure that stuff doesn't go poorly for him out there on that flank that he's.
Yeah.
I think he's fine, honestly, because you should shoot off that depth horror regiment with relative ease. And the horde wasn't going to get a flank anyway, and the depth horror eternal going into the flank of ensnarers isn't going to really be relevant. It's not really going to matter. Like, sure, he could do
with the regen.
Yeah, it's not really going to be a big deal, but I get it.
And
Yeah, I get it.
It was going to be hindered the way that they were previously positioned.
Right.
Yeah, and I think Ray knows that he's in a good position.
I
And
think he's just playing it slow now. He's
slow and
comfortable.
steady.
He's comfortable now.
Yeah.
So,
and that's the one thing I felt so far in watching this game is Ray just felt comfortable. All his moves have felt comfortable to me since like the beginning of the game.
mm-hmm.
So I felt like he had a pretty clear idea of what he wanted to do and has been doing.
Let's see if Ray picks up on this move that we were talking about for the dam busters.
Oh, with the tongue.
For the tongue attack, because I think he's forgot that they even have it. Because like I said,
he doesn't remember that they have it.
Yeah, you think so? Yeah.
Because it is one of those things that it's easy to, because you think so much about that as a combat unit, right? You even
it's
forget
a hammer, not a shooting unit.
that it has that.
Well, it's just funny because everybody's been pooping on them and worm riders and stuff like that, and like they just forget how many different plays you can really do with that unit. No, it looks like he's not going to do that. So
Something else with them.
He's going to set up for if people come and commit that charge in the front, which I wouldn't be doing, because if he commits the front charges over there, nothing's going to pop those ensnarers that he has in range. I mean, even mathematically. I mean, what can he...
Now he's threatening... Those depth horrors are threatening to go across the middle, like that horde in the back. So now the dam busters can see over everything.
Yeah, but you can only fit so many in, type of situation. And I mean, he's going to lose that regiment this turn because Ray's going to shoot him off the table.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it'll just be the horde, but the horde won't be able to get in next turn.
No.
So it's irrelevant. Yeah.
And I think more it's just setting up so that Ray controls that middle objective, and he's like, I'm probably going to get the rest. The middle you can't blow up, so I'm just going to make sure that at the end of the game I just completely own the middle of the board.
I just think it would have been a little bit more aggressive of a play if Ray would have moved. I think he's forgotten about the tongue attacks, honestly. I think if he would have remembered and gone and done the measurements, hit those depth horrors, and then shot it with that other heart piercer unit, there's a very real chance that unit goes away, and then Ray just goes willy-nilly on the backfield over there, because that horde of depth horrors has decided it's not going to play over there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's true.
I just want to say, where did I miss the memo of Tank Talk Day? So
bro.
It's like 30 degrees here.
I'm wearing my shark tank top. Thank you.
Well, I have
Shark
like my the real best club in Texas.
So the only.
Yes.
Yeah, interesting. It seems like Ray's just kind of gonna slip into a groove right here, and then just play more of the obvious counterplay. I was wondering if he was going to get aggressive with it. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
I think he's thinking it's turn 3, and he's already got the upper hand, so just to keep that momentum slowly.
Yeah. Turn 4 would have been a big deal, though. Like, if he would have done what we were talking about with that shooting and pushing it, then that becomes a really scary turn 4 for Ben.
And then
really
he maybe starts to really panic and make a mistake. Moving the dam busters back.
They're looking at the edge of that hill.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter. You're height 4.
I think he wants to be on the hill.
He flies.
Oh yeah, so then he's not going to get the.
It's
TC
not relevant. Yeah, he's flying.
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
Yeah,
you can see over every unit, and
you're not quite sure why they're doing
maybe
that.
To see what line of sight he's blocking for the knucker. Because if he's on the hill, he's height 7. taller than the Knucker.
Yeah, could
But
be.
Height 4, he's not taller
remember
than
the Knucker is not a height 5 monster. He's a height 4 monster.
Oh, it's
so
height-
again, it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even
Yeah.
relevant.
There you go.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is just. I think Ray maybe doesn't know he's
Oh.
playing the army fine, but I think maybe he forgot about a couple of the rules. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he
But I-
just started playing them before Call to Arms, right? So,
Yeah, he's been playing this for
This
the
is
entire.
his first tournament with them,
Yeah.
yeah,
which again shows you that they are like a really good army and that you can play them
Yeah.
to a top table in an event
Oh,
like
yeah.
that
for
Yeah.
sure.
when you're piloted
Absolutely.
by good players. You know.
Yeah, I mean, Ray's an excellent player, so he's
Ray's a very he's methodical.
I think they really reward that skill,
steady.
right?
Yeah.
I think the same reason why it's not necessarily a great beginner army is why it's a good army for people who are good. Like,
Yes,
there's
correct.
a lot of depth to take advantage of.
Right. So every tournament I took him to last year, I won.
Uh-huh.
And I won 2 back-to-back tournaments that I never lost a game with the same army. So it was like, it's not a problem with the army.
Mhm.
It's people trying to play them as a push it forward type of army when it's super doesn't do that.
right.
Like it's very punishing if you try to play it like that.
So
You
Ray's
will.
going to go into shooting.
Yeah, you have to have patience and
Mhm.
think ahead. Yeah,
Oh wow, he didn't put Ector into the Knucker, so he's
That's
going
it.
to use
Maybe
the
he's gonna
Wind
shoot
Blast.
he's
gonna
gonna
try
unload
and-
into it.
I
with
think
the
he may
both
shoot it.
heart piercers. He backed up though. Yeah,
He's gonna
unload
use
both
he's
heart piercers.
he's keeping Ector's Wind Blast as an insurance policy for if he doesn't kill that regiment of depth horrors with heart piercers, because he needs to remove that unit of the regiment that's in the middle on the hill right there.
Oh, nice. 4 hits.
4 wounds. That's
4
wounds.
wounds. That's good for that first regiment.
It's a good start.
Does he remember it has stealthy? Cause
Yeah, he did.
He hit on 5s.
Yeah.
5s and 3s.
5s and 3s. Oh, wow. Another nice hit roll.
This is a weird choice to
Three
shoot
wounds.
the stealthy unit rather than charge it with Ector.
9.
Yeah.
Well, if he shoots Ector at it now, then he might kill it.
Yeah, but I'm thinking I want that unit of depth horror, that regiment of depth horrors removed more so.
Yeah, he's going balls to the wall with it.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
he just wants that thing gone, just off the board.
Three
This
dead.
turn.
I'm not sure why. It's not really relevant.
12.
Anything it charges, it's gonna die to.
I mean,
So what is that? 7,
Good.
10, 12, 12
Snakes.
damage?
yeah, it's snake. It's
Yeah, it's 15 to break.
Function
So
of snakes. Yeah.
Okay, so it's gone. So,
And now
Ben
is
is going to
Ector,
have
what direction is Ector facing now? Because now his ensnare will matter.
he is facing
Up table? Up table? Or
yeah,
down
towards-
table, sorry.
towards Ben's slanted
Okay.
towards Ben's
Yeah.
bottom left.
the bottom
Hmm.
left. The Trident King does not approve.
I just, I just don't
It's
know
just another
why
conservative
focus.
play.
Yeah, I mean, but why focus on something that's not going to output anything relevant, and you get auto kills versus it next turn anyway? You can't really be that worried about it running in, because I think he was trying to remove it because he didn't want it to charge the front of his dam busters and lock him down from
Yeah.
doing.
If he disorders
flanks.
them, yeah, he can't fly. And now if those depth horror regiment charges a heart piercer regiment, even they will kill it on the counter charge with 6 wounds.
Right,
No
right. That's my
chance.
point. Yeah, it's. I
just
mean,
feel
I
like-
guess it's a really conservative play, but I'm just saying, like, it's. I think I would have rather had that regiment of depth horrors removed. That's more relevant. More relevant, but also like he could have split up his shooting between that and the horde of depth horrors in that backfield and removed both quite reliably, actually. So
And yeah, he could have cast Enthrall on that depth horror in regiment.
I don't think
well, he could have done the tug attacks on the
Knucker, as
Knucker
well.
for free and no
Yeah.
stealth and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, 'cause if he
Again,
had done that and then cast Windblast on the regiment, they would
crack them all on the regiment. Yep.
Yeah, move them back 2 or 3 inches.
Also, they're not stealthy, so shoot
Yeah.
the regiment with the heart piercers and use the Kraken Maw and tongue attacks on the Knucker. Highly likely to waver it and let it sit there for a turn.
So if he had only single charged that unit, he would have only done 7 wounds. So I mean, he got 2 good nerve rolls, but
Yeah, he rolled an
I think-
10 and 11. So
I think that again makes sense as to why he used those tree leapers just as a security policy. That could have gone
Yep.
very bad.
yeah, I think against Ensnare, you really have to just hedge your bets a little bit.
Now, honestly, on this one, I'm probably pivoting that Knucker towards the middle of the field and let the Worm Rider
Just
sit
move forward or sit.
Yeah.
Or sit there.
Yeah, I would just pivot that Knucker in towards the middle of the field, and I would, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'd pivot the Knucker too. He's got to pivot them more than that to clear the Knucker and pivot the Knucker.
And give the Depth Horror Eternal a hindered flank.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that it matters because then the Knucker can come in and flank the Depth Horror Eternal.
No, yeah,
Yep.
it won't block a charge, and then they'll regen
Right.
4 up half
Right.
that back.
Right, and it'll be hindered no matter what. So I mean,
3
a
wounds,
hindered
4
flank
wounds.
is the same as an unhindered front. So it's whatever.
He'll get like 3 or 4 wounds.
Right.
Two will come back, and they'll be fine. And now they're threatening.
And
both the
again,
Depth Horrors and Worm Riders.
all the bitching and complaining about them losing a TC1 and stuff like that doesn't really matter if you disordered. You know what I mean? Like, so you used to be paying for TC, where now it's like, oh, it doesn't really matter. You can hit me. I'm not disorder doesn't really matter to me. So I'd rather have the unit for cheaper and be able to buy items.
And I don't know, regen 4-up's so good,
Yeah,
That's
that's
super powerful.
so good.
I think
And keep in mind, Ray's got
Wound
nimble on
recovery
this
is
one, so he's got all kinds of.
Lots of stuff he can do with
Yeah.
this.
although if he gets flanked by the Depth Horror, he'll lose that. So.
Correct, yeah, but it won't be relevant because he's already completely pivoted that way. I'm just saying, like for next turn,
Yeah.
if he gets into something, pivots, and then he has the entirety of the backfield available to him.
Well, yeah. Now Ben's Worm Rider Horde is in a real pickle because it's like, what do? You're gonna
Because
charge
it's in the
ensnares,
worst possible position.
and then you're gonna
it
get
could
flanked by
be.
other Worm Riders. Good job.
Yeah, you
That's
weren't here
gonna suck.
earlier, but basically that was my critique, was just that he just wasn't being aggressive enough. He really needed to use his speed advantage, because he did have the speed advantage to make it so that Ray couldn't get all of his setup done. Well, now Ray's set up, he moved in, unpacked all the furniture, and he's good to go. He's cracking a beer or two, and he's just like, all right, go ahead.
It's always that
Make all the
that
commitment.
gamble with
Yeah.
the forest in the middle of the field. It's like, who's the first one to toe in, and do you have a plan to take advantage of that?
Well, the
right?
problem with that is that that's what Ray's army does, and now you've folded into that situation. Ray's army is a set up anvil, knock it down hammer, and you've pretty much let him get into that position. So that's a big thing, is keeping him out of that position as long as you can, and that hasn't happened, unfortunately. For
You gotta keep him uncomfortable so he can't actually settle into a supported battle line. You have to push him out on one
Right.
side or another to disrupt the balance.
All right, so typical, the Worm Rider is going to do 3 wounds. He's usually good for 2 to 3 wounds, regardless of modifiers. So he's done his 3, which is irrelevant versus Depth Horse or Fearless. So he's just Ray's comfortable.
Yeah.
All of his charges are fine. Everything that he's going to charge with, Ben is not going to capitalize on, so it's kind of not relevant. Ray's just got so much redundancy right now that I just really wish he would have been a little bit more aggressive this last turn and split up that shooting. He could be in a really stupid, powerful position.
We're going to have to see, was him playing it safe, is that going to come back and bite him? Or is he so far ahead that it just doesn't even really matter at this point?
Yeah.
So he's going to the last combat.
Getting rid of that Depth Horror regiment would have been huge.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's the thing, is if you get rid of the Depth Horror regiment, then you unlock the cover off of the horde, and you can start working on the horde. And now
Yeah,
your
and
next
it's just
turn,
one
you
more
shoot the horde with
piece,
the
right?
Heart Piercer regiments, and then you're just like, okay, shot him with them, and Ector pushes them this many inches away further. Oh, look, they can't charge
Yeah.
anything. I get another turn of shooting. I shoot him again with Heart Piercers. I wind blast him with Ector. I probably kill him. That's the big thing, that why he needed to remove that regiment. It's not
And now
because
they're
it was
within
worth.
charge range of
Correct. Yeah.
the Heart Piercers. So now both Heart Piercers will be disordered, one
Correct.
by the Eternal, one by the Regiment.
Correct. And that's why I think it was the wrong play to go after the Knucker, is because there was just way better options. But also, I do think that came into play. That I think Ray's forgetting the height on it, and he's definitely forgetting the tongue attacks, because you don't just not use them when you're like literally 3 inches from the target. So
Yeah, and because if the Dam Busters are blocking line of sight from the Knucker, they couldn't see anything else. I guess he could have seen the flank of the other Knucker. Oh no, he couldn't. Yeah, he couldn't see anything.
But yeah, those 2 Heart Piercer regiments reliably would have removed that regiment of Depth Horrors. And Ector's Kraken Maw and the tongue attacks, if he went on the Knucker, almost a sure shot you waver it, because it already had 2 wounds on it. And you're talking
so you get
6
like
and
4 or
8,
5 more.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 7 more hits mathematically with 4 to 5 wounds. 4 wounds, maybe 4, so 6. That's a 9 to break, 7 to waver. So that's average.
Yeah, so if you roll 7 or 8, which is very likely, you waver.
Yeah, and it wouldn't have been inspired, because the Depth Horror Eternal right there doesn't inspire him. So you roll good, you remove him, no inspiring.
So Ben now, I think, he's got again, he's now still on the back foot, but at least he has some charges this turn. Like you said, charging.
They're all bad. That's the problem.
They're all bad, but
Ben had the top of the game. It was very important for him to make Ray make the bad charges.
Yes.
And now Ray's taking advantage to where Ben has to make the bad charges. It's just not a foot you want to be on, when you have the offensive superiority, no question.
So now the Knucker is turning back around on the top right.
Yeah.
So basically, he's 2 turns back from. Basically, he's wasted a turn to accomplish the same thing that he could have done the turn before.
Now here we are in turn 4. We're entering the middle of the game, on our way towards the late game. Do we see a path to victory for Ben?
Yeah. There still is one for sure. So this play he's doing right now to do all this rear threat, that side is already lost. Okay. I wouldn't even be doing that. I would be turning towards the back of the field and trying to bolt towards that back left objective point, or I'd be pivoting in towards those Heart Piercers that are holding that token to force them to turn and shoot at the Knucker, because the Knucker is going to have stealthy anyway. Unless they all turn and try and burn him, there's a high likelihood he survives. And then he's not firing across the middle lanes, and just because they shot at the Knucker that turn doesn't mean he has to charge him the next turn. He can still just go right around, bolt to the back left corner, and now the Heart Piercer is like, shit, do I turn completely around and shoot him again? Or something of that nature. But again, Ben has given up his other Knucker that was in the middle of the field that would have been there as a support system to have reared a unit of Heart Piercers if they do the pivot to shoot at him. He's given up all of his plays in there. But I would be pivoting that Knucker this turn, looking at those Heart Piercers holding that token. I'd be engaging with that Depth Horror Eternal that's in the middle into that Heart Piercer unit to lock it down, and then take the Knucker in next turn, let the Depth Horror Eternal do his backup and pivot to look towards the left side of the field, get some plays there. Maybe do a play for the flank or rear of those ensnarers, depending on how they end up playing with the Eternal. That's what I would probably be looking at.
It's like there's that saying, you don't want to send good money after bad. And that's what I feel like if you take that Depth Horror and face it towards that flank that you're already going to lose.
Yep.
It's whereas I think attacking that middle of the board is like not a bad play, because maybe late game they kill that unit of Heart Piercers and they have unit strength 1s and he's on that token.
Yep.
So I think that's a better idea.
Yeah, he's pretty much lost that right side. There's no way he's gonna just magically pull that back. And if he doesn't engage this turn, it's gonna be the ball's gonna be in Ben's court here to see how things end up for that right side of where Ray's gonna end up with those Worm Riders. So if he puts enough pressure on, it'll force Ray's Knucker to come in to help out some stuff. But if he doesn't put pressure
Is that
on,
War Rider Centurion on their right in the front arc?
Let's take a look.
The Death Thrower Eternal. Can the Death Thrower Eternal see him?
Ooh,
yes, looks like it.
just barely.
Maybe.
Oh, yeah.
It won't matter
I was
because
like,
he
that
can't get
doesn't
in right
look really
now.
close.
I don't
He
think
can't get in right now. He has to charge
to-
the Knucker. So
Yeah, he has to back. He can't charge the Knucker because he's in the front arc of the Knucker.
yeah, so he's fine right now.
I think maybe
And
is he
he
looking
can't-
at if he can, and I don't. He can't even withdraw backwards an inch too because he's
Right on the board edge.
on
The only
board.
question is, can he
Yeah.
disengage and slide to the right? But even then,
Well,
what's
he'd
the
have to
point?
withdraw.
Withdraw
He
and then
can't
move
disengage.
sideways.
Right.
But he
Well,
has
you don't
withdraw
have
the
to.
full
You don't
inch.
have to withdraw a full inch. It's up to
You
an
do
inch.
if you're not charging. If you're charging, you can withdraw up to an inch. But if you're not charging,
to,
you have
right.
to finish.
Up
You
to.
have to finish. You still have to move.
Right,
full
as
inch
much
away
at the
at
full
the
inch
end of
away.
your
Yeah, if
movement.
he's not going to charge, yes, correct. Yeah,
Yes, like he can back up half an inch as long as he can slide far
Right.
enough to get out of an
right.
inch.
But he can't,
I don't
which
think-
is the smart play. Which is what I was saying earlier with that Knucker on
Yeah.
Ben's play. Is if he would have just pushed it up against that side over there, you can give him
It
9
protects you.
charges. He can only fit 1. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So he's taking the two that we pretty much had thought right, which were not great, but trying to lock down both the.
Yep.
Do Heart Piercers still have ensnare? Yes.
No.
No.
No. Oh. Bummer.
No, it would have been. Because they lost Pathfinder and Snare for steady aim because they didn't used to have steady aim. So, it's a net bonus for shooting, but honestly, it would be great to. In my opinion, they were too good if you give them ensnare because then what's the point of the ensnare? So that was my argument.
Disorder them and kill them, right? Yeah.
Well, that's my argument when we were talking RC stuff. You would have to make them too expensive for really warranting them having shots. And the whole point of ensnarers is that they ensnare. Like, that's what they do. So if you end up just saying that the Heart Piercers get to ensnare too, then no one's going to take ensnarers. That was my argument. Like,
They fit the same role too close.
yeah, it's too close, and people are going to volunteer the shooting.
They're too similar.
Yeah.
You want to have
So-
distinction.
It's like
both
I could take a horde of the ensnarers, but
Right.
regiments of ensnaring.
And that was the other
Heart
thing about
Piercers
wish listing for Worm Riders to have ensnares. Like, okay, so then why would anybody ever take ensnares? So the Worm Riders have ensnare and a Kraken has ensnare, and you're gonna have them be the same points as ensnarers on foot. So no one's ever gonna play ensnares.
Mhm.
Why? You know what I mean? It's literally paying for unit strength at that point, which I would argue isn't worth it.
And I look at his again, it's like these Worm Riders that he has with haste. I just keep coming
Just
back to them.
terrible placement.
Just
The worst spot they
I
can
feel it in
be
my gut.
in.
It's just
Heartbreaking.
It's really heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's painful because it's just
Yeah.
like, and I know he's feeling it too. So it's not going to be a shock when when he says it. Like he's thinking the same thing. He's like, this is the worst spot. This is the worst spot. But what is he going to do at this point? He should have just said fuck it and make the commitment early and put some pressure and just go for it. Yeah, he's kind of screwed if he does, screwed if he doesn't now.
At this point, what do you do? Each turn he doesn't use
Back up.
but
You
just
back up 4.5 inches.
Protect your flank. Yeah.
Yep, you back up 4.5 inches.
and
Let
get
your
it
depth
the-
tours deal with
Flank
that
out of
chaff
the
unit
way.
on
I
them.
don't know.
Worm Riders come into something, and then you have your Worm Riders counter them. That's pretty much his only play at this point. Yeah, I don't know. It like I said, we all know it's an uphill battle for Ben. So Ben really needs some really big rolls or something just crazy awesome to happen here.
Need some positive UB dice.
Yeah, so
All
he backs up 4.5. The
So he's moving
He's
his
just trying to
knucker,
get to a safe
covering
zone.
the
Yeah.
from the
Yeah.
other worm riders.
putting the knucker in this little, not in arc there, not
Check
in
the
arc
tree
there.
leapers.
Pocket.
Check the tree leapers.
Tree leapers are good.
Yeah,
So he,
Oh.
he has a little safe that I mean, granted, it's again we're talking uphill, but it is a safe spot to be in, I guess, for now.
It allows him to finish off one of those heart piercers next turn.
Yeah.
And like I said, with that move right there, I don't know why he's leaving that knucker all the way on the right side over there, all the way back there for a lost flank. It's already done. That in a rear of anything, it still isn't going to do enough damage unless he thinks that the ensnarers are going to be punished hard enough by that knucker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Like,
he brings it up over 18,
mhm.
and then. So
See, I would move it up so that it could at
then.
least charge the rear on the ensnares or charge the heart piercers.
I think if you put it right at its
Yeah.
18 point right here,
Mhm.
having a nice defilation on seeing that sort of upper center of the board, at least you
Right.
have some options, right?
Right now, he's really segregated himself to one thing.
Sure.
You know?
He needs to have some choices. He needs to try to find a way to give him some more choices in turn 5.
And give Ray something to think about too.
Yeah.
Like,
That's something to talk about, right? Is that if you're not having your opponent make tough choices or use that mental capital, that means they're fresher the further along you go in the game. And I don't think Ray's really had to make super tough choices up to this point.
It's like a page.
yeah, he's just executing his plan, right?
Yeah, he's just flipping through the manual. What's next? Oh, right, do that. Just sit here. All right, cool. You know what I mean?
Like
it's just...
You made that football reference on how some teams have their first 20 plays scripted or whatever, and then they go to okay, what do we actually? And that's what I feel like Ray's been doing. That's a good metaphor of just going through that book and being like, okay, this is what I want to accomplish first. Then I'm going to do this. Then I'm going to do this.
Yeah, Andy Reid, who's the head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs, who just won the Super Bowl, he's famous for that. He has his first 25 plays picked out. And so this is what we're going to do for the first. This is our first 25 offensive plays.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Can you give me a measurement on
Sure.
Ray's knucker to that depth horror regiment that's right next to the hill?
The snucker.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
That 18.
Yes. So
Yeah,
this
he's
is in
gonna
range.
let that happen.
He's in range of everything.
So he's gonna let that one happen. I don't.
He's also in range of the horde. Like he can charge the dam busters into that regiment. Right now, Ray could do the busters into the regiment, knock her into that horde, and then turn the dam busters over to take.
I wouldn't even put the knucker into the horde. I would just move it forward. I'd move that knucker forward into that forest, and I'd leave it 1 inch in front of them so that it's an ensnared, hindered charge into that knucker.
Yeah, out of the arc of the.
Yeah.
Oh, that he's just turned it.
That worm rider, but he's going to move that. He's not leaving that worm rider there.
Yeah.
He's definitely moving it. So that's what I'm saying.
I think he's wanting to see what where.
And then you move up the tree leapers behind that.
Yep. Because depth horrors are awesome, but if you're telling me depth horrors hitting on 5s, it's still. I mean, it's not even going to be in threat range of removing that knucker, and that's absolutely a sacrificial play you make for sure. The issue here is Ray's got to start thinking right now about what he's going to do with one of those tree leaper units, because if it was me, I would probably start conserving that outside one that he has and just go ahead and start moving it back to that token, because if Ben plays this right, he can just take that knucker he pushed up in the middle on the flank of those dam busters, pivot that bitch to the left, and just go straight on top of that token back there, and he's going to be pretty hard to remove with a unit of tree leapers by itself won't beat that knucker. The knucker will win.
That's true.
So he's got to start thinking now to get on top of it and intersect. That take it away as an option, is what I should say. She should take that option away.
And at least have it be so that if he goes up there and they have a grind fest, they're both unit strength 1, so no one gets that token. But he doesn't want to just leave it there as like a juicy. I'll just pivot and go on that, and then
like that troop he's got right there next to his knucker. If he just takes that troop, puts it on top of the hill right there, just to where it's completely 90 from his knucker, then that means he's got to use 2 pivots to get around him. Not going to be able to move back there far enough. Type of situation. The knucker can't charge him this turn, so I'd almost even face him just to the left. Just get in the way so that he can't pivot directly 90 and then go 18 back to that token. Because if you leave that play on the board and I'm Ben, I know that knucker's not going to do enough damage to do anything of major relevance. I'm probably going to go make that play for that token because I've lost that right hand token that I so desperately needed to get.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think your default when you're this under it as a player, you fall back to the scenario, right?
He's losing attrition. He needs to just go straight to scenario play at this point.
Every choice he needs to make based solely on the scenario. I think when you're behind like this,
right. Well, let's just point out the obvious. I mean, Ray's not lost a unit.
Yeah.
And he's going to continue to pick up more Ben's units right here. And Ben this turn is going to get the first unit of Ray's if he rolls reasonable.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
There's barely, it's
going to be a tree leaper troop. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah. There's barely, there isn't any damage on any Ray's stuff, is there?
No.
But
you don't need damage on those tree leapers.
And also, Ben, look at where 2 of Ben's hammers are, right? One has 5 damage in the woods, and one has 4 damage in combat with tree leapers that, like you said, he'll probably kill, but then look at what that unit's facing down.
Right.
Yes. Well, that's what Worm Riders excel at, too. Worm Riders excel at if you've got a little bit of poke damage on stuff, and that's why they're really valuable in Ray's list, is because he has the Heart Piercers to do the poke, and he has Ector to do the poke. Great poking units. Worm Riders will solo units if you've got poke damage on them. Absolutely. Worm Riders and a Knucker, no problem. You have 2 or 3 units, 2 or 3 wounds on a unit. They're almost guaranteed pickups if you're doing combos because you get the extra little TC added in if you need the extra crush to get through or something like that with a Knucker. But this Worm Rider unit is fucking killing me, man.
Oh, this is brutal.
It is so painful. The placement.
I mean, at some point,
he is so angry at himself right now because turn 1 he could have just towed in.
Well,
right?
for the first 5 games, he's only had Depth Horrors and Knuckers. So, this is the first game.
Well,
I think he's.
Yeah, and he said this is my first time playing him, right? So, it's obvious.
It doesn't fit in his game plan for
very obvious
division.
Yeah. And I think you see it. You saw him he's towed him in. He's moved him back. You could tell he's in his mind going through and then he just is like, screw it. I'm gonna come back. I'll move these guys later.
It's not that hard. It's call it what it is. It's a depth horror unit that has more movement and has regen instead of ensnare. Call it what it is. You know what I mean? It's not that much more difficult to play.
Yeah, he's just mentally hasn't been able to.
Oh, don't do
commit
that.
to using it.
Oh, don't do that. Oh, no. Oh no.
And
he listened, or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe
don't do that. Back up.
And
protect your flank.
There you go. I'm sorry. He might be listening at this point.
He's watching the stream in another window.
Thank you.
Cursing us and
yeah. Damn you.
And Jeff, you said it earlier. Just imagine if that was a horde of water elementals and not.
Oh yeah, different game.
It's a different game.
Yeah. So what you do, and I like this. It's a cheeky little frickin' build, but people that are watching this probably care to hear about this stuff for Trident Realms. But if you're only going to take one unit, in this circumstance, he would have been much better off with a unit of water elementals, right? But then you're always looking at I got to pay a surge tax. Well,
water elementals, you don't need surge.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is their defense 5? They don't have to surge. But on top of that, for the same price as the unit he has right there, he could have done a water elemental horde and like dropped one tiny item he has somewhere else, and one of the Deptor Eternals can take the Surge book, and you can get a Surge for those cheeky little plays that people don't see coming. And the Deptor Eternal can still be very valuable, just placing him somewhere where he'll get charged, but is doing a Surge for like a flank or something like that. So just because like you don't have a big Surge in the unit or the game, you don't have a bunch of Surge stuff, taking that one little play is sometimes a good thing. So when I'm looking at him, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna. A lot of times I just take one Necro with Surge 6. So
Yeah.
it just gives you that one option.
Just cause, yeah.
Yeah.
So if you want to zoom back out for a second, the area down here where he's got the Deptors against the Tree Leapers. So the play you want to do right here is kill those Tree Leapers, and you want to sidestep those Deptors to the left just enough to keep those Worm Riders in the front.
Got it.
Right, and what that does is it's going to give a bad position if the ensnarers try to help charge in anything, but it's also just going to guarantee you're going to get a flank with your Worm Riders if his Worm Riders roll a whiff.
Got it.
Right,
Yeah,
and I don't know if
he
his
can go the whole 3 inches and still.
And I think his Eternal should be pivoted towards the left right now too, in towards stuff, because then if those Worm Riders commit and kill the unit of Deptors, now he's like, shit, do I look at the Worm Riders? Do I look at the Eternal on my flank that's going to do, 10 attacks hitting on 3s, wounding on 2s, that kind of stuff. Because he can move that Eternal back and then to the left. So
that regiment.
Angry.
Yeah, angry. Angry Deptors.
7 wounds on the Worm Rider Centurion.
Takes it off, doesn't it?
16. Yeah,
wow.
reroll.
That's impressive.
Yeah, he had.
Takes him off.
He had eight hits on 9 dice with 7 wounds.
He desperately needs it.
He needed something like that.
He needed a spike like that. Yeah.
Oh, he didn't do anything with the depth.
Did he waver it?
Eternal killed it.
It's dead.
He killed the Worm Rider?
Yeah.
Wow.
He rolled a 9 and an 11.
Yeah. After getting 8 hits and 7 damage.
Well, that is gonna be. I mean, that is not like that shouldn't have happened, but at the same time, holy crap! And with that, Ben got back in the game.
That makes that flank interesting now, right?
Well, now Ray has to deal with it.
Yeah.
Because now he can't. Now he's got to commit off that token because he's already set himself up for charges, and now Ben can actually have that token for this game unless Ray turns everything around. Because I still think I leave that token behind if I'm Ray and go commit towards the other stuff. But that basically guaranteed Ben a token.
And then only 4 damage. He picks up the Tree Leapers.
That's all you need, though. Yeah.
But he rolled
That's a bad roll, but it's a bad roll to hit, but it made up for it.
Wow, interesting.
How the tide can turn.
He should have. Oh, that's so punny.
Just like a big
Dan King would be very proud.
That was for our what's his sorry, Kevin Spear is the dad joke, the king of the dad jokes.
Yeah.
Ooh, big.
Well, good things going on for Ben this turn. Got a little bit of brightness in his life now. That pretty much guarantees Ben's going to be able to hold on to that back right token because Ray's going to have to do something about it.
Yeah, Ray not burning that right token yet last turn.
Yeah, because Ray can still just sit there this turn and then burn it if he wants to.
But then he's got to position himself pretty carefully not to just get jumped by like 4 things.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like if he wanted to, he could lead the Knucker there, charge the Worm Riders out, and then burn that token, and then just give up.
I don't think so, because the Deptor Eternal's in range.
Yeah, Deptor Eternal's within 3.
Oh, within 3. I was looking
Yeah.
So
and that's unit strength to unit strength. Yeah.
So he's got it. So we're going to bottom of 4.
So again, that Knucker out on the right-hand side, if he would have done, a little bit more projection with that, get it a little bit more towards the middle of the field, he had plenty of movement that he could have projected with. Could have been a big deal here because now now he doesn't really need it to do what it was doing because he's
Yeah.
got a regiment of depth tours that it's now unlocked to go do rears and stuff. So interesting.
So what do you?
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
That
That seems
seems
like an awful overcommitment, but okay. Hector could do it by himself.
Yeah, with
with
six
the heart
wounds.
piercers helping. They've already got 6 on them, yeah, like I'm
Yeah,
saying.
Hector would get 4,
Yeah.
5.
Yeah, you would think he would want to try to get some more value out of them this turn, especially after,
Like,
Mm-hmm.
that pressure from that rolling at the end of last turn.
Yeah.
he probably could have taken out that regiment behind the hill, then pivoted towards.
Shit, I
either-
mean, I would just let the depth tours charge him again. They're gonna regen this turn. Like, go ahead, just countercharge with the heart piercers. Do 1 or 2 wounds. Take a charge again.
Yeah.
Regen. Do a couple wounds. Kill it. You know. I guess
Yeah,
we'll find out. Ray did end up leaving that knucker where he was, so Ben's gonna have a choice here. Well, I don't know. He's not done moving him. The question here is if he's gonna cut off Ben's play for that knucker to go back to that token.
The upper left token, yeah.
Yeah. And if I'm Ben, that's all I'm concerned about right now. I'm just like, you do anything you want with all these units. I'll even give you charges. If you commit all this stuff, that's a free token, you know, for Ben. I mean, I don't even know if I charge anything. And Ray's making a big commitment there too, because with those dam busters going to that flank, if he rolls a snake eyes, that knucker can straight up jack those fools in a rear.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
So
20 or 18 attacks, 3s and 2, or 3s and
Mhm.
3s.
yeah, 3s.
Now, what do you think Ray's going to do now on the pond, the token on the pond this turn?
I think he has to give it up. I think he has to go make charge commitments this turn and then come back for an end game. I think this turn he's got to wipe up stuff.
He can charge. He charges the Worm Riders with the ensnares, wipes out the depth horrors. I don't know.
Kill the depth horror. If you charge the worm riders and kill the depth horrors, you then make your worm riders face the pond again.
Potentially.
Maybe.
Depending what the reform corkscrew options for the Worm Riders would be.
Sure.
Because if
I mean, should be a flank. The worm Ben's worm riders. Is that a flank or front to raise worm riders?
It's definitely a flank.
Flank for sure. Okay, so he did guard that off just right. So I was just thinking like there was a play there with the nimble that if it was a front, then the ensnares could engage the depth horrors on the right side, and the worm riders could have gone around it. But I mean,
he's backed up behind the front plane.
yeah, but that knucker still has a flank on the worm riders if he wants it.
Yeah,
the knucker in the pond.
Yeah, if once the worm riders get out of the way.
Yeah.
Oh, it's out of range.
Is it? Okay.
By like an inch, or just under an inch.
I'm so happy that Ben made the right decision to back up those worm riders. If he took those in, I was gonna fucking rage. I was like, "What are you doing?"
If he had charged,
no-win situation.
If he had charged with them, going, "I'm going to lose this game no matter what," and then he has that amazing roll on the right side, he would have been just like kicking himself. So
I'd be so mad at myself because now he's opened up this game and opened up some plays. I mean that. It doesn't seem like a lot, but that Worm Rider dying right there is probably one of the biggest things that's happened this game, for sure.
It was
play-wise, strategy-wise.
Like, to think that the Worm Rider Centurion would outgrind a depth horror regiment,
all day.
Know if I,
oh yeah, it should. It should
because
he's got a defense 5 and a 4-up regen, and he inspires himself, and he breaks on a 15. Like he absolutely.
I forgot about the regen. I was like, not considering the regen.
Ben had no business removing that guy in one go. Like, none. I mean, 8 hits and 7 wounds. Get the fuck out of here. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And then a good nerve roll.
Is that Knucker in the flank of the depth horrors, though?
Let's take a look. Which Knucker?
The Knucker behind the Worm Riders?
Yeah, in the flank of the depth horrors. I don't.
No, it's in the front.
No, it's a front. Yeah, so he's fine there. I think this turn's going to be really key to see what Ray makes commitment-wise on positioning on that other Knucker and the Tree Leapers on the left side.
And that Depth Horror is out of the front arc of the Knucker as well. The Depth Horror Eternal.
So Ben by backing up on
you
the
can't see
left
him.
side earlier, is basically forcing Ray to make all the plays he's got to do now, which was the right call for Ben last turn. And again, if Ray would have done that move up with the Dam
Thrall.
Busters and done the shots with the Heart Piercers, he would be looking at a different game.
Now it's starting to look like Ben has more pieces to play with, almost.
Right, but you also have to look at this. A lot of Ben's stuff is stuck into spots that doesn't have, and they don't have Pathfinder, right? It's like a lot of the Depth Horrors, they're not going to be moving at the double to go claim anything or anything of that nature. The right side is definitely a big deal for Ben now. Now he's back in the game on that right side. So if I'm Ben, keep slow playing that left, keep slow playing the left. And if Ray's going to push up on that left, you get that back token. You just go make the play that you know you can make, you know?
Yeah, because you're right. If Ray's going to push up on the bottom left, getting something up. I think we're good. Ray's starting to think about needing to.
And technically, these Dam Busters are actually lined up improperly. They're supposed
But he had
to be
the Tree Leapers there before.
Oh,
so
okay.
They charged up. Then the Tree Leapers left. Yeah.
Okay. See, Ray's gonna cut it off.
Yeah, he's doing exactly what we were talking about last turn, right?
He'll reform to face left, and then.
Yeah. So now he took away that play.
Mm-hmm.
So now if Ben wants to do it, now Ben has to spend 2 turns to get out over there rather than 1.
Yeah.
So that basically means that's the rest of Ben's game with that Knucker if he wants to do it. You could always get a 7, but I'm not sure that's any. He's going to do it. Okay. I was wondering if he would. I'm not sure I'd make that play, but
they're not in snare, right? And he's got strength, so it's a 15 on 10 wounds. It's not impossible.
Yeah, it's not impossible. The thing is,
and I'm guessing they made,
right?
And they made an agreement. I'm guessing that he is going to move Ector at some point.
Yeah,
he just hasn't got around to it yet. That's what I assume.
I would hope.
Yeah, that they haven't forgot about Ector. But just for people watching, sometimes when you play UB, you'll do that. You'll make a charge, and you're like, "Oh, I realize that to do this charge, I have to move this other guy." And you are going to move him, but you just sometimes
you just need to know where you have to move him to get out of the way. So you put the charger in first, and then you can figure out where to move the individual.
So sometimes they'll do things out of order slightly, but not in a way just to make it easier for gameplay mechanics, but not in a way to cheese anything.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, if Ector can move over there to the east and get in range to Kraken Maw that 3-wound unit, that's what I would start working on.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
If you get Ector into the woods, right, and then start working him over there.
You want to keep Ector out of the woods because he doesn't have Pathfinder, and he already has Phalanx and Ensnare, so it's not really a benefit, and it stops him from making other plays.
Yeah, but you can get him 10 inches. You can get him right to the top of the middle of the forest.
Yeah.
So it does look like for now, like Ray's just like, here, I'm leaving it. You can have it. I'll deal with you guys later in the game. Or
is his Eternal facing north? Is that Eternal next to the pond? Is he facing north or is he
north?
Yes. Yeah, he's facing straight ahead.
So I think if he just pieces out, Ben has to leave a unit back there to claim
Right. So. Or he moves his Knucker forward.
Yeah.
And then completely turns it around to give all the charges to them, but makes them ensnared charges over there.
And go through the pond.
Correct. So -2 to hit him, except for the Knucker would have Pathfinder up there at the top, obviously. But you can only fit so many units in, so you can only do 2 charges either way.
Now he's out of range of everything.
Yeah.
So. And threatening
is he out of range of the other Knucker? Yeah, he should be. Mathematically, he should be able to get out of range.
Yeah, he was already like a couple inches away. So.
Yeah.
So no, they're out of range.
So Ray's abandoning that one, and he's just going to let him have it. I don't know. I don't know if I gamble on that unit of Depth Horrors retaining it the rest of the game, because Ray could just Kraken Maw it and have a reasonable chance. And that's the other thing. At the end of the game, Ector, remember, Ray's going second.
Yeah,
Ector has
He's gonna have
Kraken
the
Maw to
bottom
push people off of.
off tokens, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
You have to
Yes,
get
he's got
So-
the bottom of the game. He
Yeah,
has the
so
bottom.
you have to
remember
be
positioning.
very careful
Mm-hmm.
about what your positioning is going to be because Ector is going to dependably push you 4 inches.
Well, he
So-
could also just start walking those heart piercers, the 4-wound heart piercers to the right as well.
Yeah, to shoot that regiment with 3 on them. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
just walk Ector
Mhm.
and them over. Then you might have 1 or 2 turns of shooting at the end to kill them.
Yeah.
Because you could just leave that tree leaper.
It's an
troop
interesting,
at the top.
interesting play here. Ray's decided to put Ector into the Depth Horror Eternal as well. Instead of using his Kraken Maw this turn,
That's interesting.
which I
Yeah.
think would be much more beneficial tactically.
Like to push that depth horror horde down.
Mhm. Or start making a move towards the regiment. You only have so many turns left, and you really
Yeah.
do need to do something about it.
Yeah, because he could have got. Yeah,
He's gonna put 4 extra wounds or 3 extra wounds on the Eternal, but you've already got 20 attacks in the flank with crushing 1, so they're gonna
Yeah.
wound on 3s. So I mean, 4s and 3s with 20 is what 10. With 3s is 7, and then on top of that, you're gonna have 3 more, maybe two or 3 more from the. So 7, 8, 9, 10. So it takes him to a 6 break. That's pretty reliable. I mean, pretty reliable. There's
I
a
guess
chance
he
it
just wants to
sticks.
really. I think he's shown that his a little
He's
bit of
on
a
nothing. I mean,
conservative.
like, yeah, Ray is just all about if I'm gonna commit to something, I'm gonna overkill it. I'm gonna
Yeah.
overkill it. I'm gonna overkill it.
Yep.
So,
Kill till it's dead.
which is
Yeah, and-
which is reasonable. I mean, it's totally
And Depth
reasonable. I
Horror
just
Eternals
think-
are defense 4. They're not like the actual depth horrors, so they're a bit tougher.
right. But what I'm saying is like tree leapers, they still have crushing ones, so they're still gonna wound
Yeah.
them on 3s. So the tree leapers should do around 7 wounds in a flank.
So 1 damage from the heart piercers, just throwing it. That
Yeah.
You know, any
Which they
damage
should do
from
1 or
that.
2. They should
Yeah,
do
any
bonus
damage
wound.
from them, you're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, bonus, really, right?
Yeah.
This is one where he needs some work from.
Oh, 7 hits.
Ooh, only
That's-
7 hits.
Wow.
Oh, he got 6 damage though.
Yeah.
Made him count, but still,
Yeah.
that's only a 7 now. So now Ector is important.
Yeah. So mathematically, he should have done about 8 wounds in that combat at least, but he was a little low on that.
Ooh,
Oh, yuck. All
Big
3.
three.
So
so 10,
10 hits,
5 twice.
6 twice.
6 twice.
Are they dash 16?
Yep.
Oh, jeez. Oh,
Got there. Whew. That was
Spicy.
That was dangerous.
By the Ector, pretty much. So
Yeah,
that was
so
that was why he put it in.
overcommitment.
Insurance. Yeah.
Yeah, he's hedging his bets.
Captain overcommit.
Yeah.
Got killed till it's dead.
Kill it till it's dead.
Yeah. Those. I mean,
Yeah.
those tree leapers did 3 or 4 under.
That's the kind of thing where you don't want, right? Where your opponent has a hot dice turn, and then the next turn you have a crap dice turn, and all of a sudden it starts combining, and then Joey's in the gift shop buying you new dice, right, Jeff?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Golly, man. I'm just saying, 45 attacks in the rear, 45 attacks from a Kraken in the rear of something, doing 2 wounds is some bullshit.
That's
I'm
why
just
That
saying.
is it's impressive.
Yeah.
My story is usually failing Bane Chant 4 3 turns in a row, but that
Followed
that-
by snake eyesing the same unit twice.
Jeff
Yeah,
and I have
back-to-back
realized
turns.
that we just are not allowed to play next to each other at tournaments,
Bro.
especially Masters, because our dice vortex just sucks us both
Yeah.
into
It's just redonkulous, man.
There
the
was,
nether regions.
this was like 10 years ago. I was playing at a 40K tournament, and I went up and, threw a brick of 36 dice away, and I went straight up to the front, bought a new brick of dice, and a kid was going in there. I was like, no, those dice are trash. They
Oh,
stink."
he wanted to go get it. He's like,
You leave them there.
Yeah, they're where they're supposed to be. Those dice
Ooh.
are trash.
Ooh, wow,
Ray's
another
dice are just
bad roll.
garbage this turn. Yeah.
11 hits with the. Oh,
What,
thank God we needed 2s.
what did Ray do to the dice gods?
Well, I mean, to be fair, that was his heart piercers. They're going to hit on 6s anyway, so it's not like he should be rolling them up on that. So
No, that was his dam busters in the flank. He did 11
No.
hits.
They only hit 11 times, but does the 3 still get them?
Oh, he got him.
Yeah,
Just
barely.
Okay.
because they already had 6 wounds.
yeah,
Oh,
but
yeah.
11 hits and 2s to wound is more
Yeah.
than adequate.
Turn to face Mr. Nucker.
Turning around.
Is he giving the flank to the regiment? On those?
Yeah, they'll be out of
They're
range.
just out.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just out. The 12 is just.
I think that's why he left the tree leapers where they were. He charged them in
To keep them
first,
out, yeah.
To keep them out of
Smart. Again, really nice precision play.
That's what Ray's good. That's what Ray's good at.
He
And I
managed
like
multiple
the-
hordes of infantry for like years. You get good at.
And these heart piercers are in a nice spot too, right? They're
Insulated.
they're
Yeah.
nice. Have some protection to get a shooting round free from threat.
Yeah, the Death Horror horde is in trouble next turn.
Yep, because he's
Nice. I mean, looks like Ray overran with Ector
To the right.
to the
He's-
right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he moved him 3 inches.
Oh, just
so
a D3 sidestep. Yeah, because
Yeah.
he's realizing he needs to get that way. That's where
Yeah.
where he needs to be. Yep.
some very nice post combat moves by Ray in this
Mhm.
turn. I think.
Yeah, it's like turn 5-6. That wind blast would be very important.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now we're going to the Worm Riders.
They're relatively safe right now, except from the Knucker. So they can...
4s and 2s. God, just hitting on 4s, man. I always like just clench my
9 average.
Yeah.
nice, good. I take it every day of the week.
There you go. 9.
Nice, 9 damage. So they should be gone since they have 4 on them already.
Yeah.
Still a 5 to break.
Yep.
So the question is now, what do you do with these guys, reform wise?
Do you face the center and give up the rear to the Knucker?
Because right now the Knucker is in range, so he's got to
Yeah.
think
Now
about.
you have to turn towards the pond,
And
and
go back?
yeah, the issue with that is
Does
The
it
issue
give
with it
a
is,
corkscrew
yeah.
to the other?
Yeah,
correct.
And
Scar in the
Yeah.
butt.
correct.
No,
Yes.
it doesn't, because the Naiads are the space
Further
to the,
forward.
The Naiads
No,
are
no,
less
yeah,
than
but-
6 inches from the rocks. So the Worm Riders won't fit between the Naiads and the rocks.
But if he turns to face up towards the lake, he could have a corner sticking out. And if the
Yeah.
Worm Riders back up and then they're in the arc, then he could.
Yeah, that's
He
going
has
to
to
be the
be
question, right?
very
He's got to be
careful.
really careful here.
Mhm.
Like he could reform so that it gives a charge, but the Worm Riders just won't fit.
So he needs to put them in a way where if he wants to give them their rear, they have nothing to align to.
Yeah, like here,
Like that didn't look horrible, but he needed to be a little bit more. So these are just not have anything overhanging.
Mhm. Mhm.
Got to keep that
just stay-
overhanging butt away from him and Devlin.
yeah, just stay. Keep your butt away from Devlin.
Yeah,
Listen.
that's the key.
Honestly, I don't know why he did that combat first. I would have done the ensnares first to make sure
Just
they
to see if you-
wavered. If
you
they would have,
spike-
Well, it gives you a lot more information.
Yeah.
I just don't. There wasn't a benefit to doing that one first, and there's no additional outcome there because the ensnarers probably don't do enough to kill. But the question is simply, do they waver them?
Yeah.
No, you bring
Is
up
that
a good point, right? Which is for those players watching, which is the idea of think about the order in which you do combat.
Yeah.
It's something you
Yeah.
have complete control over. So it's like think about how you want to do it.
Does that put the Knucker in the front, that position, Jeremy?
Let's take a look. So that
It's a flank still.
No. Yes.
thanks, though. I think he's so worried about not wanting to give a rear charge to the Worm Rider. So no rear charge
Yeah.
from the Worm Riders, but he does have to give up a flank.
Yeah, to the Knucker. Yeah. But
I
the
think-
other Knucker's there to countercharge. So.
Yeah. And these are out of range, so really he's only taking one charge next turn if he wants to. So
12 hits, not terrible. 10 wounds. Pretty
So
good.
he's gonna need a 7.
Oh, 7. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. 3. He would have
Three.
3s. 7 of waiver.
There you
Or
go.
are they
7.
17?
They break on a 17. So they break on a.
Oh,
on
they're
a
15,
7.
17. So he
Yeah.
didn't waiver.
So yeah, they're good.
so he was one shy of a waiver. So
Yeah.
they're-
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it's important to figure that out kind of ahead of
First.
time.
okay.
Yeah.
So he
So
positioned
going-
it correctly. But if he had wavered them, he could have just done whatever he wanted.
Right, and he would have had the information ahead of time. Was my point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would have been, you're right. That would have been usually we see it in you want to kill the inspiring combat first, but also these type of combats are also really important.
Neither of
That-
them were inspired, so it's not really. Yeah.
Just ways to think about why you would want to do combats in specific orders.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're here. We're entering the end game, right?
This is also important. Like with this withdraw, I know it's a tight angle. With a 1-inch withdraw, is he still in the rear?
Right. That was kind of what I was
yeah.
asking. Yep.
Yeah, I mean here, I think it is. I'd have to. I mean, we'll have to see when he does it. But my guess, just eyeballing it, because as it moves back, the center is. I mean, the rear.
I still don't think the unit fits. The unit, there's not enough room.
Yes.
For it to fit.
Maybe. Oh, you mean even if
it's about 5.5 inches between
I see what
the
you're saying.
naiads and the rocks. So even if he was in the flank, he wouldn't fit.
Even if it's in the flank, is there enough space in between the hill and the?
Yeah, I don't think there is.
Yeah.
Got it. I see what you're saying. It's an interesting game. I mean, it was like Ray was really on, and I think he's still in a good position, but he was in a really good position.
Yeah, it just goes to show you what, deleting that Worm Rider, how pivotal one small play like that can be.
It's like you have one really durable piece that's pretty reliable, but like a dice spike can wreck your plans.
Yeah. And I mean, it was a safe play by Ray too. I mean, there's no way that those guys should have had any business.
Yeah, you can't bank on your opponent rolling an 11 twice.
Right. Be interesting. See what Ben decides to do here. He can take that knucker, go up and over. Oh no, he can't because height 4. Well, that depends on if anybody remembers the actual height of a knucker, which looks like we'll find out here.
I think he's still trying to
go for the play. Yep.
I think he is. I think he's still trying to figure out how he can get back to that token.
Yep. Yeah.
So now the Heart Piercers kind of have to turn around
and shoot that. Yeah. Try to shoot the knucker.
Yeah, because he's out of arc of the Dam Busters. The Ben, if he remembers, they can shoot too, but then you're turning them the wrong way.
They're still stealthy though, and you're going to commit. And Ray obviously forgot that there's no tongue attacks, so he won't be shooting those either. So
you're going to be like, Ray, how can you forget about the tongue when he comes? So if you're Ben right now, you're thinking about, okay, maybe I'm back in this game. I got to make some smart choices. Mm-hmm. What do you think about this bottom left area? We continue just trying to delay, or is he just going to try to fight those tree leapers there and keep the token?
I think pivot to force the front with the chaff unit and then just set up a counterplay.
He moved the depth horrors back. He didn't pivot them.
See, my thinking now is that moving them back, he's really trying to make them not
depth horrors on the token and let the chaff unit go do something else,
and make them no longer a viable target to be shot anymore, just because he's so far away from everything.
Yeah. And once he's behind, he just pivot.
The
tree leapers can't get the token because they don't have enough unit strength.
They don't out unit strike that horse. I think he's just chosen. Okay, this depth horror is going to move back. And then the swarm, he can actually just, go engage or do whatever he wants with them at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's like the Worm Rider hero is probably better served in the middle of the board.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where he should have been all game, doing charge threats and everything. So again, like if he would have been in that middle where that hill was, safely on the backside of the hill.
Well, like another height 4 nimble hero, right?
Yeah, he could be capitalizing a flank on those Dam Busters right now, or Ray would have had to change the Dam Busters positions, and so it's just a lot more play capability that he didn't really do. Like Worm Rider Centurions are not best played on flanks. They're best throwing them in the middle on top of something, let them do a combo charge or something, and then get free pivots to unlock new areas to go to. Or just being threats, because he's got a whole middle board full of depth horrors that are only speed 6, right? But if he has one guy that's like, I'm faster speed and I can go lock down this other thing, you guys can come in next turn. It adds more play,
So now he's drawing the naiads away
from the token. Yep, and then he'll just sit there and regen this turn.
Mm-hmm.
And then if Ray wants to commit, which is not a I mean, now he's kind of screwed. It's like that's why I was wondering why Ray was going to move off those tokens, is because he had all of the unit strength there that you kind of want to leave there.
And now if he moves backwards, they move backwards 2.5 inches.
It's going to take the rest of the game. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's got to make that choice that if he wants to be on those tokens, that's what they're doing for the remainder of the game. They're moving backwards.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So I think he's 5 inches away. So if he moves back 2.5, he'll be within 3.
That's what I was trying to say.
Worm Riders are going to be back up.
If
full
Ben
wounds,
put those
then-
Worm Riders in that charge, that's why I was like, you're eliminating that unit instead of making Ray play for him. So
the regen roll for the Worm Riders will be very telling. Like,
Yeah.
which he should be
He
rolling
can
for
get
that right now, so that he
yeah,
knows. Because as soon as you
because if it
go to
doesn't go
control-
well,
Yeah.
then maybe
They've
you
been-
do charge the Naiads in again, just to take it out and then reform, march back up.
does Ben remember that they have regen? Because
I think play wise, like you said, Jeff, you roll when you issue a movement order, but I think
Yeah.
Ray's been doing it all at once at the end of the movement phase.
Oh,
So maybe
has it?
that,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
that's
that's just
And
how
Ray
they
will-
play it.
He'll remind him. Ray will, if he
Yeah.
gets.
Yep. So he's going for the obvious stuff. I think maybe don't push those guys that far forward. Make Hector come out further.
Yeah.
Keep
Yeah,
him
yeah,
just barely in range. I mean, just very barely in range. Make Hector make the play, push him out, and then next turn
You move as much as possible.
you move as much as possible
Yeah.
forward because you're already gonna be in range anyway. And then Hector can only push you backwards. You know,
Well, Wind Blast is
Yeah,
only range 18, correct?
Correct.
So Hector
Yeah.
can't even get in range next. He's going to
well,
have
he's
to
speed
march.
speed 5.
His
So
speed-
it'd be
He has to
24
have to
inches.
double. Yeah, he's 27 away.
Okay, yeah, that's why I was trying to say, because he'd moved
Yeah.
him too far forward before, and then it would have put Hector
Yeah.
in range. So the
Yes.
big deal is keep him out, and then next
Yeah,
turn
now-
max move him.
Yeah, he move up 10 and then turn 6.
And Hector doesn't have
Okay.
Pathfinder, so eventually when he does get there, if he tries to combat them, it'll be a hindered charge and ensnared.
With ensnare.
Mhm. So Hector is actually better off just using the Kraken Maul at that point.
Because right now we're looking at Ben's got this bottom right and the bottom left. I think those are pretty safe. Like I don't see Ray really challenging those, especially if the depth horrors. And then he's looking maybe this one in the pond, and then where's Ray at? Ray's at the one in the field. Wow, and then,
Center, maybe.
And Ben's gone for that play I was telling you about, that
Yeah.
Knucker there. So if
Yeah.
Ray doesn't basically turn and burn this next turn, and he's going to need to remember those tongue attacks and actually use them this upcoming turn.
I think he really should have turned that Tree Leaper troop in the middle around.
Yeah.
To like make that trap more complete.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
and the whole
Is he
time I've
just
been
back-
saying which one of these units is he going to put back there, and he's pretty much just
Yes.
said none of them. And I'm like, ooh,
Because he just moved the Knucker back. He
Yeah.
left that blind spot. So like, because the Tree Leapers would have been able to see the Knucker over the hill. So that would
Yeah.
have been cool. Yeah,
Thinking
this
about
is
where
an
he wants-
interesting scenario because it's not just like move forward constantly. It's like you have to play every corner of the board.
yeah, how they ended up where they
Right
placed
thing
their
for the
token
David's down.
was very interesting in this game.
mm,
Because usually you don't see as many pillage tokens that far in the backfield. I mean, I don't
Like in the
usually.
far corners.
yeah, it's not generally something you let happen anyway. But
Yeah, so it's interesting. I mean, I think if I'm Ben, I feel like I'm happy that I'm even in the game at this point. I'm
oh
feeling,
yeah, for
you know,
sure.
I'm
yeah.
feeling pretty good.
And it's a good position too. It's like he's
And it just shows you in this game, it's like one of the reasons why I love this game so much is that, you know, at any given moment, something can happen. And then, like, Ray was in so much, you know, dominant position, and then he loses one
Yep.
key combat, and then bam, the game's
Yeah,
completely turned on its head.
Yeah,
I would
like,
say there's everyone has 2 key moments where they think they're going to win and 2 key moments when they think they're going to lose, and you just want to make sure that they line up with the right time of
Of the game.
yeah.
totally.
When Ben even started considering taking that Worm Rider unit, and I was like, don't do it, man. And then like with that Worm Rider like going down to his regiment over there, like
Yeah.
that's clutch. And then doing the backup, like I said, like when you do that backup right there, you're saying, do you want to do this or do you want to hang out for a turn? You know?
Yeah, and it's like if you think back to where Ray was. It looked like a pretty strong, like overwhelming amount of force, and then he did his charge and then reformed.
Yeah, that's why I wish
before
brought those ensnares in. I was like,
before all the threats were removed. It's like he still had 3 threats left, even if they were small, right?
Yeah.
And that's where the
dirty
strength of Ben's
girl.
list.
Dirty girl. So
Dirty
now
sis.
Ray, if he did this right, Ray shouldn't
Can't
be
back
able
up.
to back up.
Oh yeah.
It's like it's just 1 inch.
Dirty girl.
So he'll have to charge the Worm Riders. Well, not have to.
Well, unless they want to turn around and
Yeah.
By Worm Riders.
Oh,
Now,
I think he realized you need to get a little bit closer, so he's gonna have to do the pivot earlier.
Okay.
Probably go forward 2 inches, then pivot and go 4.
He has to just overhang the back corner
yeah,
a little bit.
A little
At
bit.
the 1 inch mark. That's smart.
so yeah, this is really solid play right here that we're seeing.
Perfect, right there. Perfect. That's exactly what you need. And now the Knucker is going to be in the front, which you don't care about, and
he's on the middle
in the front.
Yeah, and he's controlling that token.
Mm-hmm. So, like I said, when Ray was making that charge out, I was pretty sure that was a terrible idea. Now that just confirms it. Yeah.
Well, now it's like
why
now
you
he has
don't use
to, do
ensnares as a hammer, right? You just don't.
you shoot
And
the
see-
heart piercers at the depth horrors now, or do you still go after the Knucker for Ray? Like Ray now has more problems.
He's fine. It took till top of 5, but Ben's finally like, okay, you're asking the questions. Like, okay, you can either go and you're fucked either way.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think this is where that brew of strength again, it makes you make these choices that when you're like, well, should I charge? Well, I have brew of strength, so yeah, I'll charge. When if you don't have that item, you don't even have that conversation.
You don't consider it an option at all.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
If it's Dragon Charge Shield or just nothing. If it's healing brew.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're just sitting there like, okay, come, I'll stay here.
Yeah, that's a really nice play. I feel like again we're seeing we saw sort of that issues with Ben in like the deployment a little bit in the beginning, but now we're seeing once the army's engaged, I'm seeing a lot of like the skill of playing this style arm. Like we're seeing it now that he's engaged.
But he could have got to that earlier. He could have gotten that quicker.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a slow start. But maybe the Naiads can pivot to be within 3 of that token and still stay out of the.
You mean do like a
complete
change?
No, just like they turn. If they
then
turn,
you're going to give a free
the bottom right
Worm
corner.
Riders. That's not a great idea. Worm Riders in the flank will roll it up.
You might be able to find an angle where he faces.
I see what he's saying. If you do
front,
like
the Worm Riders are in the front, and then the Depth Horrors are outside of. You're
I don't
outside
see
of
it happening because he's already penetrating the basically just barely out of the 1 inch. So. I mean, you can get parallel, but it's not going to.
I just don't know. I don't know if he would be close enough to that.
Yeah, it's going to be. I think it's going to be like 3.5.
I see what you're saying though about doing a slant reform so that they're in the front, and then now your uppermost left corner is within 3 of that 4th token.
Are the true the center? Are they in the front or the flank of the Death Horrors?
They are front. They are in the front.
Right back.
The front. So, but I think with that unit of Depth Horrors there, Ray's shooting choices are much difficult. More difficult.
I think he has to shoot at the Death Horror horde. But
if you get rid of that, that's huge.
Yeah, I think he has to. And between
he
that,
can charge the Dam Busters into that regiment and shoot off that horde. That gives them the center.
Yeah,
Ray just got pretty lucky there. I mean, they had 10 hits on 2s to wound, and he only got through 5 damage. So and he rolled 8 on nerve. So pretty lucky.
Yeah.
Ooh.
He almost lost. He could have lost that unit right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was close.
Oh wait, are they wavered?
No, that's just under 13. So they're 15, 17, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
15.
So now that Knucker can flank that Knucker, and then his Worm Riders can charge the depth
Okay.
horror
And then
turn.
now we're in bottom of 5.
So if dice are kind, he could remove. He didn't do the regen on the Worm Riders.
No,
Oh.
I think he forgot.
And so far, just for the audience, the stream
I called that.
and the stream has been not. If we're asked a rules question, we give an answer, but the sort of thing is to not insert ourselves into the game, remind the players of things. So
Yeah,
just
they forget. We don't remind them.
But if they were to
about tongue attacks like 12 times. So.
Yeah,
if they were
to, like, hey, do these guys have regeneration? We'd be like, yeah, they do.
Yeah, but if they were to ask something exactly, we could say give our interpretation on what the rules should be. But that's just for the audience sake. That's how we've been operating as during this.
Yeah, we're not just taunting them with our our rules knowledge.
I am.
Yeah, I think I'm about to say Justin. Justin on that
after the fact.
game.
So when they watch this, they can be taunted, but they're not going to actively taunt them in the chat.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if that ends up making a difference in the game, or they may catch.
Well,
it
now
then,
if the Naiads have a real chance of popping them now,
right? If he doesn't roll the regen, he can actually lose the unit. That's. I mean, not even
if they do another 5 or 6 moves,
highly likely,
which is and then an average nerve,
and then he could face that unit towards the bottom objective on the reform,
or just face it back up and then march up there.
Just turn back 180 back around.
Yeah,
because like if he faces the bottom right, I think the tidal swarm just burns it and runs away.
Yeah.
Which is still, 1 point down. That is 1 point.
Yeah,
less.
It's 1 point that Ben doesn't get. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, so if Ray thinks it's going to be a 1 point game based on all the the page,
Doctor Strange
permutations.
Yeah, so I would roll the Worm Rider on the Depth Horror Eternal and the Knucker on Knucker first, see how that goes. And then if the shooting at the Depth Horror, that goes well as well.
All right, Ray's going to continue to try and block that play for that back token.
He can still get around. Well, he's not going to get. He won't be
able to get on it. He'll have to do it in turn 6, and then Ray can just move over there and contest it.
Yeah, if he turns those Tree Leapers around, he can actually threat.
Yeah, I think it's something he should have done previously already because he wasn't really gaining a lot out of making them.
No, in turn 3, he could have put them back there just to stand in the way and wait.
Right, and they're not a threat to Depth Horrors anyway.
Do you move the Tree Leapers onto the middle token and then just shoot the horde of Depth Horrors there? So hopefully you take it off and you have a unit on that middle token.
I think it's turn 5, so I think I would just sidestep them left and shoot, take uncovered shots and just.
Okay, sure. Yeah, because you're not in quite the last turn of the game yet. You still have a little bit more time.
Yeah, because that Knucker's there behind the hill, or the Worm Rider Centurion.
Yeah,
so I would maybe move the Tree Leapers away from that or in the way. I don't know. Yeah.
I would use tongue attacks.
Well, those Dam Busters probably can just take out that regiment.
Being in a happy, well-loved relationship myself, I often choose to go with the default.
The tongue attack,
Default tongue attack. You're Jeremy's enthrall.
Yeah, it's just what I default go with.
My wife walked in and she's like, "Tongue attacks? What's this all about?"
Yeah. I'm glad I'm on the top floor. My wife's downstairs. Bad enough I'm playing toy soldiers on the
No, it's
computer.
not.
Talking about people
It's
playing
a
toy soldiers on the
hobby
screen.
rich in community that allows you to explore your artistic side. It's the best.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Spoken
know
like
anything
someone
else
who's been
without it.
truly defensive before.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No.
Yeah.
Never had to defend my hobbies before.
Let's see here.
10 years ago, when I met my wife for the first time, I explained to her what this whole thing. She's just like, So it's like nerd games. I'm like,
Yeah,
that's
that's
a good way.
what my wife said.
Yeah, so it's been nerd games ever since. 10 years.
We had a really small apartment, so all my Warhammer stuff was just in boxes in this weird closet. So she didn't know anything about it until we moved somewhere where I could like spread out.
Yeah,
It's going into the knucker.
I was actually playing a game of 40K the afternoon before the first day with my wife, and so she was introduced to it right from the beginning.
She thinks it's cute. It's like, oh, your little mans. You're gonna paint
Yeah,
your little mans.
You're paint your alarm mans.
I'm gonna make his pants blue. Yeah.
I'm gonna make it pink blue. Do we want to bet on if Ray's gonna remember his regens and then be oh, you know what? You got too.
Yeah.
Oh, see, please roll your. I told you he'd remind him
because he's getting ready nicely.
So Ray's a nice gentleman, Canadian gentleman.
Yeah, that's a Canadian niceness coming through.
That's how we get all the sports awards. Oh, 5. Ouch.
Yep, that's how you do.
Uh-huh.
That's why you get them 4-up regens, bruh.
So good, Jeff. This unit's so bad.
So bad. Why?
Garbage.
They need to be speed 9 again.
Garbage.
No, it needs to be speed 7 with crushing 3 and really and ensnare.
72 attacks.
But they need to be Frostfang Riders with ensnare.
And fly. They're worms.
Yeah. They're worms, so they should fly.
Yeah. So now he has a reasonable chance at surviving that there, and his and Ben's Worm Rider Centurion can get a flank, and they can do a counter charge, and they'll pick up that regiment or that horde of ensnarers on a reasonable roll.
Yeah.
What's he gonna do with that knucker? Is he gonna do? He better go in the.
It's a front.
Yeah,
no, I mean like the.
It's a front. Yeah.
No, the knucker into the knucker.
Well, it's facing left, so it's not.
Oh, is it? Oh, sorry.
It's facing that way.
It's facing the middle, towards the middle.
I was looking at the pointy end and thinking that was the front.
No, it is looking at the board.
Oh yeah, that's annoying.
Stab him with the pointy end. What?
Yep, pretty much.
Ask Steve Irwin how that worked out.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, too soon.
It has been 14 years, so but
Still
it's
too
too
soon.
soon.
It feels like it was yesterday.
Yeah. I think his daughter just got married or something like that.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're Ray now, are you starting to be like, uh-oh?
No, I don't think so. I think those 2 regiments of Heart Piercers are going to unload on the horde, and then he's going to use Ector this turn to hit those, to shoot the same horde.
Yeah,
but he's going to make a move towards the right of the board over there is the way to go. You make a move towards the right, but then you still use your Wind Blast in the middle, and the next turn you can use your Wind Blast on the right.
Yeah, because if he moves 5, he can still see the Depth Horrors.
Correct,
He just shuffles to the right 5, and then does it again next turn, and then maybe he's in range. Yeah, he's 27 and 0.7 away. So
he's got the bottom of the turn. So it's very important that he position Ector to make Wind Blasts for the final turn to get stuff off of tokens, whatever that means. And I think both of those, all of his plays for a turn, 6 or 7 Wind Blast are from that forest position over there, because he can blast any which way he wants. So
he's getting out of the arc of the Depth Horrors. And he's out of range of the knucker. Okay. Oh,
don't do that.
No.
What's he going to shoot at then?
The knucker? I don't know. The Worm Rider Centurion behind the hill?
Oh, don't do that.
No, I know. Those are the 2 other options.
Oh, no.
Is he going to shoot? What?
What?
He's going at it. No. Yeah, okay, good. Just keep hitting that redo button, buddy.
One more time.
Yeah, just keep.
He's just not going to use any of the shooting that he has. That doesn't seem smart.
Yeah, I don't quite understand what he's wanting to do here.
Oh, he's not charging?
Yeah, he's definitely going to use those tongue attacks this time.
Now he's what?
There's a shit that has an ensnare or a enthrall.
Because he had arc right on those.
He did. He saw the corner. The
Okay.
top left corner.
Why would you not charge there?
Because they'll hit on 5s, and it's not a guarantee he kills them, right? Hitting on 5s with 18 attacks is what 5 or 6 hits maybe.
5
and
wounds.
4 to 5
brutal.
wounds.
Yeah, that's not good odds.
Not
I mean, does he want to get one piece? I'm just thinking, why would you charge the tree leapers? I mean, there's one more turn, so I guess you could charge, get some damage. And
I guess he's gonna shoot the regiment and then wait, and then next turn shoot the horde.
Shoot him on the final turn, maybe.
Yeah,
I guess
he wants to get his unit strength up there.
I'm not quite sure what he's envisioning here, but he has a plan, I imagine.
He is a very skilled player, so he
Yes.
knows what he's doing. I guess he's just trying to get in a position.
He's Kraken Maw this turn, but on that regiment, but
yeah, he's too far to use it on the Worm Rider Centurion. Worm Rider Centurion speed 8.
You don't use it on the Centurion anyway because he's going to regen it. So it's
no. I'm just like seeing it to push him out of the way. He's still, but both.
I think he's still in range. Yeah,
both heart piercers are out of range of the Centurion.
Yeah, the only thing you'd be pushing it for is to get it out of range to flank charge the ensnarers.
Yeah,
and even then, it looks like he might need 3 successes, maybe 4.
2.
2? Okay.
Yeah, he's 14. Well, yeah, he's 14 and a half away. So.
Oh, is he? Okay. Yeah, so that's a reasonable play if he's worried about the flank.
Yeah.
But at this point, I think you needed to do the damage to remove the regiment.
That regiment's a big.
He might remember that the frogs have tongue attacks this turn to get the free damage. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, yeah, both heart.
Someone right now is texting Ray. For God's sake.
His phone is lighting up.
And draw 6.
So it seems like he's just, again, he's played such a passive sort of defensive game that he's just setting up for that turn 6.
Ray's just clinical, so like he's just always
he's methodical. Yeah.
Safe play. Like it makes it more like it makes it more predictable, but at the same time, he's consistent.
Steve Hildrew coming in at the very last minute, like the lazy person that he is.
God damn it, Steve!
It's not okay that you're late. So
just leave.
Yeah.
We love you, Steve.
It's 3.5 hours late.
Mm-hmm.
He is playing his own game.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Excuses.
He's trying to claw out of that 60 whatever he wears.
He beat Undead, so he can't complain about them anymore.
So. Oh, he won his game.
Yeah,
I haven't been looking at our host chat. Well, congratulations, Steve. I get to play Adam Ballard tonight.
Got all those,
nice.
All those back.
He definitely has you beat in the beard department.
That's true. Okay, so nice regen roll, like Jeff just said, a nice, solid regen roll there.
It's the problem with the heart piercers is you cannot commit just like a little bit of damage to them because they'll get rid of it. So
they'll be clean.
So good.
And they're 14, 16 on the regiment.
13, 15.
13, 15.
But still, it's up to sneeze at.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes a commitment.
They pay a nerve. They pay a nerve for their regen, which is totally reasonable.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, because the troops are only 9/11.
Okay, so going into shooting, so Ray is going to try to take off this
4, 3.
3 damage.
It was so fun the first time. Let's try it again.
One more time with feeling.
4s and 2s.
5.
5 hits. 4 more damage. Now, will he remember the tongue?
Did somebody text him?
Yeah.
Did someone text him about the tongue?
Hector. Oh.
Oh, Ray, the tongue.
Oh, 3.
We did. If anyone has Ray's wife's number, you should have her tell him to remember the tongue.
Remind Ray to use his tongue.
I mean, he's softballing it to us. I mean, what you know? Oh, he's not going to do it.
Oh.
He's not going to remember.
He's putting it up on a T.
Yeah, I mean, oh no, Ray!
I forgot the tongue.
13, not enough.
Oh,
By
Yeah,
one.
Facebook.
If that the tongue. could
Gee,
have
I
gotten
wonder
Yeah.
if the tongue attack would have done.
oh man.
The tongue
I'm gonna
could have
Facebook
finished.
message his wife and tell him that she needs to remember the
Oh,
tongue.
Ray. And that's
Next
just
time that guy sees me, he's not gonna be able to. He's just gonna keep on saying, "I'm so dumb."
He just needed the tongue to finish.
Yeah. Da.
oh.
The problem is those Death Horrors, they're gonna be fearless, and so now he's gonna get to go in, strip off the units.
Thunderous,
Strip off Nimble, strip off Thunderous.
But yes, they're already
Lock them
crushed
down
up.
for a turn so that they can't punish the flank of the Depth Horrors, which he's also very much going to want to
And I
do.
mean, I think that's why he wanted that regiment gone, so that the Dam Busters would have full access to the middle
Yeah.
of the board.
Correct.
Exactly.
Yeah.
9. Pretty good. Oh, 3s. 8.
6 him off on a 7.
Oh, wavered.
That's a waiver.
It's all you need is to stick around. Guess
I mean,
what?
he is in range of that token. Those
Yeah.
Worm Riders are in range of that tree token in the
And
trees.
he get flanked by the Depth Horror Eternal, but the regen
be
should keep them around.
Yeah, but he gets a free disengage, and then they don't have ensnare. So guess what? He gets to pivot, and then he gets to go 4.5 inches backwards,
Mhm.
where he'll be protected because the Depth Horror Eternal is going to get in the flank. So that pretty much locks up that token for Ben permanently at that point. So
Yeah, if he has 2 unit strength over there, there's no way he can.
Yep.
He advanced Ector anyway, so now he can't. He can't get to the right.
And he wavered the.
Two waivers, not bad, but not great.
Okay, so now we're going into top of 6.
yeah. Let's see.
But he was able to, I guess, I mean, the waiver on the Worm Riders is okay, but I don't know how much difference.
No,
really
it doesn't matter because
Doesn't
they're
matter, right?
there, so they're gonna regen probably 6 back.
Mhm.
5 or 6 back, and he'll get a flank in with that Worm Rider Centurion if he wants it. I mean, shit, he could do the same thing with, well, maybe not with the Worm Rider Horde in the Eternal's way, but it doesn't matter. All he needs to do is grind. He did the job by backing up and Ray taking that charge. He just got his points worth because Ray could have sat on those 2 tokens and owned them all game long. I think that was a big mistake to leave that.
That really was
No,
a turning point, right? Is him leaving that forest with that unit.
Mm-hmm.
So now Ray's gonna have to do some work to keep those tokens.
Mm-hmm. Well, like you said, he will have the bottom of the turn, which is always really important with this.
Yeah. And I mean, but that's another prime example of why you don't give an offensive item to ensnarers, because then you're inclined to use it
Mhm.
and make bad decisions with it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just it makes you want to use it, and you're like, well, these guys could actually do something, but then you forget probably not. You know what I mean? Like, they still hit on 4s, right? And they're not very valuable attacks. Granted, they do have Pathfinder. I get that, but now even if he kills that unit, he's not really going to get anything this game because they sat there for another turn. He needed to crack through it to go towards that token. So now Ben has got that bottom right token, and Ray can't do anything about it. He's got the right hand pawn token. He can't do anything about it. He's got the bottom left token. He can't do anything about it. So Ray is in a bad way right now. And needs some stuff to go in his
I mean,
way.
he's got 3 tokens locked up, right? And what Ray has 1, 2 maybe, but I don't know. Yeah. These Worm Riders could die possibly.
Well, now the Dam Busters can't get to the middle token.
Yeah.
So with the Depth Horrors in
Right.
front.
Yep.
And even if the depth horrors kill off the tree leapers and then they take a round of shooting, I mean, maybe get them with 4 damage, but you just never know, right? When you're hitting on 4s.
Mhm.
The question here is simply: can he back up that depth horror unit and get to the heart piercers right there, up at the top, right there?
Yeah.
Can he back it up
I think
and then make a pivot to get to
The one
that?
that has 1 damage on it.
No, the no
I think
damage.
No damage ones?
the plane is too,
Is it?
because you can only do like 82 degrees or 81 degrees, so I don't think he'll be able to get far enough forward.
Oh, I think he's just gonna. Is he maybe thinking about just using that to block?
So he can get unit strength there. That's
Yeah,
not
'cause
a
he's-
bad play.
Yeah.
3.5 inches away. So if he's an inch, we won't be able to get close enough, because even if he's an inch away, moving up 1 inch will get him within 3. So if he just charges the Worm Rider Centurion,
Mm-hmm.
he'll be within 3. But it will prevent the other unit from getting there. Because then he can use the Knucker at the top to come across and take the back one, and the Tree Leapers to get the left, contest or take the top left.
I mean, what do you think he's thinking about with this? The depth horror by the pond. He was putting like a measuring stick over them. I mean, I don't think you move them. You just leave them on
Yeah,
that.
they just sit there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no threat to them. So
Yeah,
they
so I don't
just-
know why.
Now you just move them to where they're 24. Make sure they're at like 24 and a quarter from Ector.
Yeah.
But you do move them forward. They're 24 and a quarter from Ector. So
And that's like pretty much at the objective, so they have plenty of room.
Yeah.
Unless they're within 12 of the Worm Riders, he can move the Depth Horror Eternal back to the objective and then charge the regiment hindered into the flank of the Worm Riders.
Maybe that's what he was. Did the Knucker get wavered? I missed that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
he actually may need. What is a depth horror in the flank against those worms with 2 damage? What is a depth horror? How many attacks do they have?
So they
5
5.
with CS2. Yeah, so they might do like 5 or 6 wins.
So the unit not really enough to put you in a position to reliably take that unit off.
Well, I mean, 7 wounds is a crack on 10, but a waiver on 8.
So if the Knucker disengages and then pivots and backs
That
up,
terrible noise coming from.
if you back him up,
I just like, did somebody hear like mic scratching or whatever?
yeah.
Okay.
So if you back up the Knucker, pivot him, and then back up 4.5, I think you're still at a 3. Maybe.
Yeah, but it forces him to come away from the tokens, is what I'm saying. Like if he just backs up, he does his disengage, right? And then he just pivots and goes 4.5 directly backwards towards the pond.
Yeah.
And
And then charge both Depth Horror Eternal and Regiment into the Worm Riders.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Knucker still controls that one in the woods.
So how long was the game you just got out of, Alex? What's like the record?
It was like 4.5.
Oh, okay. So we won't
Okay.
We won't break that.
won't break that. Who would ever thought like the game with Paige back then and Keith would have been
Would be like only 3.5 hours.
and back then we were like, this game is so long.
I think it was because it was so late in the evening.
And that was true. It was a late game based on
Especially for
their time.
Keith, because he's on the East Coast. So it was like 2 in the morning.
And he had like a newborn baby sleeping on him, and and the fact that game came down to the last 30 seconds, the whole game almost changed on one combat.
Yeah,
that was insane. Go back and watch that one. If you guys haven't seen that one, it's a long one, but the Paige versus Keith Randall game was very good.
You just gotta sit through like an hour and a half of Paige's turn 2.
So it looks like he is going to do that. He gonna move the depth horror onto that, and then bring the.
So that's 18 on 4s and 3s, which is better than the Eternal would have got.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And then he did his withdraw nimble backup move.
And now, if he takes out those Worm Riders, he contests the one in the forest with the other Knucker.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's a nice play.
Good double move there.
Yeah, very nice play there.
Plus, on the 7, it turns that regiment of depth horrors into a removal apparatus for those ensnares if they go.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just think that was Ray's biggest issue is committing that horde of ensnares out of
such a good position.
Yep, I was questioning why he was doing it when he did the charge, and then this just confirms it. It's just you use them as a mobile piece of terrain, really. Like that's how I look at them. You know?
Yeah.
Because it would have just taken so much to remove them, like actually like kill them. But now he's just removed them from the environment because he's like, I don't have to kill them. I just have to get them out of the way.
Ben was worried about it. You saw he didn't want to commit anything to it.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Gotta give a lot of credit to Ben. I mean, was on the back foot and we were on him about the deployment, and he's really about
he's been playing all the way through to the end. Like
he stopped pussyfooting so much too. Type of
situation. It was like a story of 2 games. There was his play up until he took off that Centurion in the pond, and then I think doing that ever since that his play has been so much. I mean, it's like he needed something to go his way to get that momentum, and then he's just been riding that wave. Riding the wave that whole time.
It's like one of those fighters that has to get punched in the face before he starts fighting back.
Well, you see what's happened here is like he's opened up and he's creating all these different angles. He's stopped being so flat and checkerboarded at this point. As soon as you get those angle plays, like he wouldn't have had that angle play to move the depth unit behind so the ensnares couldn't, move backwards. You don't have those kinds of things when you don't set up for them. And he started playing his angles at turn 4. So
because he kind of just advanced his 2 halves of his army up, and got stuck a little bit.
So it'll be interesting. I think he's probably going to take that Knucker and just keep on going around him and keep on forcing Ray to.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not. He's going to say, "You better turn around and shoot me," basically.
And then he's going to have the Centurion in front of that. So.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to think about like how can I get the most, or with this model make Ray have to make the most choices as opposed to just dancing and then tying for that back token in the up left. At least this way, it's
he can't just play for a safe turn 7. Now turn 7 is a risk for Ray.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. If he makes this play though and leaves him there though, then Ray's just going to take the Tree Leapers, go claim it, and then the Knucker will be able to go do what Ray wants with it. So
but I don't think the Knucker was ever. I think it was at best going to contest on a turn 7. So maybe this is he sees a bit more value this way.
Because the Tree Leapers move 7, right?
Yeah, so they can pivot and move up.
Pivot and go 14.
So they're in
it looks like he's hoping to set it up to make the Heart Piercers have to turn and shoot him, because if they don't, because he's worried about that horde of depth horrors in the middle after they deal with the Tree Leapers. So basically, he's just using his Worm Rider as a bump stop, and then saying, "You have to shoot me, but if you don't shoot the guy behind you is going to rear you, and if you don't shoot, the horde."
Too many targets.
Yeah, so it's making him choose his targets essentially. Yeah. I just wonder. I mean, they'll pick that up. The real question is gonna be if he can waver those dam busters. That would be so dope with that depth horror regiment, but it's stupid unlikely. I mean, 9 attacks wounding on 4s is not great. 9 hitting on 3s, wounding on 4s. So
you did it once before.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like you never know, man.
You get that dice spike and
yeah.
I don't know why Ray didn't pivot those Tree Leapers in the bottom corner. He couldn't get them to face inward. Seems like a
I think
weird
they
place.
I don't know.
I have the sense where he just knows he's not going to get that token.
Yeah, you just gotta
So
move
it's
them
like-
up there. Yeah.
I think he's just no longer using any mental capital for that part of the board.
Yeah, but
And
then
no-
turn them around and head them back towards the middle where because
Yeah.
they are nimble. You can pivot them and go 14 inches in one turn.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
2 turns ago it would have been good just to like start flying them towards the middle or threaten something.
I mean, he's not going to get him on a. He's not going to get that token on a 7, so you may as well play like you're going to need him on turn 7 in the middle.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you.
Because as soon as Ben started backing that Depth Horror horde up, it's like, well, you're not going to bring 4 unit strength or enough killing power to get rid of one of the hordes.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of saying like I would have committed the shooting stuff to taking care of that Depth Horror horde when you could.
Well, it comes back to the tongue.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like you pull them out enough. I mean, 3 wounds on top of their 5 would have made them up to 8.
Yeah.
They probably would have pulled them enough out of the forest because they weren't like they were only
Yeah.
50-50 in to begin with.
And he was backing up 3, and if you keep pulling them forward 3,
Right. Yeah. So, he puts them on, let's just say 8 wounds, and then puts the shots from the other unit of heart piercers in. Let's just say they were shooting on 4s. They'll hit with 5 more, do 4 more damage. It's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's a 12. He needs a 6 to break them. Pretty good odds.
Yeah, there definitely seems to be like a running narrative for this game, right? Is the lack of Ray using that ability has hurt him a couple
And you're paying for it. You're paying the point for it.
and those conservative plays, like it lets you be consistent and make sure things happen. But like Jeff has suggested multiple times, like some of those risks earlier may have paid dividends later on. Even if,
Sure.
again, if they didn't work, it's early enough that you could come back. But taking those risks earlier may have been able to push
And
push
I'm
the
a risk
advantage.
person. If you give me something that I'm thinking, well, it's probably not the best play, but if it works out, it's going to be good. I'm the guy that I usually take those because,
Sure.
those are the ones where you get big swings, right?
Yeah.
Big payoffs. So
I find that sometimes too, the difficulty of the opponent will help just guide me in the risk taking. Like I won't be as risk averse when I'm playing someone who I know is better than me, because it's like I want to take the
That's the worst
opportunity.
thing to happen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Whereas if I play my safe, they're going to beat me anyway, so I might as well try to take those risks that have such a big upside in those type of matchups.
That's a good point.
it'll be interesting to see if he can't pull off a waiver on that Worm Rider horde.
Yeah. What? 3?
That would be really big for Ben. I mean, that would clutch him the game pretty much. Like, it will clutch him the win for sure.
10. Oh, 10 hits. That's good. 7. Oh, 3.
3.
Okay. Not,
It's a 10.
and they're fine.
They're good.
That's big.
Yeah, so that's one thing he needed, right? He needed that unit not to die.
Yeah.
Because that helps, that puts him controlling that token.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so now Ray will have the top left for sure.
Yeah, and since he did the wounds, and Trident Realms are amazing and having snare, now those guys are not nimble anymore, so they can't go forward, make a right hand pivot towards the token, and then pivot back because of nimble. So that knucker that Ben has set up in the forest right there, if he moves, if Ray moves the Worm Riders out, that knucker is going to get a rear. So Ben's got that clasped pretty good right there.
Pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. I just can't. Ray's got to be kicking himself for taking that ensnare horde out of that forest.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way he's not.
No, I bet you that will be one of the first things when we bring him back, that
Yeah.
he'll acknowledge is that was a mistake.
I can tell you, I've literally never played a game where my ensnares end up on the opponent's side of the board like that. Is like that is just in. I mean, in their deployment zone, let alone that's just crazy.
Well, because you commit to try and kill them, and you're like, well, I got to keep going. There's
Yeah.
no going back.
Well, yeah. I mean, like I said,
Literally, there was.
yeah, right. Literally.
You couldn't go back, but.
Yeah. The again, it just goes back to you put that item on the unit, it makes you want to use it. You know.
So it looks like going into bottom of 6, Ben will have 1, 2, 3, 4 tokens.
Mhm.
And then Ray will have 1, 2.
He'll
But-
have the top left too when he's
Yeah,
done.
and then he'll have the top left, so then that will put him at 3. So really, it's it's going to be that center token is going to be pretty important here. The bottom of 6, I think.
He's going to have to remove that depth horde.
He's going to move up and get more than 1 unit strength on it, and then pieces this. Yes,
And then block line of sight to the ensnare or the heart piercers with his other knucker.
Mhm.
So the knucker doesn't charge in at the end.
One other big factor I think for Ray is Ray's wanting a 7.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because if he
Like
can take this
that's
Death Horde
really
horde out with the Dam Busters, then the Dam Busters are like just a giant unit strength
Yeah.
3 hammer waiting
Or-
to go into the middle of the board.
Yeah, I mean, basically, a turn 7 guarantees Ray the center of the board.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Bottom of 6, fellas.
It's getting tense.
Yeah, so pretty obvious. We think that the upper left knucker will go on that token.
The upper left
Sorry.
knucker should
Yeah,
go in front of the other knucker.
And yeah.
The tree leapers will go on the token.
Yeah,
And then the one heart piercer horde regiment will move up.
hmm
And then everything will shoot the horde.
Mhm.
And then worm riders, do they kill the knucker or the that puts them in the best position.
yeah. Because if they kill the knucker and reform, they're in a good spot. Then at that point, facing the pond.
Yeah.
Then you can
And
have the
Ben set up
knucker.
for that turn 7 too, if it happens. That knucker in the rear of those heart piercers to get him off that back token over there, if that happens.
Yeah.
So even if Ben does lose that middle token,
Well, it's
if
just
I'm
whether
Ray, I'm probably burning that token this turn. That because I mean, if, you know,
well, if Ray's back knucker can get in front of the other knucker, it
Oh,
won't have
that's
line.
fair.
It won't have line of sight to the heart piercers.
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, that would be one interesting to see if like Ray's mental fatigue at this point, if he considers that.
Because that can block off quite a large swath of the battlefield. If he's only an inch away,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
will block a lot of line of sight.
Yeah, no, it will, and he has the pivots to get there.
Mhm.
That's just so painful for Ray to like pretty much have used those Dam Busters for almost nothing but clean up this game, which is
It's kind of in some ways been a parallel to the
Worm Riders. Yeah.
Worm
Worm
Riders, right?
on Ben's side, yeah.
They're two key units that like you should have fought each other in some epic conflict. Did
Yeah.
Jack all?
Good dick.
Yeah. So Chris Goad is asking, could the Dam Busters make it to the center if they overrun? And no, they're not. They're too far.
6 inches gets you
They're like
Still
5 inches away.
5 inches away. So
Yeah.
It's turning
Oh
around.
no! Don't do that.
What?
Stop.
Yeah, he really has to blow up that horde.
He's got to kill in the
He's
middle,
gotta-
otherwise it's a draw.
Yeah,
All
'cause-
right.
and the Worm Rider
you're
Centurion
not gonna do
is
shit
behind the
to
horde,
that.
so he can't
Yeah.
wind blast it off.
No, and you're not going to do shit to that knucker by yourself with that one regiment because it's got stealthy.
Unless Ector's 5 inches of movement can get him into the flank of the depth of our horde. That gives him a chance.
Yeah, that's fair. And push it to the right, yeah.
Yeah.
But isn't the Centurion still within scoring range on it?
Yeah, but
Let's
that's
take
only
a look.
one. So he moves the heart piercers up.
The
then
question will
he
be-
outscores the Centurion.
Yeah.
Different players use the lines different ways. Like that token is just barely touching the line, so it will be like, you know, do they consider that within 3 or not?
I think that he had to have, because he had
Yeah.
the movement to get even.
Okay, so they probably agreed.
Yeah,
A,
if the line touches it, you're in. That's generally.
I mean,
the
that's how
convention.
that seems to be like the basic.
Because I think anything else is just too fiddly. Like
Because
too,
he had the movement to move it even
Yeah.
further into the face of it, and I
Yeah.
think that he pulled it back because they were in agreement and it was in scoring range. So
Mhm.
Ben's been pretty good about, I think, being on the edges of all of his stuff, saying, you know, that it's
Yeah.
scoring.
So do you think Ray's gonna just ector them off?
I feel like you gotta try and shoot everything at them.
I think he has to.
Yeah.
I think
You ector them off and then try to kill them because like
I'm
there's
just
still a
wondering
problem turn 7.
why then change facing on the
I don't know.
I think he probably
Okay.
didn't see the
blocking them with the other depth horror play?
Or the
Ecker.
Knucker, sorry.
Yeah, so
that-
now he sees that he can get in the flank of the horde, so that will get them off. He'll have to move the other regiment up.
to be within 3 to out unit strength the Centurion.
Yeah.
So I think in many ways this is a similar outcome, but seems like too. It's more. It just feels much more easy to me just to shoot everything.
Mhm.
I would, yeah. What even with the wind blast, I'd still want to try and put like 4 or 5 extra wounds on the horde just to see if we can get. If you just get rid of it, it doesn't matter where it is.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say Ray's got to move that far enough forward that the Knucker. Well, that's still not gonna stop the Knucker from getting in the flank of that heart piercer unit.
Yeah.
Or now it's the rear. He's just nimble
Ray
right around it.
on wavering that Knucker. That is not a good gamble.
No, because you're only gonna get like 3 hits.
It has stealthy too, though.
Yeah. That's the thing. On hitting on 5s, you're only gonna get 3 hits.
Mhm. So it looks like Ray was checking to see how far it would need to move
To
the depth
push him.
first, yeah.
Yeah.
Which I think it's pretty obvious. As long as you get 3, you'll be fine. Which mathematically you should get 4.
I think he's about an inch away. So if he gets 2, he'll.
Okay, here we go. He's changing this
Okay.
now.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you.
I'm not sure that's any different.
Well, I think he realized that maybe if he faced the depth horror, he's still giving up a rear on the other one anyway, so it really makes no difference.
Right. The Knucker, if he doesn't block the line of sight from the Knucker, it's going to get a charge onto something.
And he's getting flanked or reared by.
Just remember that you have another Knucker, right?
Yeah, I just feel like, you get this sense where it's just like, I just don't think Ray sees. I have no reason to know that, but I just have this sense that he just doesn't see being able to do that.
Because it's only 12 inches away to get in front of that Knucker. So one pivot and move over there, he's there.
But I do agree with you guys. If there is a turn 7, I mean, he's hoping, that Ben is hoping that there is no turn 7. I mean, that's like his only hope. Really.
So now he's got his 3 unit strength, but still only the same as the depth horror horde.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he'll blast that one out.
Yeah. No, it's just it's insurance.
Yeah.
But don't know if it just at top left.
So
Yeah, I mean, I think Ray really wants a 7 in this because, like, I mean, the chances are this time he picks up that Knucker he just charged. He picks up the Worm Riders finally. He pivots those around. He's going to wind blast the depth horrors off of there. They're chargeable with the ensnare, shootable with everything with his heart piercers. He's got another turn with Ector to push stuff off. I think Ray really needs to just pray for a 7 on this one.
I'm just not sure what he didn't move his top left Knucker at all.
Yeah, I just don't know if he even maybe he's
Like
just
he
leaving
forgot
it there.
about it.
He's leaving it there as a turn 7. He could charge the Knucker if it rear charges something.
Yeah, but I'd move it at least.
Yeah, I don't know.
Get
I
it
just
closer.
At least put it on the hill to get an extra TC. You're
I
gonna
just
be-
think it's a brain. I just think that's a brain fart. He just didn't
Yeah.
even really think about using that unit.
I don't even think he touched it. It's weird.
No,
Yeah.
I think in moving the tree leapers onto that token, that Knucker's value just exited his brain.
Mhm.
So now we're shooting onto the
Yep.
depth core.
Knucker, yeah. Be
6.
stealthy.
Oh no, this is on the horde. He's
Oh,
turned them back around.
Yeah, he turned them back around.
So 4 more. Not bad.
So puts him at 8.
Not enough to do anything. You need a. I mean, is there a 18?
Six
So it's
hits.
a 10 twice.
4 more. So 12.
Was that Ector?
No, that was the other heart piercers.
They did good.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see.
So now he has Ector.
Yeah.
So this.
Hmm.
2.
Ooh,
Oh.
ooh,
2,
no
got it.
damage.
Oh no. I thought isn't his windblast have piercing or no?
No.
It's just you roll damage for it. You got him anyway.
Did
5?
he?
No.
No.
Oh, 5 plus 13. 18.
18, yeah.
Yeah, just.
Oh, it's a 5. Okay. Okay, my
Yeah.
bad. Yeah, they're fearless 18. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just.
Just barely got him.
That's big.
Mhm.
Yep, he needed that to happen for sure.
But
So
now
then
I guess if the Knucker rears the heart piercers, the Knucker in the middle will at least contest the middle. Well, he's gonna kick himself when he remembers that he has another Knucker.
Yeah, this is one of those things where if there's a turn 7, he'll be really hurt, regretting that.
8. Big.
Wow.
7 wounds.
Yeah, that thing's
That should be
toast.
enough.
Yeah, it should be enough.
Yeah, snake it once.
That's dead.
Done.
Done and done.
Advance.
Do you advance or do you
Or
flip
do
a
you just
pitch?
pivot?
Hoping for
Pivot.
turn. Yeah.
Yeah, so now the Knucker's in the flank, so it can't block its path to
Mhm.
either objective on 7.
And it's not even in arc of
Oh, it's
the.
not, oh yeah, it's not. And
It's not an
neither.
arc of the Knucker, so I
There's
mean,
the
it's-
Centurions, so it can fly onto either objective on 7.
Yeah, so it can do. It's in a good spot now for turn 7.
Mhm.
3 wounds on the Knucker, or 8 wounds on the Knucker. Dead. So now those Worm Riders are in a good place.
Yeah, they can just flip around.
Yep.
But they don't want to give a rear. The Centurion in the middle. You don't want to give a rear to that. But
Yeah, you could have given it a flank and not have given up anything from the other
Yeah.
guys. So
Yeah.
that's just not a speed end of game
Yeah.
mistake.
it's 13, so it needs a 4.
Got it.
Got him.
Done.
So now he can reform up, and then that turn 7 is. He really wants a 7.
I don't know.
Well, maybe not. Maybe not.
Maybe pivot towards that back right corner and make
Make him
make
burn
Ben
it.
burn it. Yeah.
See, I actually kind of like that play.
Yeah, he's only
you
10
know,
inches away. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. You just move at the double, and he's got to burn it next turn. So
he
I
doesn't
don't-
need to be in the middle of the board. Yeah,
Yeah, I kind of like that a little bit better, actually, myself.
pivot a bit more. Right? Oh, that's.
Nope, not.
Right,
That's-
but,
Oh,
oh,
I guess he is gonna go.
I guess that's insurance. Again, it's insurance.
Yeah. Typical Ray.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a 2 point. It's a 2 point swing if it goes to the right, though.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Because he
2 point
has
swing.
to burn it.
because
So
he
there-
didn't
lose it.
or he gets
Yeah.
it.
is a turn 7.
Oh,
Oh, Ray. Oh,
pucker.
Okay, so we'll see. Do those little mistakes that he made at the end are they going to matter here now in a turn 7?
yeah. Yeah, now that Worm Rider is gonna take a rear, and that Depth Horror Regiment gonna take a front on those Worm Riders, and you're gonna get that token in the forest right there.
Mm-hmm.
But then Ray can move his horde in, charge of the Worm Rider.
Yeah, but if he just sidesteps the Worm Rider or reforms, then they have to kill the Worm Rider,
That's
and
true.
them killing the Worm Rider with defense 5 is not likely.
Yeah, if he gets like a 2 or 3 on the reform,
Yeah,
slide.
it's not likely.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. I mean, he has a chance to pick up a couple tokens here, and then that again puts the force back on Ray and having to not roll snakes or something horrible happen in his turn. You know, as opposed to where the game really should be over by now.
So Ben's taking all those plays.
Yep.
Ray gave him that free rear for no good reason, so that's going to be Ray's going to capitalize on that. If I'm Ben, I'm probably shifting that bottom. Well, actually, it's not even relevant. I was going to say that bottom swarm, but it's not even relevant because Ray completely turned around.
Yeah, so he's going to have
1, 2, 3,
4.
Yeah, once you get the 4, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
I mean, it's actually almost looking like it's maybe going to be a draw now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because
Depending on what Ray does, yeah.
Because Ben has a chance at the end of this turn to have 3 tokens, right?
4 tokens.
4.
The bottom left, bottom right. Oh yeah, sorry, 4.
Side and then if he kills that in Heart Piercer,
Yeah,
he can side shift.
Yeah.
To take the top one.
That was the thing. I was like, you're gonna if you give him the rear, that is not a good play. That's why I was like, if he gambles for 7 right there, that Nucker will pick up that unit.
Mm-hmm. Like, granted, Ray's Nucker.
Ray will still get Ray will still
pick it up.
Yeah, put the Dam Busters into it, but then that means Ray has to use the Dam Busters up there and not on if the middle play happens. But I think Ray's got that middle one pretty solid now.
Yeah.
So he'll have
I
that
think the Dam
one.
Busters are going for the top. So Ray will have 3.
Mm-hmm.
So the Naiad ensnares will be, again, that's where like going into that bottom corner would have actually been better insurance.
Yep.
Yep.
Sorry.
Dog agrees.
Reggie.
She says, "You don't give free rears, Dad. You don't do it."
No free rears.
2 free rears in the turn 7.
Yeah.
10.
Well, the one with the Naiad Heart
10
Piercers.
wins. That's
Pick him up on a
almost
5.
forgivable.
Yeah,
Because
because
like,
I mean, he was trying to
the Dam Busters
do
can
something.
go over there.
Yeah.
Although they don't have Pathfinder,
Mm-hmm.
Death Strider.
but they can't
Yeah,
fly
yeah,
over. I said
Yeah.
they can't fly over. But
Oh, I don't
now
think
that
you do that.
now he's.
I wouldn't do
now
that.
if he charges,
No.
he's in 3.
Yeah, that's the problem. You just pivot him and make him take, because he won't be able to clear you. You just pivot him and make him take a hindered charge in the front, hitting on 5s.
Yeah, he can't fly
Because
over.
he
doesn't
can't
have
fly over.
Pathfinder.
Mm-hmm.
So now he
That
charges,
is
and
not
he
the right
only
play.
has to overrun 1 inch, and now he's within.
Yep.
Yep.
That is not the
That's the kind of play you do on the bottom of 7.
Wow, it's so crazy how close this game has gotten back and forth in these last
Yeah.
2 turns.
Oof.
Yeah, I mean, he basically just gave that Nucker to Ray, though. I mean, you have a flank with Dam Busters? Bye.
Yeah, with Strider, it's done.
Bye.
Rather,
Yeah.
Because he could have
Murdered.
had pivoted to face and still been within 3 of the token, right?
Correct. Yeah, I
So
think
then
so.
there's no.
I think he was just out actually.
Oh,
It was
so he
really
had-
close.
Either way, it doesn't matter. He doesn't have to get that token.
He just
from
has to
it.
deny
Yeah, no,
it.
he's had to prevent Ray from getting it.
Right.
But then the other Knucker had 18-inch movement. Yeah, he could have gotten around it and gotten within an inch.
Oh, I guess that's fair.
Oh, the forgotten Knucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Ray remembered, he could have. He could get within 3 behind the
Or
other.
Ray can just use his tongue attacks to pull the Knucker off
Uh,
the token right now.
Watch him
Yeah.
remember to do it in this last turn. Is he?
And then he only rolls 1 hit and leaves it within 2.7 inches.
Uh,
You know what? You know
he-
what's really pissing Ray off right now is if he was doing it right, he could have moved that Dam Buster Horde over, got it within range to tongue attack the depth horrors of that back left corner off of the token because he only needs to pull him an inch, and then his tree leapers could kill the chaff back there, and he would have had that scoring token in that last turn.
Ben just slid his Wormrider Centurion up, so that gives the ensnarers 10-inch march or double move to get within 3 and contest that one.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He shouldn't have done that. He should have just turned it and
Aren't the ensnare hordes Unit Strike 4?
Oh, the Unit Strike 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll take it. He'll take it.
Yeah, he takes it.
yeah.
Yeah, because he can do a double. He's Pathfinder, so he can get 10
Yeah.
inches.
uh-huh.
Yeah, but I was saying is like he should have just sidestepped the depth horror regiment.
Yes.
Uh,
No, he
Let-
should have, or even the Centurion just slid it down.
Yeah.
To get it in the way.
Yeah.
So now Ray can get 1, 2, 3, 4.
mhm.
Yeah, it just would have been really aggravating for.
So he burned the top token. So he just is going to burn it.
He burnt it. Oh, Ben burnt it. Okay.
Yeah, Ben,
Okay,
no,
I was like, wait.
no, Ben burnt the top token, so he's not even worried about it. So
Yeah,
whatever.
Ray typed that, which confused.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Ray's their court
spokesperson?
their herald, so he's announcing.
All right. Okay, yeah, so that makes sense. So now it's 3 on 3.
That explains why he was doing the sidestep. Then he might not have been within the range. So
Uh-huh.
So he
Let's
needed to
move
get
over
within
and burn
to
it.
burn it. So now it's going to be a tie.
Yeah.
unless Ray would have just used them tongue attacks.
We just got to stick our tongues out at Ray.
He will never.
Anyways,
He will never forget the bitches again after going back and watching this. Guaranteed.
I think we should have Facebook message his wife and be like,
Right.
before Ray falls asleep tonight, tell him that he needs to remember his son attacks.
Right.
I just would like to point out to all the Dash 28 viewers, this is 2 games today that have gone longer than my game yesterday.
I know this has evolved into a marathon game.
Yeah, it's like I'll be done by 5:30.
5:30 my
Okay.
time.
But the dogs are very upset that dinner is late.
Uh-huh. Okay, so we're still top of 7.
Oh, so
Hey,
you're
right.
back to the, yeah, so that's not any better.
Okay, so he's still trying to figure out what he wants to do with that post-combat placement with
Yeah.
the.
So he backed the Centurion up 2 inches. And now what's he going to do with the depth horrors? I don't think there's
A way to block him from getting them within 3.
not with the reform, yeah.
Yeah.
Because if they go straight forward, it's still 1.5 inches, so he can still get within 3. Because he'll have to stay 1 inch away. And he'll still
You know,
get
if he
2.5 inches.
if he burns that token in the forest,
Mm,
he'll have
That's
3,
3
and
to 2.
and the best Ray can do is 2.
Right.
Yeah. That is.
Yeah, and he burned
Oh,
it.
he did it.
Yeah, he did it.
Smart.
That's the play.
Boom.
Yeah.
It's such a weird scenario that you're like, oh, I could just get rid of this
Yeah,
instead of
yeah.
letting him have it.
If I can't have it,
Boom.
nobody can. Yeah,
So we were like, getting the turn 7 was something that Ray did not want to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that really let Ben clean up all the problem tokens.
All the problem. Yeah, he really used that burn mechanic of the scenario so well here.
Always play the scenario. Don't never
Yeah.
forget.
And like I said, I mean, Ben's very just the
And
Bottom
That's
of
where
7.
like moving those ensnares into that bottom corner.
Yep. The big,
Really, right?
I mean,
That's
it
the
was just a kick in the nuts, man. I was like, when I saw him do it, I was like, why?
But then I guess he wouldn't have burnt the one in the forest. Would have burned the one on the bottom.
Right.
And then
yeah. So either way, it's the same difference, I think.
yeah,
Yeah,
I think
it's
same.
you're still bringing it down to 5 tokens, and Ben
You
has
controlling
all
3 of them. Yeah.
Yeah,
So I guess he's just going to try to pick up some attrition points here.
yeah.
Wow, what a just crazy
Oof.
game.
Like,
Crazy
there's 2
game.
points in the game where it looked like both of them were going to win and lose.
Yeah.
And like turn 3, Ray was just on
Cruising.
cruise control, and then you lose the Centurion, and that's
I think it was the combination of the Centurion loss and then charging out of the woods with the
Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
like
they
the
really
two-
just made it compounded that right side of the board.
yeah. There honestly was no reason for. I mean, dice happen, and the Centurion dies, whatever. But there's no reason for those ensnares ever to leave the woods.
I think it's like you get shocked by that spike, and then you
Yeah.
think you have to do something dramatic to come back.
It's exactly it. You get put back. You're like, well, that was crazy and should never have happened. Now I better make up for it by doing
Right.
something.
Yeah, I gotta take these worm riders out, or
Yeah.
everything's lost. And so it just
Ray's just trying to get points.
Yeah. Just try to pick up as many things.
I mean, like the Tree Leapers at the bottom left charged in. I mean, they just need to do.
he's just getting trying to get.
What are
attrition.
the? Do you know what are the bonus points for this? The Northern Kings bonus points for this scenario?
So
how
it's
they're
2
calculated?
points. 2 points for the central objective, and 1 for every other. So they'll both get 3
Extra
bonus
points.
points.
Right.
But Ray will only get the 5 points, and then
Right.
attrition's the way it is normally.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel if he doesn't pop that Centurion, I don't think Ben gets into the mindset of, hey, I could win this game.
Yeah,
I really feel that was like that followed up by the misplay with moving the guys out of the forest. Those were really like,
Yeah,
The
it's just that tiny little crack in the armor
Yeah.
that just
Yeah. It's like
Open it up.
like at a baseball game, there's an error, that allows a run that kind of brings it
Yeah.
down, or
it makes the game look manageable to you,
Yeah.
so you start playing a little more relaxed.
yes.
or was it the 99 Cups when the guy?
And another thing, if he had moved that Knucker to block line of sight on, I don't know, could he have been able to get and burn that other token? I don't know if
I don't
Yeah.
think so, because he
That's
didn't
what
have
I'm
a
saying,
charge,
right?
and
So then-
the other the heart piercers were within, so he wouldn't have been able to contest it.
so. Then Ray
So
would have
that-
had that top token still, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just feel like how when you're at the it's a 4-hour game, your brain,
Absolutely.
You're
you know what I mean? It's just so fried at that
Yeah.
point.
I just remember watching my game from last round, and at the end, I did some stupid things at the very end,
And that's the
and I was
game.
like, "Oh wow!" I just did not pay attention to normal things that you would do.
Yeah.
It's just like at the end of even at the end of a normal thing, so that was only like 2.5 hours. But it's like turn 6, 7, you make silly mistakes because mental fatigue.
Yep.
Yeah, wow, crazy. What an insane game. So we'll wait here for a couple seconds for them to
Big.
come back in.
So I think we all agree that the turning point was the
Worm Rider.
the Centurion dying.
And
And
then the
then
snares
and then
charging.
the snares taking the bait. Yeah.
Yeah, and then moving out of the. I think those two key are the one side of the same coin, right? That
Yeah,
kind of
that turn.
One
drove-
started the other. I mean,
that drove the
yeah.
narrative for the rest of the game.
That was the lunar cycle that changed the tide.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
always attacks. Hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, it's like the ensnares killed a bunch. They killed the
Yeah, they
riders
did.
and a depth horror regiment, and it's like,
Yeah,
that's-
they put in some work, but
but they just were in the wrong place at the wrong time.
The wrong place at the wrong time. That's exactly right.
I'm glad that Ben ended up doing the withdrawal with those worm riders because I was just
That was
like,
a huge.
yeah,
That was a key
don't commit
player.
that. Like,
Yeah, if you're not going to commit them forward, draw your opponent in, right?
Mhm.
That was like the game earlier today. There was a bit of that. It's like with this scenario, if you have a bag of hammers list, you don't necessarily want to run up. You kind of want to let your opponent come up to you,
Right.
for you to jump on them.
Yeah, and I think it was interesting and another key point is once he was able to get that Centurion, all of a sudden his line like this, he was able, like what Jeff was talking about, from that moment on in the game, he had angles, Ben had angles, he had things to do. He was able to sort of utilize some of those really good things that Trident Realm has that needs those angles.
But looking at those attrition points they just posted in the UB room, Ray killed 1810 and Ben killed 805. And
Okay.
Ben plays a lot with Jeff Trace, and it's like they don't necessarily that Jeff's style is not necessarily like always killing a lot. It's about always scenario based.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what's left because that's where like all the depth horror, Eternals and Worm Rider Centurions and Knuckers really come into play. It's all scoring units, right?
Yeah, welcome Ben. Welcome.
Hello.
Get Ray back here in a second.
Yeah.
What a wild game, man! Yeah. What a wild game.
Ups and downs.
Total.
Yeah. I mean, we'll talk a little bit as Ray comes in here, but we really felt kind of like the turning point of the game was when you were able to pick up that Centurion in the pond, and then followed by. So we got Ray in here now. What we were just saying to Ben, just really great game, Ray. Just totally back and forth. We felt that really the turning point was when he was able to pick up with that awesome roll the Centurion in the pond, followed by your choice to move the ensnarers out of the trees to charge his Worm Riders. That up to that point, Ray, we felt you were in a really, really strong position. But then when he was able to kill that unit in the pond and really force those angles, it kind of really spiced up the game. What do you guys feel is sort of the main turning point of the game?
Well, personally, I completely agree. Although I think, listen, I won, but I was lucky,
You're going to go back and watch it and feel the same way. So.
That roll was lucky, and that turned it. So it gave me something to play with, and I think that was, I didn't want to engage until it was the right time to do, and it never really came about. I felt behind all the way through.
Yeah.
That turn 6 where he rolls 2 on the movement on my horde, but then kills them with just the right amount.
Right.
It was. I was coming behind all the way. But having said that, it was a brilliant game. Ray played it perfectly for me. I really enjoyed the game, but it just bad luck on his behalf, I think.
I think the turning point was turn 4 because there were 3 combats that turn, none of which were inspired, and I all needed about 7 or 6 to break any of them. Like, I know you think going out of the woods to attack the Worm Riders was a mistake, but when I looked at it, I said, there's no counter punch to it. If I kill them, great. They're not inspired. I should do 8 or 9 wounds.
Mm-hmm.
It's a gamble. But there was that one. There was a Knucker that I didn't kill that turn that came back to bite me. And there was a third combat. And I missed all 3 combats that round, none of which were inspired. And I needed one of those to go my way.
Sure.
So just a question. How often do you play with Dam Busters, Ray?
I played this tournament.
Okay. So they have tongue attacks, right?
Yes. I've used it once. I've used it once this entire tournament.
My goodness. Yeah.
When you watch it back, Jeff verbally berates you.
You had 2 combats.
It did provide some good comedy.
Revolving around that Ray needs to remember the tongue. basically.
Oh,
So get there. Hashtag Ray, remember the
Oh
tongue.
my God.
The-
Yeah.
You could have used the tongue to finish there on the Death Horrors.
You gotta.
It would have been so big for you on multiple times, man. Like what?
You were one off on that one shooting turn. If you just done one point of damage with the tongue.
And it auto hit on 4s, no cover.
Yeah.
Oh man, it was I was like, and you didn't shoot anything. All you did is pivot the unit that turn. You didn't bring him in. You didn't do anything with him. I was like, oh, he's gonna kill himself later. I when he forgets that you got those free tongue attacks, man. Because versus depth horrors, it's devastating. They're only defense 3, so it's like really painful. And with Ben's depth horrors going to that back forest when he finally made the commitment of, okay, I'm not going to keep advancing because I need to hold this back here and just draw Ray out for longer and make Ray keep playing. Like my comment was, if you would have put those dam busters forward, Ben actually had barely left them into range. You could have moved the dam busters forward, pulled them into range from your heart piercers because they were only an inch out from heart piercers. You would have pulled them out. His depth horror horde from that forest in the left corner. You'd have pulled them out of cover, and they already had 5 wounds on them. You would have got them to like needing a 7 probably to break them. And then he would have had to keep on trying to back up to hold that token back there, and it would have been really annoying. Just really annoying. But it was a great game to watch because I felt the whole time I was like, oh man, Ben's list has the advantage, no question. And then I just like Ben just played hyper conservative. I'm like, you have to go at some point. You have to go. Let Ray set up shop. He's gonna run a clinic in there, man. He's gonna move his furniture in. He's gonna camp. It's gonna be bad. And then when you moved out with the ensnares, I was like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
Half the cast is Jeff yelling at the camera.
Yeah.
Both of you is quite entertaining.
Yeah. The first half was just Jeff rating that, and then the second half was.
I was like, "What is Ben doing?" You had those worm riders like to where they were just barely not touching that forest, and they were just fucking their line of sight up every which way you wanted to commit him. And Ray's like, well, if he doesn't want line of sight, I guess I won't give him any. So take care all game. And whenever you're ready to commit these worm riders into these ensnares, you go right at it. And then great to move them in. I was like, oh my god. If you please don't do that.
It's like you were listening because you just like pulled them back immediately after you screamed loudest.
I literally screamed, "No!" Back them up, and then you literally took him back, and then went 4.5 backwards. I was like, "He heard me. Good."
From 6,000 miles away, you heard him.
Oh my goodness! But yeah,
it's a great example of like just never stop playing the scenario.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Don't stop.
Because I think our comment was, it just felt like Ben was realizing he was getting outplayed and then made the scramble on turn 3. He's like, all right, time to scramble. This isn't working.
Yeah.
Scramble everything.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where you kind of repositioned and came up with your entire battle plan from the ground up all over again.
That's how I tend to play. I mean, that turn 3, when I moved everything into the middle in the angles. That was a turning point in my play style. I do play too conservatively. I mean, like in this game here, I did 800 points of damage. If you look at I must be the lowest kill points in the top whatever I am, the top 20. And I just don't. I've played very conservatively, and I think that's because I look at it and go, I've got loads of unit strength. I'm contesting the objectives, so I don't want to lose my position. Rather than like trying to outplay my position, I'm already in the controlling position, so I don't want to lose it. And actually, that's not so great with an army that's got no shooting. So my next evolution, I think the army's great, and I think it's fun to play, but not having any shooting really is a huge miss in any army.
Yeah. Well, especially when you have a bunch of depth horrors, right? Because I mean, the biggest thing is with those guys, you either have to be able to do something about the enemy shooting to insulate yourself, or you just have to run so much trash in front of them, which basically that's how you use the swarms, when you need to use them as chaff, or use them as cover if you need to. But
normally I would have. I mean, obviously you saw in this game, I just held the markers. That was
which was the right play. Absolutely.
Yeah, that was my tactic all the way through, really. And I think that normally I would use them to get my army up into position because I didn't have them. I'm like, I've got
it's playing differently.
And I'm just running into the shooting.
So
Which-
Ray, oh sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, but it killed me. I mean, like every time he shot me, something fell off.
So Ray, the only other question we had was like at the very end right there. You could. What was your deciding point for deciding which way you were going to go with the ensnares? Because you had two plays, right? It's like go back towards that back token and make Ben burn it, right? Or reposition to face up north towards that forest and kind of try and make a play for that.
Well, to be fair, I was hoping that Ben would back up the worms the second time because that would allow me to pivot and then get in range. But because he only backed up an inch, even if I moved 10, I was outside of 13 of the objective.
Okay.
So that was my critical. Like I looked at it, I said, okay, I can't get within 13 inches.
Okay.
So I might as well turn around and
that made it, yeah, because we couldn't get the clicker on it fast enough to do the measurement, but it looked like it was awfully close that you'd have been able to contest it. So,
I mean,
it was awfully close, but
sorry. I was just gonna say it really was like a great game. I think that it was great to watch, Ray, your precision and your methodical nature and your ability to look at risk management and not overextend yourself and really try to make plays that like in the long term were like, I have an advantage. I'm not going to risk it. I'm going to slowly just build on that advantage, build on my board placement. It was so great to see that. And then all of a sudden see that put on its head when, it's a dice game for a reason. And it was great. We felt like, Ben, once you got that Centurion, it's like, you're like in your head, and like the light went off and you're like, oh, I'm in this game. I'm going to get in this game.
Yeah, because you had no business sending that guy packing. Like
super high focus.
Yeah,
your angles, everything after that, your angles were good. You were threatening. You were shadow boxing with Ray. We felt like really that like was almost for you like a mental clicker. Like, oh hey, I'm getting not owned, but I'm in a rough spot. But now I have a chance.
Yeah, you're the boxer that got punched in the teeth, and you're like, wait, I'm in a fight.
You got knocked
No,
down.
I think that's absolutely fair. I like I said, because I didn't have my swarms to get into position, I'm in a position where I'm holding some points. I'm thinking, I just don't want to lose it. I think I'm playing too conservative, like you say. And once it was upon me, I was like, oh, it's getting even worse because now I'm behind and he's killing me. And then it turned, and I just didn't have anything else to do. But I think if that hadn't gone my way, it would have just rolled over. I don't think there was a lot that's it was always, I say, in Ray's benefit. And I mean, as a spectacle of opera or drama, it was everything. It was great.
It was a fantastic game.
Yeah.
Really,
it was crazy. It was
Ups
so
and
back
high.
and forth. It was like, why? What?
Yeah.
Awesome.
But I listen. I won, but I would say in terms of the greater Trident Realm player, it's going to be Ray. I got to give you that. You played that far better than me, man.
Well, awesome, guys. Cheers.
Cheers.
A good note. I want to thank the commentating panel. I want to thank the players. Thank everyone who's been on the journey so far with Dash 28 through this tournament. Stay tuned. I know Dash 28 has talked about doing a live stream sort of recap with all the results. I know that we're going to be doing some stuff on Countercharge, continuing going over all the results of the tournament. And any final thoughts, guys?
Personally, I've been watching a lot of the Dash 28 stuff. It's really, I think it's a great addition to the hobby, and it's always fascinating to watch. I've been on a couple of times now, and it's lovely chatting to people and watching it back, because I think that's one of the things that when you're playing and you're in the game, you don't see it. And coming back, it really helps you go, oh my God, what I do there,
Yeah. You think you remember, and then you watch it, and you're like, oh, I don't remember that correctly.
Yeah, it's kind of like why we went through a bunch of stuff that because Trident Realm players, like we were saying, is like a majority of people don't play this army unless they're technical players. So kind of pointing out those higher technical plays to other people that were going to watch this, because obviously if you want to play Trident Realms, this is going to be a great video for people to watch. So
Absolutely.
we gave some other points of view and things that could have been done maybe a little bit different for different play styles too. But it was really nice because you guys both have two different armies and two very different play styles, but it's still the same army,
Faction.
under the same faction.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Well, Trident Realms are great for that. If you look at, they can do everything really. And I think one of the things that I know, I play the Depth Horror spam, and people, they comment on it. But the fact is that that you can make a surge spam. You can make you can do it's got a lot. The Trident Realms is actually one of the the more diverse armies I think out there. And like you said, I think that because of it's got more technical. It works when you get the combinations right and the angles right, more so than others. I don't think it overdoes it on shooting. I don't think it overdoes it on, it's got no flying monsters, that kind of thing.
Right.
So I know. I mean, I've played a 2,000 point version of this list probably about 80 times now,
Right.
and every time I play, I'm still learning quite a lot about how combinations work and angles work. And it's an army that you can learn a lot about. It's not click and hit or whatever you call it.
You can change 1 or 2 units, and the army will play so much different.
Yeah. But as a final point on the Trident Realms, I think if you've not played Trident Realms, to all the guys watching out there, it is a great fun army to play, and it's worth having a play with. I think that, as I said at the beginning of this, I took it because people said it's not very good, and I think it's a great army, but it's actually been fun. Most of the games I've played with Trident Realms have been really fun.
Yeah, it's my most fun army. It's a win, lose, or draw.
I would not.
Go ahead, Ray.
I would not recommend it. I would not recommend it for a beginner. It is not a beginner-friendly army by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, and we went over that
It's
during the cast on what army you should play as a beginner. So, and not trying to pointing down to the undead player, but I have to give him. I got to give him crap about it whatever I get.
It works, right?
It does.
But I think there's a high skill cap for Trident Realm. Like the better you are, the better you can take advantage of all the little things that they can do.
But that aside, guys, again, thank you very much. It was a fantastic game. Thanks everyone for watching, and so that'll do it for us. And thanks a bunch.
Thanks, guys.
Good night, guys.
Yeah.